Namaskar. Uh, Welcome to another edition of Navavimarsh podcast. So we are back as promised yesterday that we will do the continuing our lecture one of the De-Abrahamization is Decolonization. So this will be the concluding lecture of that first part. So we have with us Dr. Bijeet Prasantha with us, who is
Yes.
going to continue the lecture. And so, Bichinda, what was left yesterday that we had to divide into two parts?
Right. So basically, we were discussing this topic, de-Abrahamization is decolonization, in the context that India basically has been invaded and colonized and looted and genocided for the last 1,000 years, and that thing, that series of events, that series of genocidal events, actually has dictated the socio-polity of this nation. Because India originally was a civilizational, uh, quote unquote, Hindu nation, but that Hinduness over time has eroded. It's not like there was something gravely wrong with this Hinduness, this nativity of the land, but that nativeness has been gradually eroded by these Abrahamic invasions and destruction of everything, including property, wealth, life, socio-political structure, knowledge system. So basically, we are claiming, we are starting with this sort of thesis in a way that uh, once India achieve de-Abrahamization completely, India will be decolonized simultaneously. So this is what is the main thesis of this couple of lectures. So last time we discussed the Yogendra Yadav. So the word Indian political theory obviously has been popularized by Yogendra Yadav, and he is talking कि इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में एक पॉलिटिकल थियरी होना चाहिए जो इंडिया के बारे में बात करेगा, ना कि बाहर से इंपोर्टेड आइडियोलॉजी को लाके फिर यहाँ पे क्या बोलते हैं फिट करने की कोशिश करेगा. So in that we have discussed a couple of points, which are that key Abrahamization has destroyed these natural order and convention and traditions, created a series of lie, falsehood, and superstition, and this way it has damaged the civilizational continuum of this nation. So that was basically what we discussed in the last lecture, which we did yesterday. Today we are going to extend it to understand how this. Acha, we also discussed the Abrahamic historiocentricity in the sense that a civilizational nation like India, it basically evolves on the. I mean, the evolution is natural because it evolves using natural morality, right? It does not care about this historiocentricity of events. कि अच्छा एक बंदा आया उसी पे फोकस रखना पड़ेगा कि अशोका आ गया तो अशोका वाज एवरीथिंग, ऐसा नहीं है. इट इज अ नेचुरल सिविलाइजेशन. It has its own natural evolution. Obviously, there are different clusters across the nation, and they are evolving as per diverse norms. But what Abrahamization does, it does not care about it does not take into account diversity as a positive force. तो वो होमोजिनाइज करने की कोशिश करते हैं विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू व्हाट, विथ रिस्पेक्ट टू सम सेंट्रल हिस्टोरिकल इवेंट लाइक बर्थ ऑफ जीसस फॉर एग्जांपल. राइट. इंडिया वैसा नहीं है, बट क्योंकि अब्राहमिक जो आइडियोलॉजीज है दे आर दैट हिस्ट्रियोसेंट्रिक, तो वो लोग इन द प्रोसेस दे डैमेज दिस सिविलाइजेशनल कंटिन्यूम, राइट. तो ये बात भी हम लोग डिस्कस किए थे कि हाउ इट एक्चुअली डैमेज द डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ अ नेशन, ऑफ एनी सिविलाइजेशन, राइट. आज हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे कि ये जो अब्राहमिक हिस्ट्रियोसेंट्रिसिटी है, इसको जब ब्रिटिश पीरियड में इसको थोपने का कोशिश किया गया, द इम्पोजिशन ऑफ अब्राहमिक हिस्ट्रियोसेंट्रिसिटी हैज एक्चुअली डैमेज द नेचुरल इंडोसेंट्रिसिटी. तो ये आज का टॉपिक है. उसके साथ हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे कि ऑब्वियसली यूरोप में ये जो अब्राहमिज्म है इसका क्या असर पड़ा. वहाँ पे हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे कि ये जो डिफरेंट फिलोसोफर्स थे उनके जो फिलोसफीज थे, हाउ दे आर एक्चुअली क्रिश्चियन एपोलोजिज्म, जो एक्चुअली फिर एक पैकेज में मोड़ के हम लोग यहाँ पे इंपोर्ट कर लिए, इंडिया में इंपोर्ट कर लिए. फिर और एक चीज डिस्कस करेंगे, पिंपिंग ऑफ राइट्स, कि राइट्स के अलग अलग राइट्स कॉन्सीव किया जाता है या फैब्रिकेट किया जाता है और उसका कोई दलाल बन के बैठ जाता है, ठीक है। फिर अब्राहमिज्म मैन्युफैक्चर्स रिजेंटमेंट, ये एक बड़ा टॉपिक है जो हम लोग डिटेल में डिस्कस करेंगे कि अब्राहमिज्म बिकॉज इट इज born आउट ऑफ हेट्रेड, राइट, रिजेंटमेंट फॉर नोबिलिटी, फॉर ब्रेवरी, फॉर ट्रूथ। तो एब इनिशियो जो पोजिशन अब्राहमिज्म लेता है, दैट इज एक्चुअली सबवर्टेड, ठीक है। तो बिकॉज ये जो सेंट्रिस्ट पोजीशन है वहां से अब्राहमिज्म हट जाता है, इसलिए फिर इनके द्वारा किया गया इन्वेंटेड जो मोरालिटीज है, they also get subverted. Okay, they are not natural morality, but they are synthetic doctored morality, right? तो फिर यहाँ से फिर कास्टिज्म के बारे में, कि कास्टिज्म एक्चुअली इट इज एन अब्राहमिक कॉन्सेप्ट कैसे, वो हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे। तो ये बेसिकली हम लोग सोच रहे हैं कि आज ये टॉपिक, ये सारे टॉपिक्स कवर करें। एंड या भूपेंद्र, यू हैड सम क्वेश्चन।
No, 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 not a question. Actually, for the audience, I would just summarize because correct. In the circles of intellectuals, in the circles of history, in the circles of philosophy, correct, in circles
Right,
of politics, correct. So the word de-Abrahamization has many connotations, many meanings and interpretations which it has. So from your perspective, the first lecture that we did, so the colonization of Bharat, correct, which started with the Islamic invasions. So this colonization is something which we now see as a kind of a slave mindset. So, from your perspective, this decolonization, correct, the slave mindset we refer to as colonized mindset in terms of our psychology, our
right,
thinking, the way we do things. You trace this colonized mindset to the uh, Abrahamic, what do we say, perspective or Abrahamism as a kind of a black and white kind of thinking. So
right,
once we de-Abrahamize our thinking, de-Abrahamize our perspective, de-Abrahamize the way we live our life, then we'll automatically decolonize. You don't need another product to actually decolonize us. So correct. So
exactly,
PM Modi said about Machiavelli. Correct. So we need, so the Machiavelli principles, which actually destroyed our system of education. So from your perspective, the root cause of
Macaulay,
colonization
Macaulay,
was,
Macaulay,
yeah,
not
Macaulay.
Machiavelli.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Sorry, yeah, sorry, Macaulay. Yeah. So Macaulay. So so from your perspective, the decolonization needs to start with de-Abrahamizing our society, our economy, our perspective, and the way we live day-to-day life. Correct? That should solve the
Right,
problem. We don't need any other solution.
right, exactly, exactly. I mean,
Okay.
this is what the thesis is, and we are
Hmm.
going to expand a little more in this episode.
Okay. So what I will do is, so I am going to go into backstage. Okay. You continue the lecture, and when you are finished, just tell me. I'll be back so that audience can
Sure,
actually
sure,
listen to you without any distractions.
sure, sure. So, the first point that we are going to discuss is that the Abrahamic historiocentricity has damaged the natural Indocentricity. Okay, so basically in this part we are going to discuss so initially in the last lecture what we have developed is the fact that Abrahamism has done a lot of destruction of knowledge, and destruction of libraries. They burnt a lot of books, killed a lot of pundits and scholars. They appropriated a lot of classical pagan literature, and everything happened with an intent. The intent was that they wanted to establish their quote unquote truth, the historiocentric truth. What truth? Ki, for example, Jesus is the king, or Jesus is the God, or the Rasulullah is the final prophet, or La ilaha illallah, ki there is no God except Allah. So they were, just because they wanted to establish these facts, they destroyed everything else. And in this regard, you may remember when Nalanda was burning, Bakhtiyar Khilji apparently said that ki we are burning this Nalanda University because every knowledge, every kind of knowledge is there in Quran. So if these guys are teaching from Quran, we don't need to know what they are teaching. And if these guys are not teaching Quran, then they are teaching falsehood. So Nalanda should burn, right? So this was the philosophy, this was the ideology that actually burned Nalanda. And the intent was clear: ki they are going to, the Abrahamism is going to destroy everything which does not conform to Abrahamism, right? And then after doing all these sort of genocide of life, natural convention, and everything else, they started to create these big sort of whitewashing factories, like church, for example, right? I mean, these big institutions, much of their time are engaged either in this sort of conversion or evangelical or missionary activities, or they are engaged in whitewashing the truth. How? By either hiding or burning old books, or idols, or any record, and replace it with a Christian truth, Christian quote unquote truth, right? But what have they ultimately achieved after all these bloodsheds, deceits, genocides, politicization of gods, destruction of natural history and convention? Their mission is to fabricate an artificial unity by forging servile homogeneity in the psyche of mankind, right? But it saw the biggest failure right after most of the Europe got Abrahamized. So, in this process, what they managed to do, what Christianism, for example, managed to do, they were able to Abrahamize or Christianize the whole of Europe, right? But eventually, by the end of, let's say, 1700 or 1800, the most quote unquote divine institution became the most corrupt institution, and indeed the protector of the most brutal feudal structure. So the feudalism in Europe, for example, those were protected. The feudals were protected by the church and no one else. When the mass came out to destroy the Bastille on the eve of French Revolution, the church realized that the spontaneous calling of a man cannot merely be neutralized without any amount of crushing power, that the historical school which was engaged in distorting the very past and the very wisdom of European civilization were creating a huge flurry of anomalies which Abrahamism, or specifically in this context, Christianism, could never resolve. So ultimately, it happened that the very royal institutions, the regal institutions, the feudals that the churches were creating and promoting and fostering, right, and protecting. 1789 saw this brutal French Revolution, which led to regicide, right, killing of the king himself. Um, and then the church got a little bit terrified because they could clearly see what they are trying to protect and promote, which is that the quote unquote Christian truth. No one is believing in this facade of truth anymore. Okay, this falsehood anymore. Uh, and uh, and what they are trying to promote, the so-called Christianism, it has a large number of anomalies which Abrahamism or Christianism can never resolve. Okay, so this led to the European intelligentsia to dig up whatever records were available to them that could talk about the root of their own civilization. So when this thing happened, and then the European intelligentsia, the so-called the Christian apologist intelligentsia, they went back to their library to dig up whatever records were available to them that could talk about their civilizational roots. Okay, perhaps their final desperate attempt to ground their history and tradition with natural conviction and traditional order. There was a prominent resurgence of natural morality of the great Greco Roman pagan era. Because the pagan era dealt with natural morality, which they were inventing through dialectic and discussion and argument, which and this tradition was crushed brutally by Christianism and the church. But after the French Revolution, there grew a tendency to go back to this old era, and to appropriate the very sort of tradition of dialectic. Okay, so what European Christian philosophers, the Christian apologist philosophers, what they tried to do was to appropriate the very nature of dialogue in the Greco-pagan era, okay, itself, because they needed to sort of grapple this part, because once you engage the academy, the whole of institution, education institution, in this synthetic form of dialectic, right? It gives the impression that okay, there is some argument, real argument going on about the truth, but the central position was in all this dialectic was not truth itself, but Christianism. Okay, so the whole dialectic which used to happen in Greco-Roman pagan era around the truth or around the spontaneous moral values, now after Renaissance or after French Revolution, the same discourse started to take place around the truth of Christianism. Okay, so even the dialectic in this process got subverted. They went even deeper in search of the primal of all civilizational spirits. Now, when they started to sort of dig up the root कि कहाँ से सब कुछ आया, they started to notice that there is a place in this world which is still where the this civilizational root is still alive, and it is being cherished, and they are living this civilizational reality and the civilizational sort of values those were discovered and explored and experimented with in remote past. There is a place indeed who are actually living with all those old sort of natural morality that their ancestors discovered. Okay, these people, so to say, the Oriental culture, and specifically the culture that is centered around India, these people necessarily did not have any grievance as such against their ancestors for being horribly wrong or something. Okay, they saw that okay, this is a place where morality grew very naturally, very organically, and these cultures, because they have a civilizational continuum, they have the moral continuum. That's why these cultures, the Oriental cultures, they can experiment with morality and the social structure. They can sort of formulate modernity on the basis of their existing pre-existing civilizational values. Hence, these cultures like the Indian culture or Chinese, all these Oriental cultures, they do not give birth to as many civilizational or moral anomalies of values like the Europeans do. Okay, so they were very excited about this discovery, the discovery of India, right? I mean, discovery of India. This is a phrase that was used by our Macaulay Putra, like Jawaharlal Nehru, when he's writing his book, right? I mean, the title of the book itself is Discovery of India. So, so this discovery was actually the discovery, or sort of the, I don't know, you can call it re-evaluation of Indian values by the uh, Christian apologist Renaissance philosophers. So, for example, Voltaire. Voltaire declared that India was the birthplace of not only the religions but of civilization itself. He commented, quote, religion in general is derived and has generated from the pure natural revelation of which the Indians were the first possessors, unquote. Voltaire, without any hesitation, he promoted the idea that India and not Greece is the, quote, putative source of civilization. Slowly emerged their idea of Orientalism, because whatever they find, they had to put it in an ism, right? So they then gave birth to Orientalism. The narrative about the countries like India, China, or Japan, which still possessed natural morals, as against converted continents like Europe, which got subdued by Abrahamism and were forced to adopt synthetic morality as ordained in the Abrahamic scripture. Slowly, the European intelligentsia started to see that every Oriental civilization as the quote, projected other, unquote, against which Europe must define itself. Okay. So now they are saying, ki, okay, we have to define keeping these values, these Oriental civilizational values at the center. This weird obsession, coupled with envious otherization schemes typical of any Abrahamic mind, exploded in 1786 when William Jones, the founding father of Asiatic Society of Bengal, now later the Royal Asiatic Society, claimed that, quote, no philologer could examine them all three, which mean the Latin, Greek, and Sanskrit language, without believing them to have sprung from some common source. So gradually it was discovered that Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit, they have immense similarity in their in the structure of the grammar and language itself. Without believing them, okay, so this intuition led to the rediscovery of philology in light of Grimm's law and linguistics of the so-called Proto-Indo-European language. So Grimm's law, actually a law, you can search it in internet. Grimm's law is actually, it tells how some, let's say, Sanskrit or other European language, how there are some similar, what do you call it, similar deformation of a specific pronunciation of a specific syllable or alphabet, so to say. Just find, just Google Grimm's law and you will find about it. Anyway, so however, the very fact that Sanskrit is the only living of the most ancient languages and Sanskrit literature is the most ancient of all literature started to arouse many startling, uncomforting questions that caught the whole of colonial European agencies off guard, right? So now the only existing ancient language is Sanskrit, and it made the whole Europe a little, or European scholars a bit uneasy. The atrocities of colonial powers derived their justification from Aristotle's hypothesis in Nicomachean ethics that some communities are naturally inferior and thus are meant to be subjugated. So Aristotle gave this Neomachean ethics, which says that, okay, some races are by default superior, and hence they deserve to rule over the races which are relatively inferior to these martial race or whatever, right? The master race. Colonialism added to it their philanthropic overview that colonialism is essentially nothing but the civilizing mission of the barbaric communities by the civilized power. कि colonization, right, this is the tone, right, when they are saying कि अरे ब्रिटिश ने तो यहाँ पे ट्रेन लाए थे, मॉडर्निज्म लाए थे, वगैरह वगैरह, उसके पहले तो इंडिया बिल्कुल ही ट्राइबल था, खराब हालत में था. So this tinge of narrative around modernization, right, that they used to support colonialism, okay, there are barbaric communities around the globe, but what the civilized power are doing, they're colonizing these places, and by colonization they are bringing actually modernism into these places. David Hume wrote in mid 18th century, quote, I am apt to suspect that Negroes to be naturally inferior to the whites. This is what David Hume said. Almost 50 years after, French naturalist Georges Leopold Cuvier wrote, quote, the Caucasian race has given rise to the most civilized nation, to those which have generally held the rest in subjection. A century later, the British historian Hugh Trevor Roper continued along the same line. Quote, it is European techniques, European examples, and European ideas which have shaken the non European world out of its past, out of barbarism. Unquote. So, this rather weird attempt to dictate colonial supremacy, a mere chapter, and that to a dark chapter, in human history, as an inalienable part of natural morality, was not only a mere attempt to merge the Abrahamic historiocentric worldview with the natural convention, it was an investment into a process to kill all natural convention. and all natural morality, denounce and kill them as merely barbaric, tribal, and inferior. What is colonialism? Colonialism basically is this ideology that basically says that all the natural morality, they are inherently barbaric, tribal, and inferior. Right? India and Sanskrit did not fit into this vile subversive scheme. I mean, you have a language which is Sanskrit, which is most advanced than all the existing language, and simultaneously it is the most ancient language. It is the most ancient language and the most advanced supreme language, right? By far, it is better than all other existing sort of European or Anglo-Saxon languages that they were using at that time. So this thing started to pinch them. This India, they have the most ancient and the most advanced language simultaneously, which is Sanskrit. Which mean ki here is a culture which has this tradition of great literature, great language, and great phonetics, great grammar. You have the vidwan like or ancient giant like for example Patanjali, right? Or you have Panini, jinka Ashtadhyayi is such a the most ancient book in grammar, and this book is actually it has stored all the basic concept of this language named Sanskrit, and it is still in use. Like 2000 years later, the same people, they're using Panini's Ashtadhyayi to understand the grammar in Sanskrit. So here is a language which is retaining its core linguistic structure, and at the same time is leading to such prolific diversity of a spectrum of Indian languages, and simultaneously using this language, these people, these Indians, they are being such prolific in creation of knowledge and creation of literature and everything else. I mean, for example, I think it was Bhavabhuti, right? Bhartrihari. Bhartrihari was at the time of Raja Bhoj, I guess. And Bhartrihari gave the idea of Shabda Brahma, ki sound itself is Brahma. And using that, he wrote a lot of poems. He worked on grammar. He was basically a polymath, right? So, and everything that he sort of borrowed was from the time of Panini, राइट. सो पाणिनि के बाद आई थिंक भवभूति आया, उसके काफी बाद भर्तृहरि आए. बट इट वाज द सेम स्ट्रक्चर, सेम लिंग्विस्टिक स्ट्रक्चर, जिसको यूज करके ये सारे जो विद्वान थे, वो लोग एक एक लैंग्वेज पे काम कर रहे थे, उसके लिटरेचर पे काम कर रहे थे. इट वाज एक्चुअली वेरी मच पैराडॉक्सिकल टू दिस यूरोपियन इंटेलिजेंसिया, कि ये कैसे हो सकता है कि एक लैंग्वेज इतना एडवांस्ड है कि ये बेसिकली इट इज इवॉल्विंग इन एवर न्यू फॉर्म्स, इन द फॉर्म ऑफ न्यू लैंग्वेजेस में भी, और नए नए लैंग्वेज के और जन्म दे रहे हैं. बट एट द सेम टाइम इट इज रिटेनिंग इट्स ओल्ड एंशिएंट स्ट्रक्चर विदाउट मच डिफॉर्मेशन. तो ये इनको बहुत अजीब लगा. ये इनको, बिकॉज संस्कृत इज अ लिविंग लैंग्वेज, इट इज अ वेरी डायनामिक लैंग्वेज, तो ये लोग ये बोल भी नहीं पा रहे थे यार, दिस इज व्हाट एवर ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज या ट्राइबल डायलेक्ट जिसका कोई ऐसा यूज भी नहीं है, ये तो बारबरिक लैंग्वेज है, ये सब ये बोल नहीं पा रहे थे, राइट? सो नाउ ग्लेसन, देयर वाज अनदर इंटेलिजेंट व्हाट एवर wise guy who wrote, quote, the Vedas are the oldest documents in any Indo-European languages. अच्छा, Indo-European क्यों बोलने लगे? बिकॉज अब जब ये लैंग्वेज के अंदर जब सिमिलरिटी दिखने लगा, so they started to form the race theory, right? Because they were working on these supremacist theories, supremacist race theories. जब संस्कृत आया, फिर कुछ दिनों के लिए ये यूरोपियन जो सुप्रीमेसिज्म था उसके साथ इंडिया को जोड़ लिया. लैंग्वेज में भी उसका असर पड़ा. दे स्टार्टेड टू कॉल इट इंडो यूरोपियन लैंग्वेज, राइट? क्योंकि वेदा इज अनडाउटेडली द मोस्ट एंशियंट स्क्रिप्चर ऑफ ऑल, राइट? इसके जैसे एंशियंट स्क्रिप्चर तो है ही नहीं. So they started to say, okay, Vedas are the most ancient in the document written in any Indo-European language. Furthermore, in terms of coherence, complexity, and originality, Sanskrit was indeed the language of the masters and not the language of the slaves. When the whole of Europe was searching for his soul, the attempt for the quest of self discovery, India and Sanskrit had all the answers. For a period between 1785 to 1820, India was at the very root of all civilizations in the globe. German literary critic Friedrich Schlegel proclaimed, quote, everything, yes, everything without exception has its origin in India, unquote. He wrote further that Sanskrit was not just the cousin or sibling, she was, quote, the mother language of Greek, Latin, Persian, and German, unquote. Philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer noticed, quote, the underlying unity in all things, to comment that both ancient Egyptian religion and Christianity had originated in India. Poet Novalis wrote, quote, the Garden of Eden to be tucked away somewhere in the Himalayas, unquote. French scholar Edgar Quinet, in his work Du Genis the Religions, in 1841, wrote, quote, in the first ardor of their discoveries, the Orientalists proclaimed that in its entirety an antiquity more profound, more philosophical, more poetical than that of Greece and Rome was emerging from the depth of Asia. The whole of Europe started to dream about an Oriental Renaissance in Europe, where the European culture would be reformed once again, where the quote Hellenized layer will be painted again with a layer of Indianization. So basically, whatever old Renaissance was, it was basically they adopted the old Greco-Roman pagan sort of advancement of ancient Europe और उसका उसको अप्रोप्रिएट करके फिर उसको क्रिश्चियन एपोलॉजिज्म के वो बोल में डाल के जो क्रिएट किया उसको ये लोग रेनेसा बोलते हैं. नाउ दे आर क्लेमिंग कि भाई अभी जो हमें इंडिया के बारे में पता चल रहा है तो वो जो हेलेनाइज जो लेयर है पेगन ग्रेको यूरोपियन ग्रेको रोमन जो लेयर है उसके ऊपर और एक परत चढ़ाना पड़ेगा द लेयर ऑफ इंडियनाइजेशन to understand who we really are. This is Europeans are saying about themselves and their culture. Schopenhauer was ecstatic. Quote, Sanskrit literature will be no less influential for our time than Greek literature was in the 15th century for the Renaissance. Schlegel nodded to this when he claimed in his work, Über die Sprache und Wishet der Indier. I don't know, this is German, so whatever. Okay, so he claimed in this book that, quote, the effects of Indic studies, if taken up and introduced into learned circles with the same attention today as Greek studies had been earlier, it would be no less great and far reaching. कि आप बस इंडियन लिटरेचर पढ़ाओ और उससे जो चीजें निकल के आएगा इट विल बी नो लेस ग्रेटर and far reaching than the Greek studies. Okay, so Western academia already concluded that in the early 19th century, that there must be close connections between language, ethnicity, and culture. This gave India and Sanskrit the unquestionable hegemony and started to shake the foundational narratives of British imperialism in India. If the language of the classical Indian literary history belonged to the same family of languages of the white-skinned colonizing men, and furthermore is a language which is far more ancient, far more sophisticated, far more grammatically and linguistically coherent, and far more prolific than any European language whatsoever. How can then the neo Nicomachean ethical design be applied to India? Not only that, here is a country which has a clear history of origin, a solid record of the history of its natural moral evolution, and a living, thriving, dynamic, diverse society knitted together through a spectrum of coherent natural morals, traditions, and conventions. How can these white European nations, who, in order to build the supremacy of a synthetic, flimsy superstition, namely Christianism, has burned down their own libraries, spitted on their own pagan ancestors and their traditions for a whole millennium, can convince the Indians that European morals are naturally derived, anomaly free, and spiritually superior morals. So, to this, the Romantic Orientalists like Friedrich Schlegel and Arthur Schopenhauer tried to reach a compromise, saying that Indic and European civilizations are brothers of the same mother, and both civilizations have historically dominated the whole of humanity for the largest part of history. So, this was a compromise कि दोनों भाई भाई है, right? There was another gap. Well, there was another group, the group coming out of historical schools that promoted this, that were promoting Abrahamic historiocentricity. So these historical schools, those philosophers, they started to claim that it was the Aryan race who were white, who invaded India and colonized the whole subcontinent, then propagated their Indo-European culture in the whole land through Sanskrit, an Indo-European quote unquote white language. What was the underlying rationale? It was nothing but this vacuous white supremacy and nothing else. One British imperialist author wrote, okay, quote, ex Occidente Imperium, the genius of empire in India has come to her from the West and can be maintained only by constant infusions of fresh blood from the same source. कि पहले तो इसी जगह से गए थे इंडिया, इसी यूरोप से तो ये जो आर्यन थे ये इंडिया पहुंचे थे. Now India need fresh blood of the same people. That's why we are here ruling over the Indians. James Mill commented, quote, the Indian civilization never prospered except under foreign domination, unquote. To fit the scheme of the Bible, an imaginary timeline was conceived, which was not consistent with many facts in Rigveda itself. For example, the existence of a mighty river named Saraswati, or the romanticization on spiritualization of the sacred geography of India, without any attrition to any European memory of the Aryans in the Vedas. This was the origin of the historiocentric explanation of our natural conventions, natural morals, and natural traditions of the natives, the Hindus of Bharatvarsha. Right? So we did not care much about this historiocentric interpretation of our morals, but it was the this European sort of intelligentsia who started to impose these historiocentric subverted interpretation, subverted history on our academia and on our society to sort of mold the historicity of events in their own way, in the favor of Abrahamism. And in this whole process, they started to subvert and they started to distort and concoct the history, the society, and the morals, the philosophy of this great nation, right? And obviously, its dwellers, namely the Hindus. Now, the question is, can this historiocentric narrative can they ever promote universality? Manifestly not, because the historiocentric narrative, they always have a birth, a temporal origin. Now, by definition, this means that they cannot be eternal. For this reason, whenever such narratives claim command over morality, something that must be eternal and natural, they inevitably erect a tall tower of anomalies. Any historiocentric design having emerged within time, they carries an expiry. जिसका जन्म है उसका तो मरण भी होगा, उसकी मृत्यु होगी. So these historiocentric designs, they are born, right? They have emerged within time, so they have an expiry, a natural death, and moreover they have a context, a specificity that disqualifies it from the highest status enjoyed by the natural and the eternal conventions. All natural conventions possess an intrinsic unity that allows diverse sub-schemes to organically bloom and flourish. This unity is founded on truth and spontaneity, not on synthetic, false, platitudinal histories of messiahs. It harbors no phobia toward either individualism or universality itself. Every element has its own place, duty, influence to in this natural order, from the mightiest devtas to the minutest microbes. Historiocentrism, however, does not enjoy this freedom of range. It seeks instead to enforce violent homogenization, and in the process, consciously distances itself from the individual. This is why the Abrahamic God sits in a remote heaven, absent from the natural surrounding us, an act of deliberate distancing than rather than transcendence. ये जो Abrahamic God ऊपर heaven में बैठा हुआ है, this this is not a transcendental value. It is social distancing. Okay, this lack of spontaneity coupled with the calculated deployment of synthetic propaganda serves only one agenda: the propagation of Abrahamic cults. Such a scheme deprives man of his spontaneous natural morality and fractures him inwardly, leaving him perpetually estranged from peace. For this one dimensional man, quote unquote. So, One Dimensional Man is a very famous book written by Harvard Marcuse, who was basically this cultural Marxist philosopher, but I like the word, so I used it here. So, for this one dimensional man, universality becomes an abstract luxury, while the social order remains permanently alienated from the here and now. Any natural or spontaneous calling is reduced to an occasional anomaly in this framework, and all efforts to achieve universality fail, no matter how thoroughly one mutilates oneself in the name of homogenization. So you see the kind of homogenization that Abrahamism promotes. Um, it can never be I mean, it is a top down agenda, right? It cannot claim universality because it is a brute force of homogenization that actually how to say, that actually renders every individual as imperfect. कि अगर तुम एक ब्रूट होमोजेनाइजेशन को डिफाइन कर रहे हो with respect to which an individual must examine itself, then no one is as perfect as this homogenizing sort of one-dimensional man. So everyone is imperfect with respect to this one-dimensional homogenization promoted by Abrahamism. You try to compare it with the natural sort of uniformity or natural unity that is there in these natural pagan philosophies, right? Because these natural philosophies, these natural conventions and traditions, they have spaces for the diversity. These natural morality, they actually they are this whole tree which has this beautiful flower, which are these individuals, right? And natural morality never claim itself to be that one homogenizing morality कि जिसके हिसाब से, because natural morality it comes from the commonality of all the individuals, the commonality of the spontaneous morality of each individual. तो अगर सारे इंडिविजुअल के जो स्पॉन्टेनियस मोरालिटी है उसके कॉमनलिटी को लेके तुम अगर ये नेचुरलनेस डिफाइन करोगे, देन एवरीवन विल फाइंड देयर ओन प्लेस, राइट, हिज और हर ओन प्लेस इन दिस नेचुरल मोरालिटी. बट अगर टॉप डाउन, अगर ऊपर से एक्सटर्नल एक मोरालिटी, एक्सटर्नल होमोजेनाइजिंग मोरालिटी इफ यू ट्राई टू इम्पोज, then everyone will call themselves everyone will call himself or herself as कि कोई इसमें डिफेक्ट, they will call themselves कि we are defective, right? It will not make anyone content, happy and peaceful. And that is the problem with this Abrahamic homogenizing order, okay, imposed through some external doctored scriptural synthetic morality. That natural uniformity can exist through the spontaneity of individual, and such uniformity can organically connect to a natural convention or even to Plato's extraneous quote unquote form as a dynamic and ever liberating force lies beyond the grasp of the Abrahamic mind. Spirituality bereft of natural beauty, Abrahamism instead culminates in a dead uniformity that crystallizes into a state ruling over the pack of individuals. This state dispenses a minimal set of rights, such as the right to survive, to move, to form a family in exchange for unquestionable loyalty to the state itself. Whenever the natural diversity of individuals obstructs the state's expansive mission, it is throttled and eroded through brutal force. Only those rights that conform to the historicity of the Abrahamic narratives and conventions are permitted to penetrate every household. Every duty thus becomes missionary in character, and every right becomes a token without a barter and trade contract between a fractured man and the Abrahamic state under which he is subjugated. The natural concept of duty collapses once individual ethics are combined with the historiocentric claim that no real or existing socio-cultural order can ever be truly right. This synthesis hollows out conscience and severs the individual from all obligation towards society, culture, and nation. One loses interest in all social and cultural obligations as one loses trust in the possibility of a just natural convention. Over time, as this process repeats across generations, society comes to reject traditions and traditional obligations. Moral imperatives lose dignity and are dismissed as unnecessary or even foolish. As resources remain finite, laws arise not from duty but from contractual negotiations centered on individual rights. Gradually, honor and duty are reduced to ashes, upon which proliferate countless rights that extract from society without gratitude, wisdom, or acknowledgement, like parasites sucking the sap and resources of its own substrate. सो यहाँ पे जो रिलेशन बन जाता है बिटवीन अ मैन एंड हिज सोसाइटी, वो एक बछड़ा और एक गाय का नहीं होता, वो एक पैरासाइट और उसके सबस्ट्रेट का होता है. उस पर कोई ग्रेटिट्यूड नहीं रहता है, वहाँ पे बस सक्लिंग चलता है कि कितना मैं एक्सट्रैक्ट कर सकता हूँ इस सोसाइटी से इन द नेम ऑफ राइट्स, विक्टिमहुड, ऑल दीज थिंग्स, राइट. यहाँ पे ड्यूटी का कोई कोई काम नहीं रहता है, यहाँ पे बस वही पैरासाइटिक एटीट्यूड रहता है. Rhetoric replaces the silence of spontaneous values. Narratives overpower the monogamy of logic, and ready to eat preaching commands over thoughtful questioning. This unfortunate transition from a duty based society to a rights based society is not only a transformation of ethical imperative, it is a transition from spontaneity to intention morality, from oneness of spirit to a split created within the human psyche. When justice is understood solely through the prism of rights in this imperfect world, justice itself begins to falter. A person who measures his life in terms of what is due for him may find endless reasons to lament that injustice has been done because the physical world is chaotic, imperfect, and ontologically imperfect. This imperfection holds. एक मिनट में अपना राइटिंग सुधार लूं थोड़ा. This imperfection holds the definition of justice through the lens of rights in poor light. This can lead a man to always whine to his near ones, to his society, to the world, and to the universe that grave injustice have been done on him in some respect. राइट, क्योंकि एक इंसान और एक सोसाइटी का रिलेशन जब गाय बछड़ा का नहीं रह के एक पैरासाइट और एक सबस्ट्रेट का हो जाता है, देन ऑब्वियसली वो जो पैरासाइट है, दैट इज द सब्जेक्ट, वो इंसान, वो हमेशा वो वाइन करेगा कि यार मैं तो मुझे तो ढंग से कुछ मिला ही नहीं, मुझे इस समाज ने तो मुझे नकार दिया है, समाज मुझे कुछ दे ही नहीं रहा है, मैं करूं क्या, मैं तो अनाथ हूँ, मेरा जो ड्यू था सोसाइटी ने मुझे वो दिया नहीं है. And you will create this endless loop of reasons to just lament that injustice has been done. This physical world, this society has done injustice to him, right? And because it is doing injustice to him and everyone around him, it is actually chaotic and imperfect, and obviously because this world is imperfect, then the justice that the whole world is believing in, it's actually imperfect because it is not catering to anyone, right? This imperfection hold the definition of justice through the lens of rights in poor light. तो जब राइट बेस्ड एक सोसाइटी बन जाता है, इसीलिए फिर वहां से फिर जो भी डेफिनेट इन ए राइट बेस्ड सोसाइटी यू कैन नॉट कम अप विद अ डेफिनेशन ऑफ justice which is right and which is just. Okay. This can lead a man to always whine to his near ones, to his society, that grave injustice have been done on him in some respects. किसी ना किसी तरह से तो इस दुनिया ने मुझे मेरे साथ इनजस्टिस किया है, ठीक है. दिस क्रिएट्स अ रिटोरिकल व्यू ऑफ one's life and one's understanding of the world, and may take him away from facts and objective realities. This takes him away from his pratyaksha, learning about the world from direct experience and through his own understanding. This is why it makes sense to define justice from the perspective of duties and not rights. Every individual, every socio political structure, every nation, and even every devta has their own set of duties. If and when someone fails to perform those duties, he does injustice to everyone else. This elevates the importance and virtue of justice from the barter and trade contract to something innate, spiritual, and spontaneous duty of a man. Defining justice as the faithful execution of one's duties elevates it from negotiation to moral ideal. Justice ceases to be a contest of claims and becomes a manifestation of harmony between individual and the cosmos. The shift from rights based justice to duty based justice marks a civilizational shift. Justice grounded in rights breeds dependence and perpetual dissatisfaction. Justice rooted in duties cultivates sovereignty of spirit. Under the former, individuals remain supplicant to the system. Under the latter, they become co creator of order. The Arya stands as the archetype of a just man, one who performs his duties with honor, knowing that justice is not necessarily granted by the world, but awakened within through right action. Justice is not something that the world will deliver to Arya. Arya believes कि they need to awaken justice from within, okay, through right action. Needless to say, the denial of a natural and universal order renders Abrahamism as an atavistic and radically illogical doctrine. It strips man of his quest for transcendence beyond moral imperfection. While it initially promises security within this imperfect world, कि तुम्हारा इंडिविजुअल राइट ले लो, तुम्हारा राइट टू फ्रीडम ऑफ वट एवर, फ्रीडम ऑफ स्पीच ले लो, राइट टू फूड ले लो, राइट टू हाउस ले लो, ठीक है. इससे लग सकता है कि यार ये तो हमारे साथ सही हो रहा है. While it initially promises security within this imperfect world, it ultimately renders humanity homeless by fabricating homogeneous principles rooted in synthetic, historiocentric, prophetic superstitions. The claim that universal morality can be derived from the propagation of fabricated socio-political histories of messiahs like Jesus accords with neither common sense, naturalness, nor history. Extracting morality from historical events reduces it to propaganda and converts history into false fabrication of human imagination. When false history becomes the moral gold standard, truth and conscience are criminalized. Real past, real heritage, and genuine historical situations must then be whitewashed to accommodate Abrahamic historicity. Since Abrahamic historicity is false historicity, objectivity of human spontaneity retreats, making way for eternally enraged subjective standards, and the living spirit of humanity gets subordinated to the abstractions of manufactured faith of Abrahamism. ठीक है. So this is basically how I'm trying to argue कि this Abrahamic historiocentricity start to destroy everything, including the idea of society, idea of justice, idea of spirit, idea of duty, idea of rights. It just distort everything. It just doesn't make sense to derive all these big things of these all these big ideas from Abrahamic historiocentricity. Okay. So this was my argument. I can go on and on because I wrote a few more things here. But I want to move on to the next topic. हाँ, भूपेंद्र, कोई क्वेश्चन अभी आया है क्या ऐसे?
No, 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 no. People are listening to it rapt, rapid attention.
Okay. So I think through this lecture so far, I have tried to establish the thesis that Abrahamic historiocentricity has damaged natural Indocentricity, and not only that, it has damaged the natural emergence of society, duty, order, justice, and truth. Right. So obviously, I can uh, take it from me, and I've kept it in my book also, upcoming book, which is that this Abrahamic historiocentrism creates nihilism. I mean, it's just a immediate extrapolation to what I have said. Right? Whatever I have established so far, you can already see ki this sort of this sort of social adhesion, right? Social clashes, it leads ultimately to nihilism. Okay. So then the next point that I wanted to sort of talk about here, which is that ki so you can ask now कि अरे यार ये जो यूरोपियन सोसाइटी है, they look so good, right? The American society, they have these biggest gas stations, right? They have such nice roads, they have such beautiful skyscrapers and everything, right? So अब तुम बोल रहे हो कि वो सब हमें नहीं अपनाना चाहिए. See, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm वो सब जो it is a these are scientific achievements. ठीक है. I am not against any scientific achievement. Some intellectual. So I'm not against any Ranga sir. So this is coming in my next book. So that's why I could just read out these things from there for my own convenience. Because when I write it, I just get this sequence of things right. So I thought कि चलो ये इस lecture में रख ही देते हैं, just to appease and just to get appreciation from Yoya, right? Otherwise Yoya will be like ये लोग तो क्या है, क्या बोलते हैं, चड्डी और क्या क्या तो बोलते हैं,
Yeah, Chatti.
अंधभक्त, अंधभक्त, हाँ ये अंधभक्त है.
Andhra, Andhra,
हाँ,
Andhra.
इनको कुछ आता नहीं है. So just to impress Yoya, I have just used these rational and intellectual rap. Okay. I hope ki someone from JNU will also be impressed to sort of introduce this lecture in his or her class and to have a nice argument over this thing. But anyway, my book is coming from for all the JNU people if they are interested at all in this topic. Okay. Right. Okay. So basically now we are asking the question, yaar, हमें फिर स्काई स्क्रैपर क्या नहीं बनाना चाहिए, हमें अच्छा रोड नहीं बनाना चाहिए, हमारा टैप वाटर क्लीन नहीं होना चाहिए क्या? I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm saying कि those scientific achievements and those planning, they need to be there obviously यार. मतलब कौन इससे मना कौन कर सकता है? एक अच्छा दिखने वाला इंडिया अगर हम बना सकते हैं, राइट? जहाँ पे वाराणसी का जो घाट है वो कोई वेटिकन को कॉपी करके नहीं बनाया जाएगा, जहाँ पे वाराणसी का जो काशी का कॉरिडोर है वो इतना प्लेन नहीं लगेगा, थोड़ा बेहतर लगेगा जो लग रहा है उससे, तो इससे मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. बट इस रैप से कोई लड़की इम्प्रेस होगी क्या? अब तुम लोग यूज करके देख लो यार. मैं क्या ही बोल सकता हूँ.
Uh,
ये तुम लोगों का
uh,
काम है, मैं
yeah.
तो किसी को इम्प्रेस करने के लिए नहीं किया है ये.
Hmm.
मुझे जरूरत
Uh,
नहीं है
be
बट
be careful what you wish for. Correct. There is a proverb. In case it comes true, लेने के दे देना पड़ जाए. बहुत सारा.
हाँ, but obviously if some girl sort of adopts this rap, learns this rap and talk about it and promote it, then it will be easier for us to propagate, because लड़कियों की ज्यादा सुनी जाती है, तो वो बात तो है, तो ध्यान में रखना होगा हमें. और क्या, आफ्टर 2 years that extracted most of the world's wealth and exactly handful countries and still seeing the society fail within a century, definitely red flag. Exactly, this is a great point. ये लोगों ने कितना लूटा है सारे दुनिया को, जितने हीरे, जवाहरात, हाँ, सोना, चांदी, प्लांटेशन, खत्म कर दिया एक एक कंट्री को। उसके बाद भी अगर इनका इतना डिग्रेडेशन हो रहा है, जहाँ पे अचानक से यूएस जैसे एक कंट्री को वेनेजुएला पे अटैक करना पड़ रहा है, देन यू यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट देयर इज समथिंग सीरियसली रॉन्ग विद दीज कंट्रीज। कि ये लोग विदाउट एट्रोसिटी, विदाउट कमिटिंग ह्यूमैनिटेरियन क्राइम, दीज कंट्रीज कैन नॉट सर्वाइव। ये वही कंट्री है जो बड़े बड़े ह्यूमन राइट और पता नहीं क्या क्या चीज़ों की बात करते हैं, एंड देन अचानक से रात को, मतलब कायरो की तरह, वो अपना था ना, वो भुट्टो का था ना कि कौन बुझते
हम्म।
हैं,
बिल्लो
रात के
बिल्लो।
अंधेरे में हमला करते हैं।
बिल्लो बिल्लो।
बिल्लो रानी। तो रात को तुम वेनेजुएला पे अटैक कर रहे हो, यूएस जैसे कंट्री, तो यू हैव टू आस्क सीरियस क्वेश्चंस कि व्हाट इज रॉन्ग विद दिस कंट्रीज। व्हाई कैन दे, एक एक जैसे इंडिया से इतना ज्यादा वो लोग ह्यूमन कैपिटल लेके गए, दे क्रिएटेड देयर होल एम्पायर, सॉफ्टवेयर एम्पायर, एंड नाउ दे आर सेइंग कि दिस इज नॉट अ प्लेस फॉर इंडियंस। Bijit the thinking like evangelist. Yes, propagate it, yeah. Propagate my message. I'm the new messiah of Hindu evangelism. ठीक है. Oh, I'll need some freedom in Venezuela. Exactly. तो हाँ, तो बेसिकली मैं इसके खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, और I have a science PhD यार, मतलब why would I go against such scientific temperament and achievement? What I'm saying कि यार, our morals are not against scientific temperament. That is what I'm trying to establish, because science itself comes out of natural morality and natural convention. Science don't have the arrogance of holding this atavist attitude कि जो कोई मैसिया बोल के गया है वही सही है. Science don't have that. Science don't believe in that attitude. ना, जब तुम वेस्टर्न स्फीयर में साइंस को लेके जाते हो, वो एटीट्यूड ग्रो हो जाता है वहां पे. वहां पे काफी सारे इंस्टीट्यूट और इंस्टीट्यूशन क्रिएट हो जाता है, जो ये सब सच्चाई को पकड़ के बैठ जाते हैं कि यार ये भगवान है, न्यूटन भगवान है, आइंस्टाइन भगवान है, या न्यूटन से आइंस्टाइन बड़ा भगवान है. बट इट डज नॉट मैटर, राइट. लेकिन वो टेंडेंसी वहां पे, वहां के इंस्टीट्यूशन में आपको दिख जाएगा. जैसे जैसे साइंस में ये सब का एक कन्वेंशन आया कि लोगों के नाम पे लॉ का नाम रखना, फॉर्मूला का नाम रखना. दिस इज ऑल्सो दैट हिस्ट्रियोसेंट्रिक मोरालिटी, न्यूटन्स लॉ. अरे जस्ट से कि दिस इज लॉ ऑफ मोशन ना, मेक इट इटर्नल ना. नो, न्यूटन्स लॉ ऑफ मोशन, जिसका तीनों के तीनों लॉ न्यूटन ने नहीं बनाया था, वो भी कंपाइल किया था. ठीक है, इधर से उधर से लेकर, विच इटसेल्फ इज अ ग्रेट अचीवमेंट. बट देन इट इज नेम्ड न्यूटन्स लॉ ऑफ मोशन, राइट. Einstein's equation. Uh, when you name it that way, you lose the juice of science. ठीक है, and it comes from this tendency to establish this historiocentric morality, historiocentric scientific attitude. Okay, so मैं उसके खिलाफ नहीं हूँ. मैं जिसके खिलाफ हूँ वो ये है कि इन लोगों ने, यूरोप, जब यूरोप बना, जब बात कर रहा था, वो फिर क्रिश्चियनिटी को या तो छुपा के या डिस्कार्ड करके वो लोग आगे बढ़े. ये इंडियंस को समझना होगा कि तुम जहां से ये एकेडेमिया या फिर लेफ्ट लूनीज जहां से ये मोरालिटी हो जाए, या फिर इनके जो सोशल साइंस के रिसर्च जहां से इंपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, वो लोग क्रिश्चियनिज्म जैसे या फिर इस्लाम जैसी चीजों को नकार चुके हैं, या फिर उनको उनको एक एपोलॉजिस्ट फिलोसफी बना चुके हैं. तो तुम वहां से जब इंपोर्ट कर रहे हो, तो तुम वो एपोलॉजिज्म, जो क्रिश्चियन एपोलॉजिज्म है, उसको इंपोर्ट कर रहे हो. तुम कुछ अपना नहीं बना रहे हो. So I want Indian universities or Indian intellectuals. I mean, if you can call Yogendra Yadav an intellectual, I am expecting these sort of intellectual to think in Indian ways, okay, and not with their evil mind and brain, but in a natural Indian nice way, to sort of give enough credit to our Indianness, which has a civilizational and moral continuum. और यहाँ से हम लोग फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे, अच्छे से आगे बढ़ेंगे, इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. ऑल आई वांट इज कि हमारा जो नेचुरल मोरालिटी का एक एक कंटिन्यूअम रहा है, एक अच्छा लेगेसी रहा है, उसको उसको अंडरस्टैंड करना, उसको आगे ले जाना हमारा जो ड्यूटी बेस्ड सोसाइटी रहा है, राइट। जैसे भगवान रामचंद्र हो गए, वो भी मतलब ही बिलीव्स इन दिस ड्यूटी बेस्ड मोरालिटी, ही डजंट बिलीव इन राइट बेस्ड मोरालिटी। वो दशरथ से पूछता नहीं है कि यार पापा पापा मुझे क्यों मतलब ऐसे कर दिया मेरे साथ, मतलब है ना। वो ही बिलीव्स इन हिज ड्यूटी कि कोई दशरथ ने कोई वचन दिए होंगे और वो पितृ सत्य जो है उसे, वो एक आज्ञा है और वो आज्ञा पालन करने के लिए मुझे वनवास लेना होगा, और वो चला जाता है। उसके पीछे पीछे लक्ष्मण भी चला जाता है कि मैं भाई के साथ जाऊंगा, बिकॉज दिस इज माई धर्म, दिस इज माई ड्यूटी। सो और इसीलिए इसीलिए इंडिया का जो मोरालिटी है, मतलब इट डज नॉट केयर अबाउट कि तुम्हारे पास कितना वेल्थ है। No matter at which point you are in life, no matter how much wealth you have in life, you have certain amount of dharma which is your spontaneous moral calling, and you can always perform that without blaming anyone. अपने माँ बाप को इंक्रिमिनेट करके कि तुमने ये नहीं किया, तुमने हम मेरे लिए ये नहीं किया तो मैं भी नकार दूंगा, विदाउट इंक्रिमिनेटिंग ऑल दिस मतलब people around you. You can just maintain dignity by performing your duty and having some amount of empathy, right, and honor in your task. So it is as simple as that. इसमें ज्यादा कोई लोचा है ही नहीं। when people ask कि भाई फिर ये कैसे डिराइव करेंगे, अरे ये सिंपल बात है, ये बिल्कुल ही अंदर से आता है। थोड़ा एम्पैथी रखो, थोड़ा दिमाग को ठंड रखो, इट विल टेल यू व्हाट टू डू एट एनी पॉइंट इन टाइम। ये अब्राहमिक मोरालिटी की जैसा नहीं है कि तुम स्क्रिप्चर पढ़ के बाइबल पढ़ के जीसस ने उस डे में क्या किया था, या रसूल अल्लाह ने उस दिन पे मतलब कैसे रसूल अल्लाह जो क्या बोलते हैं वो कुर्ता या पैंट पहनते थे, वो हील तक नहीं लगता था, तो मुझे भी मेरे लिए मोरालिटी वही होगा होगा कि मेरा पैंट हील को टच ना करे। इंडियन कोई भी पुराण में ऐसे मोरालिटी को डिफाइन नहीं किया गया है, ठीक है। एंड दैट्स व्हाई इट इज नेचुरल, इट इज इजी। इसमें ज्यादा कुछ सोचने का है नहीं। और तो कोई भी नेता अगर कोई डिविसिव इंटेंशन मोरालिटी अगर इम्प्लीमेंट करना चाह रहा है, वो कोई भी पार्टी का हो सकता है। वो अगर तुम्हें दिख जाता है, कॉल इट आउट। यू शुड नॉट बिलीव इन सॉर्ट ऑफ दिस मेसियानिक सॉर्ट ऑफ स्ट्रक्चर ऑफ पॉलिटी। ये सबसे बाहर निकलो। किसी को मसीहा मत बनाओ। जो तुम्हारे सामने सच्चाई दिख रहा है, सच्चाई को सच्चाई की तरह कबूल करो। इट्स एज सिंपल एज दैट, ठीक है। तो नेक्स्ट पॉइंट जो है वो इसी पे है कि अब्राहमिज्म इज नॉट साइंटिफिक, and hence the Renaissance and Enlightenment philosophers will mostly Christian apologist philosophers. सो एक एग्जाम्पल तो मैं बार बार देता हूँ, जैसे रूसो हो गया। रूसो यूज टू क्लेम दैट ए साइंटिफिक सोसाइटी इज अ क्रिटिकल सोसाइटी एंड it can never be an ideal society, precisely because the individual won't be able to conform to what, to ideas like Christianism, which is nothing but a superstitious death cult of lies, falsehood and deceit, right. Descartes' idea of thinking self did not challenge the great public bodies of church or state. So okay, Descartes was sort of a promoter of individualism, but he said कि जो established order है of the great public bodies that need to be maintained, ठीक है, which is again Christian apologism in disguise. Hobbes argued that the present order should always be accepted and preserved. Immanuel Kant, following Locke, justified revolution only after it had already succeeded in creating stability and preventing disorder. कि रेवोल्यूशन कर दो, बट इससे डिसऑर्डर नहीं फैलना चाहिए, ठीक है। इन दिस वे देयर रैशनलिज्म क्वेश्चन नॉलेज एंड मेथड, बट अल्टीमेटली प्रोटेक्टेड द क्रिश्चियन इन्फ्लुएंस्ड सोशल ऑर्डर, ठीक है। सो इस तरह से मैं और भी काफी सारे एग्जांपल आई थिंक यार मैंने तैयार करके रखा था। आ, ये कहाँ पे था मैं, सो आई थिंक इट विल कम इन दिस डिस्कशन समवेयर। ओके, मैं ये बताऊंगा। आई एम जस्ट नॉट बीइंग एबल टू रिमेंबर वेयर आई केप्ट दैट नोट्स। सो पॉइंट 4, कि अब्राहमिज्म का और क्या क्या इफेक्ट हमारे सोसाइटी में पड़ता है और इंडियन सोसाइटी में पड़ा है, विच इज दैट कि अब्राहमिज्म इज कॉन्फर्मिंग, राइट। It is not critical or liberating. In these ideologies, apostasy or non-conformity is death. No wonder its impact on a native civilization would have been brutal and severe. Sad part is they have been in the ruling or dictating position for last 1,000 years in India. Also, conforming ideologies can never be apt and never be able to capture the natural diversity and plurality of India. The best they can do is imposition of top-down homogenizing agendas that have adverse effects on our society. तो जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल वन एग्जांपल इज कि पहले खाप पंचायत होता था, राइट? फिर आप देखोगे कि आमिर खान का वो एक सत्यमेव जयते आया, एक टीवी शो आया, जिसमें जो चीज एक्चुअली प्रिवेंट करता था टॉप डाउन डाउन एजेंडा को सीधा इंडिविजुअल तक पहुंचने में, वो बंदा उसी चीजों को क्वेश्चन कर रहा था। उसमें एक था खाप पंचायत। तो खाप पंचायत में वो क्वेश्चन करने लगा कि यार खाप पंचायत क्यों एग्जिस्ट करना चाहिए? डायरेक्टली हमारे पास तो जज है, हमारे पास कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन है, तो खाप पंचायत की जरूरत क्या है ना? अभी जो हुआ है, वी नो कि हमारा जस्टिस सिस्टम का अभी हाल क्या है, ठीक है? कि इट्स नॉट लाइक कि खाप पंचायत से अच्छा जजमेंट हमारा जो एग्जिस्टिंग मिलॉर्ड्स है वो दे पा रहे हैं। तो खाप पंचायत को एक्चुअली वी कुड हैव मेड इट अ लोकल, मतलब कोर्ट एट द वेरी विलेज लेवल, जहाँ पे कोई भी अगर कोई जजमेंट देता है उसको वो रिटर्न रिकॉर्ड में रखेगा। इतना करना काफी था, बट देन दे स्टार्टेड टू डिसमेंटल दैट स्ट्रक्चर। इसका असर क्या हुआ? इसका असर ये हुआ कि नाउ अब्राहमिज्म, लाइक द क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज आर नॉकिंग एवरी डोर ऑफ एवरी विलेज, एंड देयर इज नो खाप पंचायत टू रेजिस्ट इट। अगर गांव में कोई बंदा अचानक से आ गया जो कन्वर्टेड है, जो बाहर से क्रिश्चियनिटी ला रहा है, तो वो उसको रोकने के लिए अब कोई खाप पंचायत बचा नहीं है। सो इफ समवन इज इन्वेडिंग योर स्पेस, योर विलेज with missionary agenda, from village all you can do ki you can go to a police station, but that won't do much because we know ki these missionaries, they are so powerful that they might have bought all the local stations and law and order and everything, right? तो जब खाप पंचायत तुमने हटा दिया, तुमने फिर जो मिशनरी कॉन्वर्शन था उसके लिए दरवाजे खोल दिए। हर गांव पे आजकल ये पहुंच चुका है, ठीक है? तो यही बात है कि अब्राहमिज्म जो करता है हमारी सोसाइटी में, हमारे लीगल स्ट्रक्चर में, लेजिस्लेशन में, जब तुम अब्राहमिज्म ज्यादा से ज्यादा इंपोर्ट करते हो थ्रू एकेडेमिया, थ्रू प्रैक्टिस, थ्रू लॉ, फिर वो पूरे सोसाइटी को कॉन्फर्मिंग और सर्वाइल बना देता है, और सोसाइटी को एक होमोजिनाइज कर देता है। क्योंकि सोसाइटी नहीं, जैसा क्लस्टर एग्जिस्ट करना बंद हो जाता है, फिर अब्राहमिक एजेंडा के लिए वो कुछ भी हो सकता है, वो क्रिश्चियनिज्म हो सकता है, वो मार्क्सिज्म हो सकता है, तो उनके लिए वो दरवाजे खोल देते हैं, ठीक है? फिर जो हो गया कि पिंपिंग ऑफ राइट्स। पिंपिंग ऑफ राइट ऐसा है कि बिकॉज वी आर, मतलब इंडिया यूज टू बी एटलीस्ट ड्यूटी बेस्ड सोसाइटी, जहाँ पे सब लोगों का अपना अपना रोल के हिसाब से जो ड्यूटी था वो तय था। But then Abrahamism is creating rights-based society. Right now, at the very extreme, they have started to talk about such absurd ideas of rights. Like, okay, for example, when they are talking about rights of animal, तब भी ठीक है, but rights of जब rivers, mountains, trees ये सब कहते हैं, now the question here is कि these trees, the mountains, the rivers, they cannot talk for themselves. ठीक है? Obviously, you can see some degradation of the environment. That is a visible thing, but the very fact that they cannot talk about themselves, फिर वहां पे अगर तुम कोई बिचौली को खड़ा कर देते हो, कोई पिम्प को खड़ा कर देते हो, who is saying कि आई एम स्टैंडिंग फॉर रिवर राइट और माउंटेन राइट और ऑन दिस थिंग, फिर वहां से फिर तुम एक दरवाजे खोल देते हो जहाँ पे ये बिचौली वाला इसको इकोनोमाइज कर सकता है, ठीक है? विच मीन कि ये जो माउंटेन रिवर ये हो गया, उनके राइट के लिए बात करने के लिए जो इज्म खड़ा हो गया, वो बेसिकली अब्राहमिज्म होता है, राइट? बिकॉज व्हेन समवन इज डूइंग इट, टॉकिंग ऑफ दिस राइट्स एंड प्लानिंग टू मेक इनकम आउट ऑफ इट, देन उसमें कोई स्पॉन्टेनियस मोरालिटी तो रहा नहीं, वो बेसिकली इंटेंशन मोरालिटी का अंडर आ गया, ठीक है? और जब ये इंटेंशन मोरालिटी के डोमेन में आ गया, तो ऑब्वियसली वो नैरेटिव को इस तरह से घुमाएगा, ये सबवर्ट करेगा जो उसके एजेंडा को सेटिस्फाई करे, ना कि माउंटेन की राइट को सेटिस्फाई करे। ठीक है, फिर इस तरह से फिर राइट्स भी पिंप आउट हो जाता है। जिससे जिससे हमें चारों ओर ऐसे डिस्टॉर्शन देखने को मिल रहा है कि जो लोग आजकल हम लोग ह्यूमन राइट एक्टिविस्ट बोल रहे हैं, वो धीरे धीरे बाकी राइट एक्टिविस्ट भी होने लगे। और वो फिर अजीब अजीब बयान देना, डायरेक्ट पॉलिटिक्स में इंक्लूड करना, ये और उसके जरिए पैसा कमाना, कि ये पूरे चीज को जैसे इकोनोमाइज कर दिया गया है। एंड इट इज सर्विंग नीदर द पॉलिटिक्स नॉर द राइट्स ऑफ माउंटेन्स और रिवर्स और ट्रीज, और द ह्यूमन राइट्स फॉर दैट मैटर। ठीक है, इट इज सर्विंग नो वन बट द petty interest of these pimps who have economized the rights। ठीक है, नाउ द नेक्स्ट पॉइंट कि अब्राहमिज्म और अब्राहमाइजेशन का और क्या असर पड़ता है। नेक्स्ट पॉइंट इज वेरी वाइटल, एंड अगेन आई विल गो टू प्रोबेबली एन इंटेलेक्चुअल रैप to establish the point that it is Abrahamism that manufactures resentment, and this quality can destroy a well functioning society। ठीक है, क्योंकि अब्राहमिज्म जब रिजेंटमेंट क्रिएट कर देता है एक सोसाइटी में, वहां से फिर सोसाइटी को सबवर्ट करना या फिर उसको उसको डिस्ट्रॉय कर देना, उसको सेकुलराइज करना, उसको कन्वर्ट करना, ये सब बहुत आसान हो जाता है। ठीक है, सो लेट मी गो टू दिस थिंग, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग रिजेंटमेंट, राइट। तो जैसे हमें पता है कि जो ग्रेको रोमन पेगन्स हैं उनका एक डिफीट हुआ बिफोर अब्राहमिज्म। इट वाज प्रोबेबली द ग्रेटेस्ट ट्रेजेडी ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी। It was the defeat of depth and spontaneous human values before the shallow skin of a chameleon. The victory of Abrahamism created a god who sits in remote heaven and to whom a human must submit without a question. It stopped caring about the spontaneous spirit of human beings and how they could naturally conceive spirituality through connecting the natural phenomena with a higher power, and then try to explain the natural phenomena through some mechanism or some functioning of higher power for that matter. Abrahamism, in this way, tried to kill the indomitable human spirit to know the unknown, to see the unforeseen, to sell off contemporary conservatism with the hope of new discoveries. Abrahamism took a weirdly path of braggadocio that, point one, the God had sent a book from heaven to earth. Point two, humanity must abide by the rules inscribed in that book from the sky. Point three, any deviation in human behavior, human moral or society from that one specific book will lead to humanity to rot in hell. And point four, all structures that a man can conceive in the realm of ethics, morality, society, science, technology, culture, and everything should and would obey the basic and advanced structures delineated in that one book from the sky. Now, Abrahamism in this process claims the very soul of human being that craves for freedom of thoughts, expressions, and spontaneity. It stops the natural evolution of knowledge and the passion of humanity to learn, respect, and evolve with nature. Moral discoveries have historically never been aloof from their contemporary physical discoveries. But Abrahamism is such an abnormal doctrine that it has historically never cared to follow this rule, right? No wonder this is how an Abrahamic cult or religion fails to go beyond physicality. A second. And worst of all superficial physicality that exists only at the surface level of society, history, science, and civilization. The Abrahamic cults only care about protecting by force, by hook or by crook, their holy books and the words therein, no matter how false and unscientific they are. These cults go to the extent of even twisting and turning the grammar, meaning, and vocabularies of their own languages in case these verses in their holy books face any serious threats from truths and scientific facts. No wonder these cults care a hang about the search of the grand truths and values which are manifest in the geometry and genesis of this universe and in this world of life and vitality. These cults trap themselves into this frail functoid of creating vertical divisions within humanity, in the socio-political benefit of the contemporary priestly classes. This functoid only breathes fire in that specific contemporary socio-polity out of which it was born, and it only does promise a temporary solution at best, at the cost of ruining the infinite potential of human being. Moreover, in search of objectivity that is absent otherwise between an Abrahamic and a non Abrahamic man, Abrahamism creates, in the words of Nietzsche, the values of resentment, a kind of slave morality that says no ab initio to anything outside itself, different from itself and not itself. And this no is its creative act, unquote. So basically, Nietzsche says कि Abrahamism defines a set of morality, right? Which is contained in their book, that specific book from the sky. And by taking this position, it creates this resentment in the sense that it is a slave morality where nothing outside the book can be ab initio, right? So for a pagan man, everything sensible, everything natural is ab initio, but not for the for Abrahamism. No ab initio to anything outside itself, outside the book, different from itself and not itself. And this no is its creative act. कि पहले ही जो नो बता देना कि ये तो मैं मानता ही नहीं हूँ. मैं तो मानता ही नहीं हूँ कि मैं वंदे मातरम गा सकता हूँ. मैं तो मानता ही नहीं हूँ कि देशभक्ति भगवान भक्ति से ऊपर हो सकता है कभी भी. मैं तो मानता ही नहीं हूँ कि मुस्लिम सोल्जर को पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ लड़के भी जन्नत मिल सकता है. मैं तो मानता ही नहीं हूँ कि काफिर को जन्नत नसीब हो सकता है. मैं तो मानता ही नहीं हूँ कि मूर्ति पूजा कभी पुण्य का काम हो सकता है. मैं तो मानता ही नहीं हूँ कि आइडल वर्शिपिंग को की कोई माफी हो सकती है अल्लाह या गॉड के नजरों में. मैं तो ये मानता ही नहीं हूँ कि सोक्रेटिस या प्लेटो या एरिस्टोटल दे वर ग्रेट फिलोसोफर्स. दे कुड बी ग्रेट फिलोसोफर इन स्पाइट ऑफ बीइंग नॉन क्रिश्चियन और नॉन इस्लामिक. ये जो ये जो नो है, ये जो एब इनिशियो एक नई वाला पोजीशन है, दैट एब इनिशियो नो, दैट एब इनिशियो नई is the most creative act of Abrahamism, in the words of Friedrich Nietzsche. The only objectivism that an Abrahamic man adopts is this cunningly constructed and artificially announced binarity that exists between an Abrahamic believer and a non Abrahamic non believer. So basically, this Abrahamism is a slow poison, which has taken almost 2 millennia, right, to achieve this weird kind of victory, with this ab initio position of human belief and human understanding has changed, right? But by what means? Pagan values were simple and still are simple and spontaneous. They do not include cunningness or meaningless, hateful vengeance of the weak against any strength or wisdom. Pagan values derived their sense of good from the sense of nobility, beauty, happiness, peace, in a real, uncorrupted sense. This sense of good was preferable by all because this good was loved by the gods. ठीक है, तो बेसिकली क्या हुआ कि जो नेचुरली जो गुड था, वो सब पहले निकाला गया, पहले उनको ढूंढा गया जो नेचुरल गुड. फिर कहा गया कि ये जो अच्छे चीजें हैं, दोज आर लव्ड बाय द गॉड्स, हेंस दोज आर नोबल वैल्यूज, दोज आर गुड वैल्यूज, दोज आर गुड थिंग्स, राइट. उसके अंदर सब कुछ आ सकता था, उसके अंदर ब्यूटीफुल जगह आ सकता था, उसके अंदर नाइस फ्रेग्रेंस आ सकता था, उसके अंदर नाइस पोइट्री आ सकता था. और वो सब को कलेक्ट करके फिर ये जो नेचुरल जो फिलोसोफर्स हैं, उन्होंने कलेक्शन बनाया और उसको बोला कि these are good things, so maybe they are loved by some gods, right? Christianity grew out of it to create a pack of lambs who, because they were weak and dumb, were able to invent a weird and tortuous narrative to hate the noble, the wise, the beautiful, the good. In order to achieve that, Christianism first intoxicated the mind of the downtrodden by hanging its very God in the Holy Cross, and in the process, it subverted the very symbol of punishment to something holy, sacred, and divine. बेसिकली एक जो सिंबल ऑफ पनिशमेंट था क्रॉस, उसको होली बना दिया, सबवर्ट करके क्रिश्चियनिज्म ने। और इसी तरह फिर दे इंटॉक्सिकेटेड क्रिश्चियनिज्म इंटॉक्सिकेटेड द माइंड ऑफ द पुअर एंड डाउन ट्रॉडन and ignorant people by hanging the very god of Christianism in a cross. ठीक है? This crucifixion killed the might, nobility, beauty, and goodness of God in the first place to replace it with something weak, damned, wretched, cunning, ignoble, untruthful, and horribly sick. When they say Jesus loves you, they imply a love that grew out of hatred, hatred for the noble and aristocrats who assassinated the very God on the quote unquote holy cross. A quote unquote weak God who could not do anything other than making a lame excuse that he made this ultimate sacrifice for the salvation of humanity to exculpate the sin of whom? The sin of the noble pagan aristocrats. The sick, the weak, and the poor now had a shortcut to salvation. It was not through good karma, great glory, or noble deeds, but rather through having blind faith in a weak and dead messenger as the Redeemer who would bring victory and salvation to the poor, sick, lazy men. And no matter how diligent, wise, and noble a man is, he would always rot in hell for not keeping faith in this dead Redeemer. What an ingenious way to mask the hatred for strength and nobility with a fake message of love. How the natural love of a man for strength and glory was replaced with a nauseous need for pity. What an antithesis of noble values. What originality in whitewashing everything evil, entrenched and rotten through the wretched spiritualization of which, at best, was an insignificant political murder. These sick men literally created God out of an inglorious and insignificant martyr. They could devise and convince a huge faction of humanity of a God who could be nailed on a cross. You heard it right. To stoop and reduce the stature of a man down to the level of a dumb sheep, Christianity had to hang their God on a cross. What a horrible and utterly unthinkable paradox. ठीक है. So this is how they subverted the narrative of nobility, of bravery, of truth, of everything good by hanging their god on a cross, as they needed to hang their god on a cross in order to subvert more noble human values. Okay, so obviously, so it means ki if this way Abrahamism has started the subversion of values. If Abrahamism has historically involved weaponization of faith and the lofty ambition to uproot the existing pagan order, one may ask, what is wrong in this weaponization? Now you may ask, yaar, okay, if they are subverting the narrative of a religion or whatever of a set of values, what is wrong in there? Maybe they are doing something good, yeah. Maybe they are emboldening the proletariat class, in the words of Karl Marx, right? Now, for it might be preferable if the resentment itself can be utilized effectively for the greater good for humanity. Ki this resentment is needed in the proletariat class because it will enable them to ask for their demands before the noble aristocrat people who are anyway holding much of the wealth, right? If you have that Marxist angle. Now, if it is true from the historicity that faith and spirituality was indeed intentionally weaponized by Abrahamism as part of the grand plan of the weak and wretched, Abrahamism itself instantly loses its trustworthiness and grandeur, primarily because it shows no intent to deliver what is promises even on the surface. ठीक है. पहली बात तो फिर ये तय हो जाता है कि तुमने झूठ चीजों को परोसा है इन द नेम ऑफ ट्रूथ. And secondly, अभी तक you don't show any intent कि गरीबों का भला करना है. जो लैटिन अमेरिका देख लो, अफ्रीका देख लो, वहां पे अभी तक वही हाल है. और अफ्रीका में भी अगर कोई ब्लैक लोगों का जब जिनोसाइड होता है इन द हैंड ऑफ इस्लामिक पीपल, यू डोंट से एनीथिंग. इवन मिडिल ईस्ट में जब कोई इफ इस्लामिक फैक्शन ऑफ पीपल किल another Islamic faction, Islam is not particularly perturbed by this inhuman behavior. हाँ, जब काफिर अगर कोई इस्लामिक बंदे को मारता है, देन वो फिर आग लग जाता है चारों ओर. अदरवाइज यू डोंट केयर अबाउट द पुअर डाउन ट्रोडन और द वीक पीपल, राइट. जिसका क्लेम करके तुम आ रहे हो कि हम इन लोगों को जस्टिस देंगे, तो तुमने तो वो कभी किया ही नहीं है. Okay, it only radicalizes human mind with the imposition of false vacuous scriptures. Even if we deny the existence of any grand political plan behind the invention of Abrahamic doctrines, such as Christianism, we must accept the inherent resentment present in the Abrahamic doctrines against their disbelievers. It is precisely this resentment that leads to corruption of moral values across all civilizations. This is, I mean, it just goes on because the action in of an Abrahamics is not spontaneously driven, but is manifest merely as a reaction to pre-existing pagan values out of resentment to something which is not Abrahamic. Its ethical codes are essentially external. Abrahamism grows its own emotion out of and against all emotions of the noble aristocratic pagan values, which it from its very core hates and seeks to annihilate completely. Abrahamism has only one fundamental emotion: hatred for the pagan disbelievers, and that is the sole driving force of its doctrine. If you want to kill a dog, give it a bad name. This has been the mantra of Abrahamism, to kill any pagan man and pagan values. Through this incessant effort to portray the pagans in a bad, low, vulgar, negative image, Abrahamism confines itself into a narrow, naysaying sphere which is exclusively political and intellectually inefficient to create its own value system from scratch. This fundamentally secondary, reactive, and negative attitude inherent in Abrahamism deprives it of any self correcting mechanism. It fails Abrahamism to look into itself, to identify its own follies. It decries Abrahamism for distinguishing good and noble from bad and ugly. It disables an Abrahamic man from having a normal vision. It covers his eyes with tinted colored glasses to see and judge everything with a subverted, agenda driven twist. It just corrupts the normalcy and spontaneity of a mind to create moral values from its own core, and it corrupts the society at large that emerges through the interaction of these blind, subverted Abrahamic minds, right? And then what Abrahamism does is that it externalizes resentment, right? And by this externalization of resentment, what it does, ki it so basically, if you see ki, in paganism, right? In paganism, it is said ki okay, there is something. I mean, I suffer because um, matlab, I suffer and I should be somehow blamed for it, right? कि मैंने कुछ गलती किया है तो उसके लिए शायद मैं भुगत रहा हूँ. सो ये एक बेसिक पेगन वैल्यू है. अब्राहमिज्म इसको सबवर्ट करता है. आई सफर, समवन एल्स मस्ट बी टू ब्लेम फॉर इट. ठीक है. सो यहाँ से जब तुम सोसाइटी बनाना चालू करते हो, तो आई आई एम सफरिंग सो आई मस्ट बी ब्लेम फॉर इट, इसमें तुम रिजेंटमेंट को अपने पास रखते हो. ठीक है. पहले तुम अपने आप को जज करते हो, फिर बाहर वाले जो तुम्हारा एनवायरनमेंट है उसको जज करना चालू करते हो. बट अब्राहमिज्म इसको बिल्कुल ही, इसका पोल ही चेंज कर देता है. ये बोलता है कि आई एम सफरिंग सो समवन एल्स मस्ट बी ब्लेम्ड फॉर इट. ये वैल्यू के साथ व्हेन यू स्टार्ट टू फॉर्म अ सोसाइटी, वो सोसाइटी फिर ऑब्वियसली एनरेज्ड, सबवर्टेड एक सोसाइटी बनता है, जिसमें जिसमें ह्यूमन इंटरेक्शन के थ्रू स्टेबिलिटी को एक्सपेक्ट करना बिकम अ वेरी लॉफ्टी ड्रीम. ठीक है. एंड ऑब्वियसली देन कम्स द अब्राहमिक एस्केटोलॉजी. Eschatology is what? It's basically this sick Abrahamic idea of a divine end. It is a poison that has seeped into the veins of the Western thought. It has wormed its way into the minds of philosophers like Immanuel Kant, Hegel, Schopenhauer, Heidegger, Nietzsche, Marx, each of them infected heavily by this poisonous doctrine. Kant, with his feeble summum bonum, dresses up divine judgment in moral robes, begging for ultimate peace that will never come. So Immanuel Kant is basically saying ki, so he is famous, I think, for this quote ki Okay, if I don't believe in God, if I believe in God and then there is no God, that is fine, right? But if I don't believe in God, but there is actually a God, then I am damned, right? So basically, these were the philosophers who were forming these Renaissance philosophy at that time. Hegel. So that was Immanuel Kant. And then Hegel, the great idealist, wraps history in the rags of a final resolution. So, what does Hegel claim? So basically, it is the human spirit who are creating this huge history of humanity. And so Hegel, just like we believe in this, not just like, but Hindus believe in this Brahma, right? Um, Hegel believe in this historical consciousness, this unified historical consciousness as Brahma. ठीक है. So basically he is saying कि ये consciousness जब बढ़ता जाएगा someday in near end we will be able to touch this great sort of spirit, the great sort of God. Okay, so he's basically saying कि this historical consciousness will somehow merge and propagate in the future to touch the feet of God. ठीक है, that sort of ideology. Hegel, the grand idealist, wraps history in the rags of a final resolution, deceiving himself with a dialectical end that only chains the human spirit. Schopenhauer, the eternal pessimist, surrenders to abyss, envisioning an end of all striving, as though suffering could be escaped, a pitiful wish. So Schopenhauer went through the Buddhist philosophy, and out of Buddhism, somehow he could develop this sort of weird nihilistic philosophy. He had a large number of weirdly nihilistic quotes कि द बेस्ट कि सबसे अच्छा लाइफ वही है जिसमें लाइफ ही नहीं है, ऐसा ऐसे कोट्स है, ठीक है. और सबसे शांतिपूर्ण लाइफ वही है जो लाइफ हर तरह के बेसिकली सफरिंग जो है उसको अवॉइड करने के लिए सबसे बोरिंग जो लाइफ होता है वही बेस्ट लाइफ होता है. इस तरह के वियर्ड वियर्ड आप देखोगे तो ये सारे कोट्स मिल जाएगा, ठीक है. So Heidegger, the fool who gazes into the void, equates the end with being towards death, as if live authentically means to wait for final curtain call. Nietzsche, even in his attempts to deride the Abrahamic ideologies and their eschatological finality, he conceived Ubermensch, राइट. निश्चा ऑल्सो हैड दिस आइडिया ऑफ सुपरमैन, द ओवरमेंच, कि वो जब ओवरमेंच जब आगे बढ़ेगा तो सारे जो मतलब वोल्स है, जो बड़े बड़े जो इंसान है वो अपने सर ऐसे झुक जाएंगे और अपने सर रख देंगे, और वो जो मरे हुए जो भी कटे हुए सर है उसके ऊपर से ये ओवरमेंच पैदल चलता जाएगा. इस तरह का वियर्ड इमेजिनेशन नीचे हैड अबाउट दिस गाय ओवरमेंच, कि लोग अपना सर अलग कर देगा इस बंदे के लिए, वट एवर, राइट. A figure who transcends the crumbling morality and values imposed by society, religion, tradition. And then there is Karl Marx, the revolutionary priest, who transforms the end into a materialist utopia, hoping the death of capitalism will give birth to a classless world, deluded in thinking the revolution will be some final salvation. European philosophy sadly dances around this corpse of Abrahamic eschatology, the belief in an ultimate cataclysmic end. And it is a betrayal of reason, life, and the very essence of humanity. It is a belief ungrounded in any truth, twisted by superstition, and fatally flawed at every turn. Let us begin with the most glaring absurdity of this eschatology. The fact that eschatology rests upon nothing but sheer blind faith. It is a monumental leap into the abyss of irrational. Where is the evidence of this eschatological end? Nowhere, for none exists. The universe in all its complexity and infinite motion, does not bend towards some final predetermined conclusion. I mean, it is not manifest in any of our equations for that matter. The hypothesis that humanity is merely a pawn in some cosmic game, driven toward an inevitable preordained destruction, is a product of ignorance, a sickening surrender to superstition. And yet, this is the worldview that shaped the minds of some of the so called greatest thinkers of the modern age. How tragic. But the intellectual poison does not stop here. The eschatological worldview forces humanity into a mold, disregarding the infinite diversity that defines us. It tries to smother our individualities, our cultures, our dreams beneath a single, grandiose, and utterly imaginary goal. It whispers of a utopia or a dystopia, either way, promising the obliteration of all that is unique in each person and in each society. The very diversity that makes human life worth living, our differences, our quirks, our creativity, becomes the enemy in the face of this utopian fantasy of eschatology. And how does humanity cope with this forced march towards conformity? Through genocide, colonization, war, fueled by the belief that such violence is necessary to bring about the end. The very violence that has scarred human history is justified by the same tired eschatological doctrines. And why? Because the final destination is all that matters. The slaughter of the present moment, our culture, our identities, becomes the cost of some greater imaginary future. And yet, the greatest crime of eschatology lies not in its violence, but in its utter contempt for human freedom. It reduces the individual to nothing more than a puppet in the hands of fate, a puppet whose strings are pulled by a divine master, orchestrating an inevitable end. Gone is the spirit of self determination, the boundless potential of human will. Humanity is no longer free to chart its own course, to wrestle with its own contradiction and triumphs. Instead, we are told to submit to a plan in which our desires and efforts are meaningless. The eschatological mindset does not value the present. It scoffs at human endeavor, dismisses the fleeting beauty of individual action, and replaces it with a nihilistic determinism that strips us of our dignity, right? And this gives rise to a large number of dictators. The eschatological vision serves as the perfect vehicle for a totalitarian control. A leader who proclaims that history is leading to a final, inevitable showdown can easily convince the masses to follow, to sacrifice everything for the greater good, quote unquote, the greater good. The state becomes not only a servant of the people, but their master. Not a servant of the people, but their master, directing every thought, every action, every aspiration toward the grand end. And what are we left with? A world of mindless obedience, a world where free thought is replaced by blind adherence to divine plan. Totalitarianism, after all, is nothing more than the earthly manifestation of a heavenly agenda with a eschatological end. This too is an affront to humanity's noblest instincts. Eschatology insists that morality is not grounded in the choices we make in this world, but in some future intention, a morality detached from the here and now, from the lived experience of human beings. कि तुम कुछ भी करो, तुम्हें वही eschatology तुम्हारा अंत है basically. The very concept of karma, the idea that our actions shape our future, that we are responsible for the world we create, is corrupted by eschatology. Instead of engaging with the world, of embracing the struggle to live well and to do good, eschatology offers us the fantasy of a final divine judgment that don't care about what you do, your karma, or anything else as such. In this world, our daily actions and struggles become irrelevant. It is agenda and intention, not action, that start to matter. This is the dangerous path to the birth of religions, or, in Cicero's word, the superstitions that enslave, of ideologies that oppress, and of wars that have no purpose other than the fulfillment of a cosmic end. And make no mistake, eschatology does not just dehumanize individuals, it renders human history itself meaningless. It is the ultimate genocide of history, of memory, of culture. Humanity's efforts, our achievements, our revolutions, our knowledge, our art, our love are all cast aside as irrelevant in the face of some grand finale. All of human endeavor spanning millennia becomes dust. The very essence of being human, our desire to leave a legacy, to create something that endures beyond our time, is denied by the cold, indifferent march of history towards its final end. The great works of humanity are reduced to nothing more than a prelude to annihilation. We are told that our quest for meaning, for progress, for beauty is meaningless in the end. Time to become a slave of this narrow view. Eschatology treats time as linear, a straight line leading to the final end. But time is not so simple. Time is not merely a march towards some final judgment. Time is dual to movement, and like the topology of motion, is eternal in its recurrence. To reduce time to a single linear trajectory is to rob it of its richness, of its complexity, of its infinite possibilities. Eschatology is blind to this, and in doing so, it robs humanity of its true potential. Time, in its recurrent nature, allows humanity to reflect, to grow, to learn from our mistakes. It offers us the chance to rebuild, to renew, and to recreate. But the eschatological mind cannot grasp this, for it is fixated on the end, the finality, the moment when everything will cease. And let us not be fooled by the pompous language of those who preach this narrative. The philosophers, the theologians, the leaders who peddle eschatology, what are they really offering? An arrogant, dangerous fantasy. Why should we bow to their words simply because they speak of grandiosity and authority? Why should we accept such a dehumanizing, reductive worldview? The human spirit is far too wild, too free, and too untamable to be contained within the narrow confines of eschatology. We are creatures of life, not death. We are beings who create, who dream, who fight to live another day, not for some mythical end, but for the joy and for the struggle of the present. The end of history, the death of time, and human endeavor is an insult to life itself. It is a denial of everything that makes us human. To surrender to eschatology is to surrender to nihilism, to abandon the will to power, to deny the beauty of life in favor of a cold, unforgiving nothingness. ठीक है? So this is again Abrahamic eschatology, which which is imported to India, right? Through this Abrahamization of our culture, and we need to get rid of it. We need to get out of this Abrahamization, and you can see that how through this different perspective of Abrahamism, it has subjugated, it has captured every spontaneous natural societies, just like it has captured the spirit of India itself. ठीक है? So this is so I had to say a few more things actually. Ki, I mean, a projection of this rationale that I'm trying to develop here. You can see ki it enslaved the human diversity, agency, and spirit, right? So I'm not going in detail again. And Abrahamic ideologies make a society schizophrenic. ठीक है? That is also one more so sort of derivation from there. Further, Abrahamism leads to colonization, not only the colonization of geography, but the colonization of history itself. ठीक है? Now, I wrote something about the colonization of history. So, colonization of geography, it is obvious. Um, but colonization of history is something that we should discuss, right? So यहाँ पे मैंने लिखा है कुछ, which is that colonialism in its insidious nature does not simply invade the body and mind, it colonizes history itself. It invades the very river of time that flows through a race's soul. History becomes no longer a shared and collective memory, but a series of distorted narratives imposed by the oppressor. The true past of the colonized people, which had been hitherto rich, complex, and full of meaning, is erased, rewritten, or ignored. Instead, they are fed a history that is not theirs, a history that serves only to justify the brutality of their subjugation. The colonized then are left not only without a land, but without a past. Their history is stolen, their culture eradicated, and their very understanding of themselves is shaped by a foreign oppressive hand. The weight of this historical theft is profound. Without the deep roots of one's own history, one cannot hope to understand the full scope of one's identity. The colonized become ghosts in their own land, living in a present that is always haunted by the absence of their past. And then there is this insidious role played by the certain ideologies such as Marxism, which in their focus on class struggle and historical materialism often fail to account for the true nature of colonial oppression. Marxism, in its oversimplified approach, reduces all struggle to mere economic relations, blurring the unique horrors of colonialism. It posits that history doesn't exist in any meaningful sense beyond economic determinism, and thus specific histories of colonized people, rich with agony and defiance of centuries of oppression, are washed away. Marxism, in this view, unwittingly participates in the whitewashing of colonial crimes, reducing them to nothing more than economic byproducts. What an insult this is! The deep wounds inflicted by colonialism, wounds that are racial, cultural, and spiritual, are dismissed in favor of a simplistic materialist narrative that fails to acknowledge the full brutality of the colonial project. The Marxist view, by stripping away the complexities of history, serves only to further entrench the very system it claims to oppose. The intellectual cowardice this intellectual cowardice, this refusal to confront the full scope of colonialism's crimes, is one of the most damaging aspects of Western thought. Only by confronting the totality of colonialism, the political, racial, and historical, can truly process the decolonization. Can the true process of decolonization begin? The colonized must reclaim not just their land or their bodies, but their very history, their very soul. They must confront the lies that have been told about them and demand the right to write their own history, to create their own truth, to live their own reality. What is more painful though, what cuts to the very heart of colonized experience is that there are those among the colonized who, rather than rebel, having fully embraced the colonizers' wisdom of the world, right? So, the intellectual class of India, the English speaking class, they have embraced the colonizers' vision of India and the world itself. These are the Machiavellian or Mac loyal, in my word, Mac loyal Zimmi, those whose loyalty to the colonizer runs so deep that they abandon their own culture, their own identity, and their own people in favor of imperial masters. A MacLoyal Zimmi mind is one that has become so thoroughly colonized that it no longer sees any value in the indigenous self. The colonized man who submits to this loyalty is not just an obedient subject, he becomes an agent of his own destruction. This form of mental slavery is perhaps the most tragic. To be not merely oppressed, but to embrace one's oppression willingly. To see the colonizer as the bearer of truth, progress, and civilization. The educated MacLoyal Zimmi believes that the paths laid out by the colonizer, those built on centuries of exploitation, are the only true routes to success, ignoring the richness of his own history, culture, and self. In this light, an uneducated man is still preferable to an educated, colonized, and MacLoyal Zimmi mind. For the uneducated man, though he may lack formal knowledge, still possesses the freedom to think and to question, to feel the burning desire for his own liberation. The educated Zimmi, however, is more dangerous. His education has not liberated him, but has instead bound him tighter to the chains of colonialism. He may know how to read the texts of his masters, how to recite the histories of his oppressors, but he remains a slave to their truths, a mere puppet in their hands. The true tragedy of the educated colonized mind is that it has accepted the lies of its oppressor as truth, and in doing so, it denies the very possibility of self liberation. The uneducated man, though lacking in formal knowledge, still carries within him the seeds of rebellion, the seed of a mind that can be awakened to its own worth, its own identity, its own power. The educated Zimmi, by contrast, has already surrendered to these needs. He believes that the colonizer's mind is superior to his own and thus willingly sacrifices his right to think, to create, to be free. The fight for liberation is not just a struggle against external oppressor. It is a struggle to reclaim the self, to overthrow the colonized mind, to reclaim the stolen past, and to confront the full horror of the colonial legacy. The colonized must rise above the false narratives, the false skins, and the false histories that have been thrust upon them. only then can they truly be free. Only then can they experience the exhilarating, painful, and joyous truth of their own existence, untainted by the lies of the colonizer. The path to freedom is not a smooth, easy road. It is the violent break from the past, shedding of everything that has been falsely imposed. But in that brutal, painful process lies the promise of something far greater, the chance to reclaim one's true self, one's history, to live with the raw, unfiltered truth of one's own existence. ठीक है. So this is basically my small submission on this fact कि Abrahamism manufactures resentment. It enslaves the history, the geography, and the soul of an individual, right? So for all these reasons, so basically what in this lecture we have shown is that it is a fact that Abrahamization has led to colonization of the mind and of the geography of the history of this country, right? And so, from that perspective, if we can de-Abrahamize India, it will be easier for us to see the truth, to see our own real past, to see our own spontaneous moral values. And from that perspective, it will be easier to decolonize ourselves, right? So I think we must stop here. There are a few more points, but we can discuss it later. If anyone wants to join and then have a discussion, we
Yes,
can talk.
yes. We already have two guests who have waiting. So we have Nina and also
Hello,
we
hello,
have
hello, Nirmal.
Dharma Sansthapak. Both have joined.
Hello,
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Mm,
Okay, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, go
Namaskar
ahead.
Namaste.
to Bijeet and everyone here. So, मैं सोच रहा था इस विषय पर कि ये हमारे धर्मों में और ये इब्राहिमिक मतों में क्या अंतर है? मैंने देखा है कि अब्राहमी मत जो है वो कंट्रोल में ज़्यादा मानते हैं, जबकि धर्म एक प्रकार से आपको स्वतंत्रता देने में मानता है कि आप अपने वासनाओं से मुक्त होइए, इंद्रियों से मुक्त होइए। आप अपने कहीं न कहीं भावनाओं से ऊपर उठकर जो उचित है वो कीजिए, जबकि अब्राहमी मान्यता वैसी है नहीं। अब्राहमी मान्यता आपको बोलता है कि आपको यही मान के चलना है, कोई प्रश्न नहीं करना है, अपनी वृत्तियों से ऊपर नहीं उठना है। तो ये एक मुझे दिखा और इसमें मुझे एक बात लगती है कि वे उनके एनवायरनमेंट से भी आता है। जैसे उनका एनवायरनमेंट बहुत ही बंजर एनवायरनमेंट था, जहाँ पर
Right,
अब्राहमिक रिलीजन्स ने जन्म दिया कि कोई खेती-बाड़ी नहीं, कोई उपजाऊ भूमि नहीं, तो संसाधन के लिए निरंतर लड़ाई चल रही थी विभिन्न उनके जातियों में या जनजातियों में। तो
right,
वहाँ पर था अपना सुप्रीमेसी स्टैब्लिश करना, तो उनका थियोलॉजी भी ऐसे बना कि हमेशा लड़ाई इसकी है कि कौन किसकी टाँग ऊपर और जिसकी टाँग ऊपर उसको ही सब कुछ मिलेगा और सब मिट जाओ। वहीं यदि हम धार्मिक सभ्यता की बात करें, तो यहाँ पर पहले से ही खेत खलियान और क्या बोल सकते हैं वन इत्यादि संसाधन सब कुछ उपलब्ध थे। जल, नदी सब कुछ, तो वो संघर्ष उस प्रकार का हुआ नहीं और कि द विनर टेक्स इट ऑल। इसमें था कि सब मिल-बाँट के खाते हैं, सब रहते हैं, मिल-जुल के रहते हैं। और जो युद्ध हुआ भी था जैसे ऋग्वेद में लिखा है द बैटल ऑफ द 10 किंग्स या 12 किंग्स, अंत में सभी को बुलाया गया, जो जीता उसने बोला सभी आओ, सभी अपने देवी-देवता लाओ यज्ञ में और हम सब एक-दूसरे के देवी-देवता का सम्मान करेंगे और अपने परंपरा में उसको पूजेंगे। तो मुझे लगता है वो आधार में ही अंतर है, आधार ही
नहीं, सही
दोनों
बात
का
है.
अलग है। तो
यहाँ पे
वो
उतना
एक है।
ये जंगल
हुँ,
का मतलब यहाँ पे सब कुछ था, राइट? इट वाज ए ट्रॉपिकल, स्टिल अ ट्रॉपिकल ट्रॉपिकल रीजन. एफ्लुएंस था यहाँ पे. तो कि वेल्थ के लिए लोगों को मारना, ये लोगों के दिमाग में आया नहीं कभी. यहाँ पे कभी फेंस लगाने की इतना ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ी लंबी टाइम तक. तो उस हिसाब से फिलोसफी भी डेवलप हुआ. जो जो हम आज भी देखते हैं कि बोला जाता है ना कि हिंदू फिलोसफी इज, जैसे लगता ही है कि हिमालय से निकला है, कि इतना ऊंचा फिलोसफी है. वेर एज यू सी दिस टेक्स्ट लाइक दिस बड़े किताब्स राइट ऑफ इस्लाम एंड क्रिश्चियनिटी, जहाँ पे खुदा खुद को बोल रहा है कि मैं तो चालबाज हूँ, कि ये लौंडे भी चाल चलते हैं और मैं भी चाल चलता हूँ, बट मेरा चाल ये कर देता है, तो मैं तो सबसे बड़ा, बोलता है कि मैं मक्कार हूँ, मक्कार बोलता है यहाँ पे खुदा खुद को. ठीक है, मैं सबसे बड़ा मक्कार हूँ, कि इंसान भी मक्कारी करता है, मैं भी मक्कारी करता हूँ, बट मेरे मक्कारी से के सामने इंसान का नहीं चलता, तो मैं सबसे बड़ा मक्कार हूँ. सो यू कैन सी कि
मतलब मैं
यहाँ पे
मैं
कौन
सबसे बड़ा गुंडा हूँ,
सबसे
तुम
बड़ा
गुंडे
गुंडा
हो,
है
मैं
मैं.
तुमसे भी बड़ा गुंडा हूँ।
हाँ, इट्स एन एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ विक्षिप्ति, बोलते हैं ना, वो राम स्वरूप जी बोलते हैं कि जिसको मैं इंटेंशन मोरालिटी से क्रिएट किया गया गॉड बोलता हूँ, कॉन्सीव किया गया, तो राम स्वरूप जी उसे विक्षिप्ति बोलते हैं, कि ये माइंड का जो क्षिप्त और विक्षिप्त जो चेतना है, उसी से अब्राहमिक गॉड निकलता है. बेसिकली जो इंटेंशन है राइट, दैट टू वाइल्ड इंटेंशन में भी वहां से अब्राहमिक गॉड निकलता है. और हमारा चेतना तो अद्वैत से हमारा भगवान निकलता है, क्योंकि हमारे भगवान के अंदर मतलब गुण नहीं होता, निर्गुण होता है राइट. गुण तब आता है जब अवतार लेना पड़ता है. तब फिर उसी के हिसाब से फिर हम लोगों का कोट अनकोट सुन्नत तय होता है, कि राम जी ने कैसे बिहेव किया था इस दुनिया में, हम लोग भी वैसे ही बिहेव करना चाहिए हम लोगों को. सो यही अंतर है ये दोनों सभ्यताओं में, कि वहाँ पे एक तो बंजर का एक फिलोसफी है, और एक वन का, जंगल का, एक अरण्य का फिलोसफी है राइट.
Okay, Bijitda. So there is an interesting comment. I think maybe so. Bijitda is calling Abrahamic religious pre-Vishnu Guliga. So I think Guliga
क्यों
is the correct.
नहीं, प्रीवियस में भूलेगा क्यों बोल रहा हूँ मैं, ये समझा नहीं, मैं आई एम नॉट बीइंग एबल टू कनेक्ट. कैन यू टेल मी द स्टोरी, द नैरेटिव हियर एक्सप्लिसिटली.
See, Guliga is the correct. Guliga is the like what do you say, the nature gods, like pre-Hindu gods. So he's in that correct. So
एक तो
correct. We have the correct
पिंजौली
Mridumai
थे, और
Devi.
नहीं, एक पिंजौली
Ah,
थे, गुलिगा थे राइट. तो गुलिगा
yes,
वाज
yes.
द वराह वाला जो
आई थिंक
भगवान था.
हाँ, या दोनों में से कोई भी एक होगा. तो वही है, कहते हैं यू आर सेइंग दैट.
नहीं भाई, गुलिगा तो नेचुरल गॉड थे यार, वो लोगों की रक्षा करते थे राइट. और उसके
या
लिए वो
बट करेक्ट
हफ्ता,
देयर इज. यस बट
नहीं आप
देयर
देखो,
इज अ
ये
काइंड.
एक्चुअली इस क्वेश्चन का मुझे नाउ आई नो द आंसर. गुलिगा जो था, गुलिगा फिर राजा से वो जमीन लिया था, जो मार्क्सिस्ट के वर्ड्स में जो प्रोलेतारियत है उनको बसाने के लिए. गुलिगा राजा को बोला था कि तू यहाँ पे हाथ नहीं लगाएगा. जो अब्राहमिक गॉड है, वो बेसिकली ये जो बुर्जोआ है, उसका उसका वो सब्जुगेटेड एंटिटी है, टू कंट्रोल ओवर द प्रोलेतारियत. जो प्रीस्टली क्लास था, ग्रीको रोम अब्राहमिक प्रीस्टली क्लास, उनके सब्जुगेशन के अंडर आ जाता है अब्राहमिक गॉड, टू रूल ओवर द प्रोलेतारियत, टू रूल ओवर द पुअर डाउन ट्रोडन रोमन आम आदमी. तो गुलिगा एक्चुअली इनको रक्षा करता है, प्रोलेतारियत क्लास को. और जो अब्राहमिक गॉड है वो रोमन बुर्जुआ को वो रक्षा करता है, जो टोटलिटेरियन पावर है उसको रक्षा करता है. तो दिस इज द मेन डिफरेंस बिटवीन गुलिगा एंड अब्राहमिक गॉड.
Dada,
कैसे
your mic isn't.
Uh, yeah. So it's from Dark Prince. So Nisha is part of the colonial problem. Many deracinated, westernized imposters. Okay, he is talking about CSK. Okay, who is our friend, who
अच्छा अच्छा.
favor huh, who favor West. Its self-image, Nietzsche, and atheism are trying to hijack decolonization. Actually, see, the thing is, the diversity of opinion, correct, that the natural morality gives us, correct. So if the end goal is to decolonize, and if you're able to decolonize using Nietzsche, do it, correct, because there are multiple. If the dharma is upheld, okay, the path you take doesn't matter that much if the end goal is to actually uphold dharma. So even if CSK is using Nietzsche to actually decolonize, okay, let that be. Why I have to impose my point of view or Vijita's point of view onto some person? Let people be free, Vijita.
पॉइंट यहाँ पे यह है कि यहाँ पे दो तीन चार अलग अलग क्वेश्चन को इम्पोज किया गया है, ठीक है। एक क्वेश्चन ये है कि नीचा, राइट नाउ हम लोग हमें राइट विंग प्रो हिंदुत्व विंग कह दो, ठीक है, चड्डी गैंग कह दो, आई डोंट नो व्हाट यू आर गोइंग टू कॉल अस, we should use Nietzsche and the whole rationale and the vocab in order to capture ki what is wrong with Christianity, how Christianity subjugate a human spirit and mind. क्योंकि नीचा का जो क्रिटिक है अबाउट क्रिश्चियनिटी, इट कैन, जैसे मैं आज जो जो डिस्कशन किया, इट इज बेसिकली द लैंग्वेज ऑफ नीचा, राइट, मतलब यू कैन सी द शैडो ऑफ नीचा इन माय आर्ग्यूमेंट्स। काफी टाइम मैं बोल भी चुका हूँ कि आई एम कोटिंग नीचा राइट नाउ। सो उस तरह से कि व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट सब्जुगेशन, राइट, नीचा इज आल्सो टॉकिंग अबाउट सब्जुगेशन ऑफ ह्यूमन स्पिरिट as it happened by Christianism, right, in a very deceitful, cunning way. Now, that same framework of argument can be used to understand colonialism. And specifically in our context, when we are saying कि de-Abrahamization is decolonization, यहाँ पे नीचा और ज़्यादा relevant हो जाता है। दैट्स वाई आप यूरोप में देखोगे कि काफी टाइम क्या होता है, नीचे को सबसे डेंजरस फिलोसोफर बताया गया है, तो खतरनाक पागल बताया गया है? मतलब क्रिश्चियनिज्म का जो भी अच्छे से क्वेश्चन पूछ लेता है ना, उसको क्रिश्चियनिज्म पागल बोल देता है। ये मैं पहले भी डिस्कस कर चुका हूँ कि जैसे आई थिंक फुको का एक बुक था मैडनेस एंड सिविलाइजेशन, वहां पे वो लिटरली दिखाया था कि जो लोग क्रिश्चियनिटी का मजाक बना देते उनको एसएलएम में डाल, मैड बोल के एसएलएम में डाल देते थे। सो इसीलिए निच्चा के लेके, मतलब आप देखोगे यूरोप जैसे क्रिश्चियनिज्म जो निकल रहा है, ऑब्वियसली वो तो इसलिए नहीं हो रहा है कि बिकॉज दे हैड द गिल्ट ऑफ बीइंग वाइट एंड बीइंग ऑप्रेसर, एंड उस गिल्ट को लेके वो लोग क्रिश्चियनिज्म नहीं छोड़ रहे हैं, वो छोड़ रहे हैं बिकॉज दे नो क्रिश्चियनिज्म इज सब्जुगेशन। They were also colonized by an ideology, a very fake, whatever, मतलब deceitful ideology. सो उनका जो डीकोलोनाइजेशन का तरीका है, यूरोप जिस हिसाब से डीकोलोनाइज हो रहा है, वो अपने आप को डी अब्राहमाइज करके वो आपको डीकोलोनाइज कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पे फिर वो एक्स्ट्रा लेयर चल जाता है कि वो लोग तो उन लोगों को सब्जुगेट किया क्रिश्चियनिज्म में, फिर वो लोग इधर आए और इंडिया को कॉलोनाइज किया। तो हमारे हमारे पास एक्चुअली दो लेयर है, ठीक है, जिसके थ्रू हम लोग अपने आप को डीकोलोनाइज करना होगा हम लोगों को, ठीक है। सो ये एक पॉइंट है। दूसरा क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे है कि एथिज्म वाला, राइट, एथिज्म आर ट्राइंग टू हाईजैक डीकोलोनाइजेशन। आई मीन इट इज पार्शियली ट्रू स्टेटमेंट, आई डोंट हैव एनी प्रॉब्लम विद दिस स्टेटमेंट, बट in my belief atheism is a projection, मतलब atheism lives in the same physical level, right, it has the same physicality as abrahamic god। अगर अगर प्रेजेंस ऑफ अब्राहमिक गॉड से थिज्म निकलता है, सो उसका उसका डुअल रेसिप्रोकल स्पेस क्या होगा? एथिज्म होगा। सो इट इज द सेम स्पेस हु आर रेसिप्रोकल टू ईच अदर, बट दे आर सिटिंग एट द सेम लेवल ऑफ फिजिकलिटी। सो उस तरह से ना अब्राहमिक गॉड इस चीजों को सुधार सकता है, ना एथिज्म कॉलोनाइजेशन को सुधार सकता है। ये जो फ्रेमवर्क है, इस लेवल ऑफ जो फिजिकलिटी, इससे निकलना होगा हमें टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ये दोनों जो फिजिकल थियरीज है, दीज आर थियरीज ऑफ इंटेंशन मोरल्स, राइट, इससे हम लोगों को भला नहीं होगा। हमें इससे थोड़ा ऊपर उठ के देखना होगा, टू द एक्सटेंट कि कोई अगर कोई लिटरेचर लिख रहा है, उसके पीछे उसका इंटेंट क्या है, ये हमेशा हमें क्वेश्चन करना होगा, राइट। आप जब एक बुक पढ़ते हो, उसका नैरेटिव पकड़ने के लिए उस बुक का जो लेवल है उससे ऊपर उठना पड़ता है ना। यू नीड टू ग्रो टू द लेवल ऑफ द माइंड ऑफ द राइटर इटसेल्फ, कि इसका इंटेंट क्या है, ये बोलना क्या चाहता है, तब आपको समझ में आता है अच्छा इसलिए ये इस तरह से लिख रहा है। आप अगर जैसे बॉलीवुड देखोगे, बॉलीवुड को देख के आपको तो एजेंडा नहीं लगेगा ना कि नाइस स्टोरी एंड ऑल। जब एक ही राइटर का, जैसे जावेद अख्तर का 100 जैसे 20-30 फिल्म उन्होंने लिखा था, बाकी के साथ ये जुड़े हुए थे, देखोगे फिर पता चलेगा अच्छा ये नैरेटिव ये बिल्डअप करना चाहता है। जब जावेद अख्तर के लेवल ऑफ रियलिज्म पे जाके मूवी को देखोगे, तब आपको जावेद अख्तर का एजेंडा पता चलेगा, राइट। डीडीएलजे देख के तो आपको करण जौहर या जावेद अख्तर का उर्दू उड़ का एजेंडा पता नहीं चलेगा। मूवी देख के एंजॉय करके आ गए हो। एजेंडा देखने के लिए एक लेवल ऊपर जाना पड़ेगा, आपको क्वेश्चन करना पड़ेगा, पैटर्न देखना होगा। सो वही बात है कि एथिज्म लेके आप डिकोलोनाइज करोगे तो दैट विल बी अ फ्रेल एफर्ट। you have to basically question atheism and Abrahamism simultaneously, because atheism is a projection of Abrahamism itself, जो हम लोग पहले इस चीजों के बारे में बात कर चुके हैं, राइट। आई थिंक आनंद उस टाइम पे था ना हमारे साथ, तो हम लोग इस पे बात चर्चा कर चुके हैं।
हम्म।
पर
Yes. Okay. Anybody
इस
has any other opinion? Go ahead.
इस पर नीड्जा पर एक बात कर सकते हैं, हम लोग नीड्जा से एक प्रेरणा ले सकते हैं, वो है ऑनर कोड, कि अपने आप को शक्तिशाली बनाओ, बलशाली बनाओ।
राइट।
जैसे हमारे ग्रंथों में लिखा ना, वीर भोग्य वसुंधरा, विक्टिमहुड से बाहर निकलो और अपने आप को, जैसे
राइट।
उबरमेंश भी यदि अच्छे दृष्टिकोण से देखे, उसको अल्टीमेट ट्रुथ के रूप में ना देखे, पर उसको एज अ टूल देखे टू मूव टू एस्टैब्लिश धर्मा, तो आई थिंक नीचे कैन बी वेरी यूजफुल फॉर अस,
एग्जैक्टली।
कि हाँ, वी शुड स्ट्राइव फॉर पावर। बट प्रॉब्लम नीचे के साथ ये होती है कि वो फिर पावर ही अल्टीमेट उसमें चले जाते हैं। उस
हाँ,
पावर
क्योंकि
को
नीचा में
रिस्पॉन्सिबली
दम्यता
कैसे
नहीं है।
यूज करना है, वो प्रॉब्लम।
एग्जैक्टली। तो बेसिकली
तो
एक स्टोरी है, आई थिंक उपनिषद का है, हाँ प्रश्नोपनिषद का था कि सो जब ब्रह्मा ने इनको बनाए थे, देवता दानव और मानव, तो तीनों आपस में लड़ रहे थे, है ना। तो फिर तीनों को ब्रह्मा ने बुलाया, तीनों ब्रह्मा के पास गए कि यार मतलब इन विच वे वी कैन एस्टेब्लिश पीस अमंग आवरसेल्व्स। तो फिर ये ब्रह्मा ने दत्ता दयात्मम दम्यता, देवता को बोले कि तुम्हारे लिए मैं एक गुण देता हूँ, वो तुम पालन करो। वो दत्ता मतलब तुम दान करो, तुम्हारे पास जो पावर है फॉर एग्जाम्पल, उसको उसको इन दोनों के काम पे लगाओ, अपने काम पे लगाओ, ठीक है। इनको दत्ता दिया, फिर इनको बोला दयात्मम, इंसान को, मानव को, कि तुम दया दिखाओ, यू ग्रो एम्पैथी, तुम्हें इसकी जरूरत है। और दानव को बोला दम्यता, यू नीड रिस्ट्रेंट। तो बेसिकली ये एक इंसान के अंदर ये तीन क्वालिटी हो सकता है ना, इंसान के अंदर एक देवता, एक मानव और एक दानव रह सकता है। तो जब इंसान इज फीलिंग वेरी डिवाइन, देन ही शुड गिव। इंसान व्हेन ही इज फीलिंग इंसान, ही शुड बेसिकली प्रैक्टिस एम्पैथी। और इंसान अगर दानव मतलब लग रहा है यार किसी को, मतलब गाली दे दूं, मजा नहीं आ रहा है ना, कि ये तो कुछ ऐसा बोल दिया, अब मुझे बिल्कुल ही अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है, तो एक अच्छा सा गाली दूं, तब यू नीड दम्यता। तो जो जो नीचा का जो था उसमें दम्यता मिसिंग था। एंड सो दैट्स व्हाई ही कुड इमेजिन। सो वो बेसिकली जैसे रिजेंटमेंट के लिए, उसको कर्व करने के लिए तो वो ग्लोरी का बात करता है, ठीक है। बट ये जो ग्रीड था, greed or resentment, these are the two basic sort of रिपू, राइट, टू बेसिक एनिमीज ऑफ अ ह्यूमन बीइंग। ग्रीड को लेकिन वो अच्छा माना, वो जैसे ग्लोरी की बात में, लेकिन एक उबरमेंस के अंदर आप पढ़ोगे, उसके अंदर इतना ज्यादा ग्रीड है, ग्रीड फॉर पावर। लेकिन उसके लिए कोई दम्यता प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए नीत्शे ने बोला नहीं। सो दैट्स द डिफरेंस बिटवीन, मतलब that's the thing we need to sort of vigilant about, right, when we are introducing Nietzsche in our framework.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think
go
Ninja
ahead,
is
Prince.
very good for destroying. अब मुझे नीरजा की सबसे अच्छी बात ये लगी ना कि वो केवल ये नहीं बोल रहे थे कि अरे ये किस पर बिलीव कर रहे हैं, ये आदमी अच्छा नहीं था, ये आदमी के मॉरल्स अच्छे नहीं थे, या जैसे उन्होंने
एग्जैक्टली।
क्राइस्ट को खराब नहीं बोला, या उन्होंने ये नहीं बोला कि ये प्रॉफिट खराब था जो उन्होंने बिब्लिकल मैसेज दिया, उन्होंने बोला वो फ्रेमवर्क ही दो कौड़ी का,
हाँ
मतलब
एग्जैक्टली।
थिंकिंग का फ्रेमवर्क में ही गड़बड़ है। तो
बहुत
इसीलिए मैंने
खतरनाक।
इसीलिए मैंने देखा है, एक तो वेस्ट के जो नॉन क्रिश्चियंस भी है ना, जो थोड़े से मतलब बिलीफ बाय फेथ क्रिश्चियन नहीं है, उनको भी नीचे से बहुत डर लगता है। दूसरा है, इंडिया में मैंने ऐसे लोग देखे हैं जो अपने आप को हिंदुत्व हिंदुत्व कहते हैं, उनको भी नीचे से डर लगता है,
हम्म।
क्योंकि देखा जाए तो जो हिंदुत्व में मानने वाले या जो अपने आप को हिंदुत्व अपॉलोजिस्ट बोलते हैं या एडजेसेंट बोलते हैं, उनका भी फ्रेमवर्क वही है क्रिश्चियनिटी वाला।
राइट,
ये मैंने बहुत
सब्जुगेशन।
लोगों में देखा।
सब्जुगेशन
तो
टू वन मैन।
हाँ, जैसे कुछ लोगों का है कि जैसे कि नहीं नहीं हिंदू हित के लिए सब डिसीजंस बीजेपी आरएसएस ही ले सकता है, उससे परे कोई सोचेगा तो बेकार है, वो मिसोजिनिस्ट कास्टिस्ट ऐसा है। मैंने एक व्यक्ति को बहुत गाली भी दिया था उस बात के लिए। तो ऐसे लोगों को नीड्जे कभी अच्छे नहीं लगेंगे, बिकॉज नीड्जे इनकरेजेस फ्रीडम, नीड्जे इनकरेजेस कि आप अपने से सोचिए खुलकर, अपना कैपेबिलिटीज खड़ा करिए। तो
राइट।
हाँ, नीड्जे का वो लास्ट का एक प्रॉब्लम है कि वो एक दम्यता नहीं है, आ, वो खाली पावर तक ही रुक जाते हैं, पावर का यूज कैसे करना है वहां पर गड़बड़ है नीचे को लेकर। पर अदर देन दैट नीचे इज वेरी इफेक्टिव, बहुत
राइट।
डिसरप्टिव है वो एज अ फिलोसफी।
क्या
Okay,
फ्रेमवर्क था मतलब।
Niner.
हाँ, एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम क्या फिलोसफी मतलब। इट वाज सो, उसका जवाब नहीं था चर्च के पास बेसिकली।
वैसा फिलोसफी लिखने के लिए गट्स चाहिए उस समय के,
हाँ
जब चर्च का
हाँ।
इतना कंट्रोल था।
भाई साहब।
Okay, so Rishi or Niner, you have anything to say?
हाँ, नीनर को बोलने दीजिए। ही इज द गाय हु नोज जर्मन कंप्लीटली। उसको बोलने दीजिए।
No, I don't know about Nietzsche that much actually. But I wanted to talk about something else that we were discussing, that Vijita was discussing through the stream. One point he brings about is how he thinks that you define Hinduism as the natural philosophy or the natural way of life. So we already have how we define it ourselves as Sanatana Dharma, that is eternal way of life. So, why would you say it is natural, particularly? Why do you use that word? I would like to know.
Because it comes from the spontaneity of human mind. I mean, mind भी नहीं करूँगा. The spontaneity within a human, right? That's why it is natural. I mean, it is natural and universal at the same time because it is spontaneous.
But is that not vague? Because even other things can come from spontaneity of mind, and many of our things and many of our religious practices, they're less spontaneous and more well thought out. I mean, in that
Thought
sense.
out in the sense कि तो I am keeping it as a negation of intention. कि you have a set of intention morals. जहाँ पे so you are framing the moral based on some intention, right? When you negate all those intention moralities, then the thing that is emerging, the moral that remains as the residue after the negation of all intention moralities, that
Oh,
is the spontaneous morality. And I am
okay.
calling
So
it
Uh,
what
that.
you
I call
mean?
it that.
So what you mean probably is that their morality is coming with a bias, and ours is unbiased in a way.
बायस इज
yeah, okay.
बायस को एक मिनट में बायस को कॉन्टेक्स्ट में रखने की सोच रहा हूँ. सो बेसिकली व्हाट आई एम सेइंग कि दीज आर डुअल इज द राइट वर्ड. इफ यू हैव
Hmm.
मोरालिटी जिसका मतलब डुअल ये भी So intention morality and intention immorality. I'm saying कि they live at the same level of physicality. ठीक है, और बिकॉज दे हैव द सेम फिजिकलिटी का मतलब क्या है कि बेसिकली इट इज बाउंड बाय द कॉजल चेन. ठीक है, कि बिकॉज इंटेंशन
Yeah.
इटसेल्फ इज बाउंड बाय द कॉजल चेन बिकॉज इट इज अ प्रोजेक्शन ऑफ योर माइंड, राइट? माइंड लिव in a physicality which is living in that dual causal world. ठीक है, so because those intentional morality live at the same level of physicality of the mind itself, so they are just projection of mind. So I am saying कि spontaneous morals are those morals जो माइंड से नहीं निकले, माइंड के परे भी अगर कुछ होगा उससे जो मोरल अगर निकलता है, जो जो इंस्टिंक्टिव है थोड़ा बहुत, आप कह सकते हो, दोज आई एम सेइंग कि ओके दोज आर स्पॉन्टेनियस मोरल्स. एंड ऑब्वियसली इसको डायलेक्टिक के थ्रू ही हम लोग निकालेंगे, चर्चा के थ्रू निकालेंगे कि वेदर दे आर इटर्नल, whether we can interpret them in specific context. I'm not saying
Yeah, I
ki
think we need to
yeah.
find more good terminologies because I understood what you're saying, but natural made it a little confusing in between.
Mhm.
Yeah, Nina, actually, let me give an example. A bit more. So, take a correct take example of tiger. Correct. So, tiger is a carnivore animal,
Yes, yes.
and when he feels hungry, okay, because his body needs energy, it will go and hunt. It will hunt whatever animal it can find. Correct. So, normally where it lives, there are lots of deer. Okay, and it will hunt a deer. So here, tiger is not hunting the deer to actually so that I can kill the deer. Tiger is hunting because it is his natural urge. He needs energy. He is hungry and is hunting an animal. It can be deer, it can be any other animal. It can be. So there is no intention of tiger to kill. Killing the animal is the primary intention. The primary intention, primary intention is to just quench hunger. And hunger comes from the way the tiger is breathing. They need energy. So that is called natural and the act itself comes out because of the nature of the tiger's existence, what it eats, the way it's built. Inner.
Right, right. Your voice broke a
So
little.
हाँ, बीच में
Your
my voice
voice
वॉइस
broke.
broke a
ब्रेक.
little. Can you repeat
Right, right,
that
right.
last part?
Okay, okay. The last part
In
I'm
the middle, I
is
heard.
that
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So the last part was that
फिर से कट रहा
the
है, फिर से
natural.
कट रहा है.
It's a matter. Okay, I'm sitting here. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Okay, now it's better. Let's check. It
Yes.
got inverted. So
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that the tiger is hunting the animal to actually quench hunger, and hunger is not something that the tiger has discovered outside. Like, the natural way of tiger is to, if it's hungry, it will hunt an animal. So the hunting is not to actually kill the animal, but to quench the hunger. And hunger is natural way the way tiger exists. So that's why it's calling natural morality, which is inherently existing as part of tiger's existence. There is no third party moral or intention which is imposed upon tiger's actions.
Right. Yeah, so we get this question na ki is violence part of natural morality? I mean, it can be. Whatever we can see, violence again, it's an interpretation. Na? हम लोग जिसे violence, just because we have the word violence and we are seeing some events which has this projection on our psyche as something like bloody and whatever, right? As what do you call it, gory and bloody and all these things. We're calling them violent, or something which is very dramatic and which arouses fear, right? We are calling them ki bhai they are violent. But those are our interpretation. Maybe matlab, in nature they exist as they are, right? So if we are calling something violence, maybe they are natural and they are violent at the same time. So that's the point. Matlab, natural morality doesn't care about our interpretation of event, right? They don't care about our intention in interpreting any event or um, any accident, so to say. So it is beyond
Hmm.
those sort of dualistic interpretation. violence, non-violence.
Understood, yeah.
Hmm.
विजिदा लाइक आई एम थिंकिंग, मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ इस पर कि यदि देखिए वो टाइगर का जो उदाहरण दिया दादा ने, हम उसको मोरालिटी की दृष्टि से देखते ही नहीं है, उसको हम धर्म की दृष्टि से देखते हैं।
Exactly.
यदि हम इसको एज अ फिलॉसफी ऑफ सस्टेनेंस ऐसा कुछ नाम दे, तो वो टाइगर को सस्टेन करने के लिए उसको मारना पड़ेगा, डियर को,
अच्छा ना,
और वो
इसमें
उसका
एक और चीज
राइट
टाइगर
है।
में
है।
फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता, हम लोग फिलोसफी बोल
नो
रहे हैं या क्या बोल रहे हैं।
नो नो नो, वेट वेट,
नहीं, मतलब
वन मोर थिंग इज
मैं
इम्पोर्टेंट, वन मोर थिंग इज इम्पोर्टेंट है। सी निनर, सी जो है ना, टाइग्रस है, लेट्स से अ फीमेल टाइगर, ठीक है, she will hunt and kill animal to actually feed herself and also feed the kids. तो जो टाइग्रस है, शी इज वेरी प्रोटेक्टेड ऑफ द क्या बोलते हैं, टाइगर कब बोलते हैं, टाइगर कब, जो टाइगर कब है उसके लिए शी विल इवन फाइट अ बिगर बिगर एनिमल, करेक्ट। सो एक प्रोटेक्टिव नेचर है जहाँ पर जो माँ का जो प्यार है, मदर्स लव है, जो प्रोटेक्शन जो
हाँ, हाँ।
मदरहुड देता है, करेक्ट, दैट ऑल्सो एग्जिस्ट एज एम्पथी, एज नॉट इवन एम्पथी बट एज ए concept of love, करेक्ट, प्रोटेक्शन विच मदर प्रोवाइड्स। सो जो मदर का जो लव
Right.
है वो भी टाइगर में एग्जिस्ट करता है, करेक्ट, एंड ऑल्सो द किलर इंस्टिंक्ट टू गो एंड किल एन एनिमल। So both are coexisting at the same time. Correct? To protect the cub, it will fight a bigger lion or any other animal. That cub, ठीक है, तो वो प्यार
हाँ,
भी कर
हाँ।
रही है, इट हैज लव एज वेल, इट आल्सो हैज एज वेल वायलेंस। तो दोनों ही इसी सब सब मैनिफेस्टेशंस हैं ऑफ हमारा नेचुरल एग्जिस्टेंस का। सो इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट वायलेंस, इट आल्सो अबाउट लव, इट आल्सो अबाउट प्रोटेक्शन, इट आल्सो अबाउट बिलोंगिंग, ठीक है। तो हम लोग क्या करते हैं ना, वो अब्राहमिक थिंकिंग में क्या करते हैं कि वी आर लाइक डूइंग ब्लैक एंड वाइट, कि अगर टाइगर हंट कर रहा है तो इट्स अ वायलेंट एनिमल, बट वी आर फॉरगेटिंग कि टाइगर ऑल्सो, टाइगरस इज ऑल्सो अ वेरी डेडिकेटेड मदर, जो अपने बच्चों से इतना प्यार करती है कि इट विल फाइट अ बिगर एनिमल एंड इट माइट डाई बट इट विल फाइट टू सेव दैट देयर टाइगर कब। तो वो भी एक उसका एग्जिस्टेंस का ही हिस्सा है, the way the tiger actually lives and exists in the jungle.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah.
So we pick and choose the way we want it, but it should not be.
Yeah, that was my only doubt for today. The rest of the
Huh?
stream was very nice.
Yeah, Rishi, you
हाँ,
have
एट द
something
एंड
to
ऑफ
say?
द डे वी आर ऑल
Go
लुकिंग
ahead,
टू
go ahead,
सस्टेन।
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead, धर्म रक्षक,
ओके,
धर्म
हाँ
संस्थापक।
हाँ हाँ, तो मैं वही कह रहा था, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वी आर ऑल लुकिंग टू सस्टेन एज अ स्पीशीज, एज एन इंडिविजुअल। तो यहाँ पर भी टाइगर अपने सस्टेनेंस के लिए ही लड़ रहा है, कि अपने बच्चे को बचाना है तो अपने जो जीन्स है उसको सस्टेन करना है, या अपनी किसी को मारना भी है तो अपना बचाव के लिए मारना है, किसी को प्रेम भी करना है तो अपने को फलता फूलता हुआ देखना है। तो वही, इसीलिए मैं हमेशा से उसको ही फंडामेंटल समझता हूँ, धर्म को, क्योंकि दैट इज द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ सस्टेनेंस, और आपको वही पूरे नेचर में देखने को मिलता है। And then on top of that, we create frameworks which are better for sustenance of for better for sustenance, मतलब जो हम लोगों को और अच्छे से सस्टेन करवाएगा, और अच्छे से सुखी समृद्धि आएगा हमारे जीवन में। तो एज टाइम moves ahead, we develop better frameworks so that we are able to sustain ourselves in a better manner. तो वो चलता रहता है, एंड एट द एंड ऑफ द डे द फंडामेंटल आइडिया इज कि धर्म का पालन करें जिससे सस्टेनेंस रहे एक ऑर्डर का।
Rishi,
हाँ,
okay, do we have
discussion
any
is good, but
comments?
हाँ, so I just wanted to say this कि uh, हम
You had
इस चक्कर
this,
में
you had
ये
this comment, you had this comment, so maybe you can talk
हाँ
about this.
हाँ हाँ, जब विजिता बोल रहे थे ना कि uh, there is this tendency within post-colonial or those who have been invaded, those sort of societies. There are certain set of people who welcome their invaders and welcome their ways of life, and they actually accept the slavery as some sort of a gift. Uh,
Right.
it's what do they say? I'm forgetting
Zimmi.
some of the. Yeah, yeah, Zimihun. Yeah, of course. Maybe Nainer can mention this. Like uh, in Bengal, there was a certain section of people which rose in during in 1820s. They used to say this as Bankim also quoted that
Babus,
line actually.
sahibs, babus and sahibs.
हाँ 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 रेडिकल्स उनके लाइंस थे ना वो क्या बोलते डेस्टिनी डेस्टिनी है हम लोगों का कि वी हैड दिस कॉलोनियल पावर अपॉन अस और उसके वजह
Oh,
से
right,
हमें
right,
इतने सारे गिफ्ट्स मिले हैं हाँ हाँ हाँ
right, right.
so so that sort of sentiments that creep in. So to that I actually said this below कि individualism paves way for materialism क्योंकि उनके जो आर्गुमेंट्स होते थे मैंने देखा है फ्रॉम दोज रेडिकल्स इवन कि अरे ब्रिटिश आए हैं इसलिए हमें गाड़ी मिला है हमें हैंड पंप्स मिले हैं हमें टैप वाटर मिला है ऑल ऑल ऑफ इट इज अबाउट कि हमें कंज्यूम करने के लिए बहुत से प्रोडक्ट्स मिले and we have now ease of travel we have now ease of sustaining ourselves yada 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 you know the everything कपड़े बहुत अच्छे मिल रहे चीप मिल रहे कुछ कपड़े ऑब्वियसली फॉर द हायर सेक्शन ऑफ सोसाइटीज बाकी तो भूखे प्यासे मर रहे थे दे डोंट केयर अबाउट देम बट कि दिस कंज्यूमरिज्म जो है ये लास्ट में जो आता है कि कंज्यूमरिज्म फॉर दो सेट ऑफ let me begin. So consumerism is basically a philosophical position where you are only justifying consumption of products as the greatest goal of life, and that is something very much a product of materialism. और कल ही शायद नेनर ने इस पे बहुत अच्छे से बोला था कि individualism since it gets rid of all authorities तो religion भी चला जाता है at least any sort of boundaries that there were before those are gone and now the only thing that can sustain them is the products and are the products and consumerism में घुस जाते हैं and
No,
willful
no.
submission to
My point
slavery हो
was,
जाता है
so the only thing
yeah
that sustains
my
them is their individual mind. So whatever their mind bends towards consuming or towards anything else, that mind alone decides everything when you lose all other authorities.
yeah and I mean the last goal that they have is consumption right because at the end और तो higher goals है ही नहीं what is there to
Yeah.
pursue anymore except better products तो उसमें चले जाते हैं एंड स्लेवरी इज वेरी गुड देन कि अगर स्लेव बन के अगर हमें कंजम्पशन में अगर सिक्योरिटी मिल जाए देन व्हाई नॉट चलो चलते हैं इसमें ही नाउ देयर इज देन द फाइट बिटवीन कि जिनके पास मॉरल्स है और जिनके पास
अरे उस
मटेरियलिज्म है
टाइम की
उनमें
बात कर
फिर
रहे हैं हम
विवाद
लोग.
होता
We are talking about
है
1820s. Why are we not talking about this current age? Yeah, this time, like 2025, you have a stupid leader in the name of Rahul Gandhi, जिसका कोई गोत्र पता नहीं है, किसी कहाँ से आया पता नहीं है. हाँ, वो probably is a Christian, as per his own faith, probably, who openly denounces and criticize
So
and mocks Hinduism, Hindu Dharma. ये बंदा जो राम मंदिर बना उसके बाद राम मंदिर नहीं गया, ठीक है. This guy wants to rule us, wants to be the prime minister. ये बाहर जाके बोलता है कि इंडिया में फॉरेनर जो पावर है, फॉरेन पावर है, उसको इन्वेट करना चाहिए, बाहर के लोगों को इसमें दखल अंदाजी करना चाहिए, क्योंकि इंडिया में डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो गया है. इस तरह का एक लीडर जिसे कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछता कांग्रेस के अंदर कि साले तू कर क्या रहा है, तो ये सब्जुगेशन नहीं है। ये जो इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस
हाँ
बोलता है, जो जो बोलता है कि वी
हाँ,
आर
तो Bijit
नेशनल पार्टी।
that 1800 mindset, that was the same one which formed the Indian National Congress, which was the safety valve, and they are the
एग्जैक्टली,
same people ruling it.
जो
That's why
लिटरली
Rishi's
मतलब ये पूरा
bringing up that
स्पेक्ट्रम ऑफ
example is
पॉलिटिक्स को,
very valid here.
कांग्रेस को इतना लेफ्ट तक लेके जा चुका है जहाँ पे सेंट्रल स्पेस पे कोई पार्टी बचा ही नहीं। अभी कोई पार्टी सेंट्रल या राइट की तरफ कोई पार्टी है ही नहीं, सारे लेफ्ट पार्टीज है भाई। तो ये जो पॉलिटिक्स का हालात हो गया है, क्योंकि उसने राइट की तरफ इतना जगह छोड़ दिया है, पूरा स्पेक्ट्रम मिल गया है ना बीजेपी जैसे पार्टीज को। आधे लोग तो इसलिए इस डर से कांग्रेस को वोट नहीं करते वो कि भाई राहुल गांधी पीएम बन जाएगा। मतलब अपार्ट फ्रॉम द स्टूपिडिटी ऑफ दिस गाय इज मतलब रेडिकली एंटी इंडियन। उसके बातों से झलकता है हाउ मच ही हेट्स इंडियंस। तो इस
Yeah,
तरह का
general
बंदा।
public feels like yeah, general public feels like that whole proverb, right? बंदर के हाथ में उस्तरा, मतलब कौन दे अभी, ये अगर
हाँ
करने गए
मतलब
तो
जस्ट इमेजिन हाउ कंपेल्ड वी आर कि भाई कांग्रेस को वोट नहीं दे सकते, राइट, बिकॉज दिस गाय इज देयर। ये हटके शशि थरूर, जस्ट इमेजिन द सिनेरियो कि इसके जगह शशि थरूर आ गया, शशि थरूर इज डिक्टेटिंग कांग्रेस। फिर ये जो बीजेपी में जितने गवार लोग बैठे हुए हैं वो भी तो हट जाएंगे ना। एटलीस्ट इंडिया का पॉलिटिक्स बहुत अच्छे से सुधर जाएगा। एक तरफ अगर आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि शशि थरूर इज द भगवान विष्णु और समथिंग, आई एम सेइंग कि एटलीस्ट थोड़ा एजुकेशन तो आएगा ना, ढंग की बातें हो सकते हैं।
Right, right.
तो जस्ट बिकॉज दिस राहुल गांधी इज देयर, इंडिया का पॉलिटिक्स उस हिसाब से खुल भी नहीं रहा है। जस्ट द प्रेजेंस ऑफ दिस गाय इज कॉन्फाइनिंग इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स टू अ लेवल की जहां पे हमें कोई आशा नहीं दिख रहा है। और बीजेपी को इतना मौका मिला, बीजेपी इसलिए राहुल गांधी को मतलब इसको जेल वेल में नहीं डालता क्योंकि इट रियली इज ए साफ। हाँ, इट कीप्स बीजेपी परपिचुअली इन अ वेरी कंफर्टेबल पोजीशन कि ये पप्पू बना दिया एक बंदे को। और वो पप्पू तो अब जोकर बन, लिटरली जोकर बन गया है, वो बैटमैन वाला जोकर कि मैं
No,
तबाह कर
no, no,
दूंगा।
no. He is much smarter. That Joker was very smart and also intellectual. That Joker in Batman.
मतलब being that joker is the aspiration of Rahul Gandhi, na? That's the problem, right? Because you go through the recent conversations and speeches by Rahul Gandhi, you can see that that joker is actually the aspiration of Rahul Gandhi nowadays. So इसके लिए इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स
That
भी उस हिसाब से खुल नहीं रहा है।
नहीं, वो जेन-ज़ी रेवोल्यूशन करेगा जैसे नेपाल में किया था, वो क्या है? वो तो जोकर हिसाब ही है,
वही
क्योंकि
तो बोल रहा हूँ ना।
जोकर भी तो पूरा अराजकता ही चाहता था गौतम सिटी में,
तो ये जिम्मी उठ नहीं है
तो
कि
ये
राहुल
भी तो
गांधी जैसे
अराजकता ही चाहता है।
एक गवार विदेशी बंदे को, फॉरेनर को इंडिया के पावर स्ट्रक्चर के टॉप में रखना, ये इंडिया के लिए जिम्मीहुड नहीं है क्या? इनका औकात क्या है? कौन सा डिग्री? ये लोग मान लो कि मोदी को गवार बोलते हैं, मोदी को बोलते हैं अपना सर्टिफिकेट दिखाओ। राहुल गांधी का कौन सा औकात है? ढंग का तो उसका कोई भी लैंग्वेज में दखल नहीं है। उस बंदे ना उसकी माँ को कोई भी लैंग्वेज में ढंग से दखल है, अपार्ट फ्रॉम मे बी इटालियन। इटालियन शायद राहुल गांधी का भी मातृभाषा है, ठीक है। सो मतलब ये जिम्मेवार नहीं है इंडिया में कि बाहर का कोई बंदा आके डिक्टेट कर रहा है। आज एक विवेक रामास्वामी उठ रहा था पावर स्ट्रक्चर में, तो पूरा यूएस उसके खिलाफ चला गया भाई, पूरा जो कंजर्वेटिव विंग था। यहाँ पे एक राहुल गांधी 10 15 20 साल से यहाँ पे बैठा हुआ है, कोई बोल भी नहीं रहा है, क्वेश्चन भी नहीं पूछ रहा है। राहुल गांधी ऊपर से ये थ्रेट भी देता है कि हम लोग जब पावर में आएंगे आएंगे तब कार्रवाई होगी इनके खिलाफ और बहुत तगड़ी कार्रवाई होगी। भाई तू है कौन? आया कहां से तू? यही जिम्मीहुड है। ये हम लोग मेंटली जिम्मी हो चुके हैं, इसलिए इस बंदे को इतना स्पेस देते हैं। दिस फैमिली डजंट डिजर्व दैट मच स्पेस आफ्टर व्हाट दे हैव डन। इंडिया का सबसे बड़ा ग्रीवेंस इस फैमिली के ऊपर है ना। दिस रीगल
इन्होंने
रीगल व्हाट एवर रॉयल फैमिली, दैट वांट टू डिक्टेट एवरीथिंग। मतलब बंगाल में इंदिरा गांधी के नाम पे से कितने हजार हजार स्टैचूज है, देख के
इन्होंने
डिफ्यूजन हो रहा है।
इन्होंने जिस प्रकार से कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन लिखा है, हमारा संविधान जैसे लिखा है, जैसा तंत्र बनाया है, जैसा प्रशासनिक तंत्र बनाया है, प्रशासनिक तंत्र का जैसे ट्रेनिंग होता है, जैसे प्रशिक्षण होता है, सब तो उनके अनुसार होता है ना,
दिखता
जो
है,
ये
हाँ दिखता
परिवार
है
का
कि
महिमा मंडन करे।
ये दिखता है कि ये विजिबली, मतलब कोई स्टूज ने बनाया होगा, वेस्टर्न स्टूज ने बनाया होगा विजिबली, ये दिखता है हम लोगों को। एनी एजुकेटेड गाय कैन सी दिस कि ये स्टूजों का बनाया हुआ है, ये कोई
And
नेचुरल यहाँ
फिर
का लोकल बंदे का नहीं बनाया हुआ है।
and one more thing, see, the way the constitution is designed, that जो वो बना कर गए हैं, if you want to make any changes, fundamental changes into the constitution, you need like two-thirds majority, which is to get that kind of mandate, correct, in a diverse country like Bharat is next to impossible.
एग्जैक्टली।
So, so we see. Actually, I was listening to Mr. Pankaj Saxena, okay, one of his podcasts, and he gave a very like good comment. He made a very good comment and analysis that we have to give to these monstrous, okay, monstrous Asuriya energy, correct, which was there. They could actually think 200 years beyond their time and build systems, institutions which will keep us uh, like in chains of like a mental slavery or a physical slavery, correct. से 200 साल पहले वो आए थे, उन्होंने उन्होंने जो सिस्टम डिजाइन करके गए हैं, हम उससे आज भी निकल नहीं पाए हैं, वी आर अनेबल टू एस्केप इट. That shows that at least they have put their energy where what they wanted to do. Now it is our job to actually learn or maybe understand that energy and do something which will again build something which will again last for 200 years. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, we are unable, we have become reactive in so many ways, but slowly as a society, as a country, we need to focus on building long term institutions, systems which is going to sustain this, rather than reactivity will be a part of it, but we have to come out of this reactive phase.
दादा, इवन टू सेट अप दीज इंस्टीट्यूशंस, हमें यदि ये
Hmm.
संस्थाओं को भी निर्माण करना है, तो ये हमारे विचारों पर इनका निर्माण होना चाहिए। इसके
एग्जैक्टली।
पीछे का जो वैचारिक आधार है वो हमारा होना चाहिए। अब इसके लिए मुझे लगता है हमें हिंदू थ्योरेटिशियंस की बहुत आवश्यकता है, क्योंकि
एग्जैक्टली।
अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ ना कि राइट विंग की भी जो बात होती है, वो ज्यादातर इतिहास के पुस्तकों में क्या लिखा है, ये लिखा है या वो लिखा है, उस पर ध्यान अधिक है। जो कि ठीक है, इतिहास के भी विषय पर बात होनी चाहिए, पर ये भी हम भी कहीं ना कहीं हिस्ट्री सेंट्रिक ज्यादा हो रहे हैं
एग्जैक्टली
कि
हिस्ट्री
इतिहास में ऐसा
सेंट्रिसिटी
लिखा
उससे।
है,
हाँ, ये हटना
इतिहास में
पड़ेगा
वो
यहाँ से।
लिखा है। सॉरी।
इतिहास, ये जो हिस्ट्री सेंट्रिसिटी है, यहाँ से हटना पड़ेगा इस कल्चर को।
हाँ, तो
लेकिन
ये जो
लेकिन जब तक सच्चा हिस्ट्री दिखाओगे नहीं, तब तक उससे हटोगे कैसे? वो जगह
हाँ,
पहले
वही
ऑक्यूपाई करके फिर वहां से हटना होगा।
वही जैसे मुझे लगता है हिस्ट्री का वॉर राइट ने मोर और लेस, मतलब जीत तो लिया, ये तो नहीं कहूंगा, पर एक अच्छा काउंटर कर दिया है, क्योंकि अब पूरा मेन स्ट्रीम में एक हिस्ट्री का नैरेटिव तो बन गया है कि इन लोगों ने घटिया हिस्ट्री पढ़ाई अब। पर मैं बार बार ये कहता आ रहा हूँ कि हमें इससे आगे बढ़ना होगा, जैसे सोशियोलॉजी में घुसना होगा, एंथ्रोपोलॉजी में घुसना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि
राइट।
यहीं से फिर थ्योरीज आते हैं आपके, पॉलिटिकल थ्योरीज, सोशल
इसीलिए
थ्योरीज।
सी
जब तक
माय फर्स्ट बुक वाज ऑन जेनोसाइड। मैं उससे हट गया यार, मैं कहा यार इतना हिस्ट्री क्यों लिखूं, मुझे ये सब देखना हो, मुझे फिलोसफी, सोशियोलॉजी, ये सब यहाँ पे भी लिखना होगा। हिस्ट्री तो सारे लोग अब हिस्ट्री करने लगे हैं इंडिया में, वही ना, इसका बाढ़ आ गया तो सारे लोग अब हिस्ट्री लिख रहे हैं। मैं उससे भी ऊपर तो फिलोसफी बैठा हुआ है भाई, उसके ऊपर सोशियोलॉजी, साइकोलॉजी, सारा कुछ बैठा हुआ है। जितने भी मॉडर्न एजुकेशन, जो जो भी डोमेन है, मॉडर्न नॉलेज डोमेन, सारे हिस्ट्री के ऊपर बैठा हुआ है, तो उस लेवल तक हमें जाना पड़ेगा।
और वहीं से फिर नई नई थ्योरीज निकल के आएंगे, हम लोग नई नई थ्योरीज के बेसिस पे अपने इंस्टीट्यूशंस खड़े करेंगे। यदि वो हमने नहीं किया फिर तो ये चर्चा ही व्यर्थ है। मतलब जो इतिहास को लेके चर्चा हो रही है, क्योंकि इतिहास को ठीक भी कर देंगे पर आपके स्ट्रक्चर्स ऑफ पावर यदि ऐसे ही रहेंगे, जो ऐसे थ्योरीज पर आधारित है जो आपके वैल्यू सिस्टम के अगेंस्ट जाते हैं, तो फिर उसका कोई फिर फायदा नहीं मुझे, मतलब लंबे समय के लिए उसका कोई ऐसा लाभ नहीं। फिर वो आप ही के बाद आप ही को क्षति पहुंचाएगा आगे जाकर, जैसे जैसे भविष्य में आप जाएंगे।
Okay, we will take this question. This is interesting. Vijita, are you able to make sense of this? Tangential question. When Abrahamics managed to become religio, it managed to negate two crucial aspects of order. One, order interact order interacting outside the group, and two, order with nature. What was the impact? I think Vijita will be able to answer this question better.
Now with the nature, their point was कि you have to dominate over nature ना, कि ये जो पेगनिज्म है यहाँ पे यू हैव टू, द पॉइंट इज कि अगर पेगनिज्म नेचुरल मोरालिटी या नेचर को टेम्पल मान के वहां से फिर उठ के आ रहा है, देयर पॉइंट वाज वी विल डोमिनेट ओवर इट, हम लोग इस पे राज करेंगे। और इसी तरह हम लोग पेगनिज्म पे राज कर सकते हैं, और उसके अंदर सब कुछ आ जाता है। डिफॉरेस्टेशन आ गया, पेड़ अगर है तो उसको काट के खत्म करो, ठीक है, जानवरों के ऊपर काइंडनेस दिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है। ये जो भी मतलब जो नेचुरल जो मोरालिटी, अगर ह्यूमन एम्पैथी, उसके ऊपर जाना चीजों का। ऑर्डर इंटरैक्टिंग आउटसाइड द ग्रुप, वही फिर बिलीवर काफिर वाला जो डुअलिटी है, कि तुम्हारे ग्रुप के जो बाहर है और उसका जो बिलीफ है, दोज आर दोज यू हैव टू डिस्कार्ड। इसका मतलब जैसे हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे ना, कि जो एब इनिशियो जो पोजीशन है, इन्होंने वो चेंज कर लिया, कि हमारे स्क्रिप्चर के अंदर जो है कोई भी इंटरप्रिटेशन या नैरेटिव उससे अगर मैच नहीं कर रहे हैं, then it's a evil interpretation, not only wrong interpretation, those are evil interpretation। ठीक है, तो राइट एंड रॉन्ग को फिर गुड एंड इविल फ्रेमवर्क में डाल देना, और उसके बाद जो एब इनिशियो पोजिशन होता है मोरालिटी का, उसको बदल देना। दीज आर द ग्रेटेस्ट सॉर्ट ऑफ इन्वेंशन ऑफ दीज अब्राहमिक कल्ट्स। और उसका असर फिर ऑब्वियसली, फिर अगर जो आउटसाइडर है, जो काफिर है, जो हिडन पेगन अनबिलीवर है, उसको फिर गलत और इविल मानना, राइट, क्योंकि वो उस बिग बुक के हिसाब से नहीं चल रहा है। ये दो पॉइंट आई थिंक सबसे क्रुशियल है।
डिस्ट्रक्शन ऑफ फैमिली स्ट्रक्चर, वो भी द उस पे।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, राइट
Hmm.
राइट। He was the central tenet of Abrahamics. Then at what critical mass would it begin to counterproductive to them?
So
Them
us
to
versus
whom?
them.
मतलब to them?
No, no, us versus them मतलब करेक्ट वही मतलब काफिर
नहीं
एंड
नहीं, ये
मोमिन
क्वेश्चन
और
जब देम पूछा, ये देम वो आज वाला
हम्म,
देम है क्या, मतलब टू द अब्राहमिक्स पूछ रहा है। So let okay. So is this innate? Then what critical mass would it begin to counter product? अरे from the day one ना भाई, अगर कोई ग्रुप ये जो सब्जुगेशन के अंडर आ जाता है, फिर उसका तो उसमें तो बिद्दत हराम हो जाता है, इनोवेशन हराम हो जाता है, उसमें इंक्वायरी हराम हो जाता है, उसमें नया कुछ इन्वेंट करना हराम हो जाता है, पनिशेबल बाय डेथ हो जाता है, उसमें आर्ग्यूमेंट हराम हो जाता है। अम, तो फ्रॉम डे वन, और इसका असर दिखता है ना कि ये जो सब्जुगेशन के अंडर, क्रिश्चियन सब्जुगेशन के अंडर जो यूरोप था, वेरी गुड अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम, राइट, कुछ भी इन्वेंट नहीं हुआ था। अभी मैं एक एपिसोड देख रहा था जहाँ पे ये दिखाई दे रहा था कि मतलब वो लोग अपने घर में जो सॉर्ट ऑफ कैबिनेट होता है उसके अंदर टट्टी करते थे ये लोग, ठीक है, और धोते नहीं थे, क्योंकि क्रिश्चियनिज्म में नहाना और वो धोना हराम है। यू सी, जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज है वहां पे वो क्यों यूज करते हैं वो टिश्यू पेपर, क्योंकि वहां पे धोना हराम है भाई, अंडरस्टैंड दैट, इट्स अ क्रिश्चियन थिंग दैट दे यूज द टिश्यू पेपर। और फिर 1940 से पहले वहां पे इतना ज्यादा टिश्यू पेपर आया नहीं था, तो उनके घर के अंदर कैबिनेट होता था, वहां पे टट्टी करके फिर सीधा जो भी पहनना होता था पहन लेते थे। क्योंकि एज आई हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड इन वन ऑफ द एपिसोड इन क्रिश्चियनिज्म, राइट, वो बोलते थे कि जीसस तो तुम्हारा सब कुछ धो रहा है, तो तुम्हें धोने की जरूरत नहीं है, बिकॉज बेदिंग इज ए पेगन प्रैक्टिस, यू कैन नॉट, मतलब इट इज नॉट हेल्दी फॉर यू टू बेद, taking shower is haram in Christianism, you have to understand that.
There is actually a story, like an incident I heard. Correct. There is a very famous Hollywood actor. Okay. So somebody said to him, "Anand is back. Welcome, Anand. Only rich pooped."
अरे आनंद ज्वाइन करो यार, मतलब हाँ, ओनली द रिच
Anand.
पुट इन कैबिनेट्स, एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली। ये जो एलिजाबेथ, क्वीन एलिजाबेथ था, इसके बारे में कहानी लिखा गया है भाई। उसका बेड
No,
के
no.
बगल में एक वो पूप करने का जगह था, और वो एक हफ्ते तक वहां पूप करते थे, फिर वो बाहर लेके जाते थे।
The link is there in the Memathuli post, so you will find it. Yeah, see, so that's a very famous Hollywood actor. Okay, so somebody said कि अरे तुम्हारा कपड़े बहुत गंदे हैं, जाके नहा धो लो, ठीक है, you are smelling bad. You know what he did? He went to a shopping mall and bought some very expensive perfume and put it on his body. They didn't take a bath. वो उसने परफ्यूम लगा के बोला चलो अब मैं आई विल स्मेल गुड.
भाई मैं एक बात
So
बताऊं सीधा, आई डोंट नो वेदर anyone has experienced this, but you get to know all these things when you date any white woman. You get
I
to know.
I know. Well, I have not
Why
like
do why do French people have such good perfume? There's a history to it.
अच्छा, फ्रेंच से याद आया, तो नेपोलियन बोल रहा है, नेपोलियन उसका एक क्या रखेल थी, ठीक है, क्योंकि शादी वादी तो नहीं किया था, रखेली थी, तो उसको नेपोलियन लेटर लिख रहा है कि मैं इस तारीख को आ रहा हूँ, तो तुम गर्म पानी में अपना जो लोअर बॉडी है उसको धो के रखना। सी यू सी दिस इज, ठीक है, ये बोलना पड़ रहा है भाई कि धो के रखना, मैं आ रहा हूँ।
Anand.
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry, I was missing in action. I was actually family and stuff. So, uh, yeah. So this is a interesting topic actually because there's actually an explosion of anti-Indian racism, right? Just on this topic itself,
Right.
by mostly Christians and mostly Abrahamics. Okay. And this all the irony is that if you look at historically the cleanest societies, they were Asians. Okay, Asians were the cleanest. Their obsession with cleanliness has been like every Asian society has been extremely obsessed with cleanliness, right? Then comes
Yeah,
Africans
correct.
and
When you
Europeans.
go to a temple, correct. When you go to a temple, you wash your feet. That's any
No, I'm
temple you
not
go, you need
talking
to
about
wash your
temples.
feet.
I'm talking about even rural areas, right? If you look at ancient China, ancient India, ancient Southeast Asia as well, ancient Japan, like the obsession with cleanliness was predominantly very important, right? Even in so-called non-religious spaces. And
अरे
I
हमारे
yeah,
कई सारे घरों में आनंद बिना नहाए किचन में जाने की अनुमति नहीं थी।
yeah, but
आप
that's what I'm
बिना
saying.
नहाए रसोई घर में नहीं जा सकते।
But it's being
ऐसे बहुत
framed
सारे
like.
घरों में नियम हुआ करता था।
But look, it's so smart. It's being framed as something to do with untouchability, when technically it's nothing to do with untouchability. It's to do the fact that you want to be clean and you want to get disease and you want to be fresh for your family. You want to spread disease to your family. Today, if you tell someone, oh, don't bathe and come and they're like, oh, get away, you stink. Like literally, the way it's framed, right? And I actually researched this Western stuff quite a bit. Okay, so initially, in their societies, and they admit this, by the way. If you look at all their documentaries and even their shows, TV shows about their older times, you can literally see they have no toilet at all in the house. It's just a kitchen. And then the back door of the kitchen basically leads to a pig pen and the other animals that they have. And you literally, the men will pee against the wall and you just go shit in where the pigs eat, right? The pigs just eat everything. So no, I'm not joking. This literally, they've shown it in many of their TV shows of their era TV shows.
अरे यार,
The problem is they never explicitly show it like the way the way they show about our people, right? But you can see exactly that's what they do, and they always show them as clean because they're reflect. Like you look at all these time shows like Bridgerton and all that stuff, right? If you actually think about what they would look like, they'd actually be filthy. And they would have put powder their face with a lot of white, like mouth powder. That's why they're obsessed with white skin also, because they have to cover their face with white powder, and they'll put like all these fragrances in between their clothes, because they'll be stinking. Their body will be stinking like really badly, right? So they'll stink, put like fragrances between their armpits, within their clothes, sometimes even within their backsides, right? Because they were technically very filthy. So what happened is when they came to India, people were shocked at how filthy they were, right? And they started telling them, okay, why don't you bathe like this? Why don't you massage like this? All this stuff. And the biggest problem is that we taught them how to be clean. And then they taught us how to be dirty.
Exactly.
See, the irony is that we taught them how to be clean and they taught us how to be dirty.
Exactly.
So Anand,
And now they
just wanted to ask
look
you.
back us and they quote these things, basically. So ये जो let me tell you one more thing. ये जो सड़कों पे लोगों के सबके सामने पी करना, मूतना,
उनका ही है.
ये उनका हैबिट है जो उन्होंने हमें सिखाया है.
Yes, उनका है.
कि अगर कोई ड्रेन है सामने आके पैंट खोल के जो मूतना होता है, ये ब्रिटिशों ने हमें सिखाया.
Yes, we had high
is quoted in one of their books. I am telling you who has quoted this. Rousseau has quoted this.
Yeah.
Rousseau is writing कि मैं मुझे बहुत जोर से लगा है, बट मैं ये कर नहीं सकता क्योंकि सारे जो वुमेन है वो सैलून में बैठे हुए हैं और उनके सामने मुझे करने में बहुत दिक्कत हो रहा है. So these guys used to do all these things.
Yeah.
ठीक है.
वो wall पे करना is this their thing. They literally the wall पे करना is a
and
So I
we
want
are
to ask
told
you.
that they freaking brought civilization. Okay, Rishi.
We should
Okay.
discuss about this.
Sorry.
We should, Bhupenda, we should keep an episode on this actually.
which episode?
No, but you must. But I will give credit to one
civilization क्या
West
सिखाया है?
European civilization that actually did a good job.
Okay.
The Romans did a phenomenal good job. They actually tried to reform quite a bit of the nonsense that was going on with their culture. So they tried their best.
So Anand.
Yeah.
So Anand. Yeah. So then rednecks are the real representation of West, I guess.
No, I don't think the rednecks also represent the West. Like the real representation of the West is what
the depiction because the depiction they gave of them, right? Like they stay in caravans and all. They look dirty. They wear their teeth are very contaminated.
You look at the old, like there's even today there's a stereotype of British people with very bad teeth, like horribly crooked teeth, right? It's because they had horrible teeth, because they didn't eat good food. You know, the funniest part is until the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, right? The number of like disease cases in London was freaking high. Their rivers were full of poop and like feces and all kinds of shit and like everything. All the excrements in the house used to be in the Thames, and they literally have documented all this stuff.
The whole London was a kind of a filled with
Yes,
poop.
it was stinking. You know that there's a mask. There's this medical mask, right? There's all these horror games you see, right? The horror movies and horror games. There's a mask. It looks like a beak, right? That literally was a mask we used to wear because the stench was so bad when they were treating people. You guys should watch this movie, the TV show The Alienist, okay? It is so good. It describes how early immigrants to the US also lived. Really sad, really pathetic. They had lots of diseases, and even the rich people, right? Because they used to frequently, like a lot of these rich people used to live in the upper parts of New York, right? Because it was layered almost. The poorest people lived at the bottom. and the rich people lived on the top. So this is traditional European drainage. No pumping, just dropping. So the sewage from the upper parts will flow to the lower parts, and the sewage from the next lower part will flow to the even lower part. And the people who live at the bottom of the society, right? All the sewage comes there. Right? Means everything there is contaminated. So, so all the rich wasps, the rich white people who came initially, right? Germans, even not much so much Polish, the Germans, the Brits, they just all live in the upper part of these apartment complex or complexes, whatever. Okay, and the people who came later, the Irish, the Italians, and some at some level the Poles, they all used to live at the lower part of this hierarchy. So the amount of like the what do you call it disease in these communities was really high, and because they were so diseased, they were treated like not being white. When technically, if you look at it, I mean, I don't consider white being universal representative of anything, because Italians are not like what do you call it, Norwegians. They're completely different, right? Iberians and Italians have a significant difference. Italians and Greeks have different stuff. Like, so we should stop using the word white. They're not unified in any essence in a way, right? So yeah,
लेकिन
this is what
Anglo-Saxon.
needs to
लेकिन
happen.
ज्यादा डर्टी शायद ये ब्रिटिश वाले होते थे जो ब्रिटिश फ्रेंच दे हैड दिस extra whatever
Hey, Babarika, I'm talking about the New York's. I'm talking before that it was flung out, of course. But in New York during the Gilded Age, there was a lot of. There was some piping, and most of it just went downhill. Yeah.
All of this reminded me of a fact that Kanoji Angre, one of the greatest Maratha naval leaders, it said that he had a policy never to touch carcasses of the Portuguese or the British officials that he would kill because they smelled
Yeah.
so bad. So he
So
used to have a stick and he
that's some
used
of
to
the big criticism of
push their carcasses.
another big criticism of Kantara. You could have that criticism that they represented the Portuguese as clean, like the trader. He was clean. He was filthy.
उन
Because
लोगों को
they
साफ
would be
कैसे
traveling
दिखाया
for months on the sea.
shit yeah
They would have
yes we
horrible
should have
teeth.
brought this up yeah how could we
They would have
forget
horrible
that's
teeth. The teeth will be yellow. Most of them would have scurvy. So the representation of a Portuguese trader is extremely good in Kantara.
gentrified gentrified
It's
स्लम
true.
डॉग मिलियनेयर पोर्चुगल ऐसा होना चाहिए स्लम डॉग मिलियनेयर पोर्चुगल
Have you seen Pirates of the Caribbean?
No, I I do not watch
नॉट द
any
मूवी
movies.
बट
Oh
अ
yeah,
फ्यू
yeah,
सीन्स
completely.
यस
In Pirates of the Caribbean, some of the pirates, right? That's exactly how all traders in Europe used to look like. Like most of them used to look ugly as fuck. Like their hair will be like shit, and teeth were horrible. They had scurvy. Their bones will be weak. They'll be deformed.
Ugh.
So it was horrifying.
Yeah, the monkey guy and all. Yeah, yeah, we've seen them.
the
Yeah.
harbinger of
Decrepit and all.
modernity the harbinger of modernity
So that's what I'm saying. When they're not when they're not being openly called out, they're actually kind of honest about their history. But the problem is they still see the problem is a lot of these young girls these days, right? Young white girls are enamored with Bridgerton and all that. But if they actually looked at what the people look like back then, right? They'll puke, like literally puke. And they were like the amount of inbreeding. They make this comment about Indians being very endogamous, right? But the amount of inbreeding they had was freaking really bad.
Ugh.
They had a lot of diseases just because of inbreeding. That's why the Great Irish Famine literally it's so effective on them because the inbreeding was so bad, right? Even one staple crop is taken out of their system, they are in trouble. They can't replace it with something else. It's really bad. The modern, good-looking, what do you call it, healthy, what do you call it, clean Westerner is a very modern. It's a very recent phenomenon. It's like I'd say 70, 80 years ago, even 100 years ago, max. Even the US, if you look at early US, it was really disgusting.
Yes,
By
actually,
the way,
I
don't you
watched
think
one
that
movie long
our
time ago. Yeah, Anand, I think on American part, correct, there's one movie I watched long time ago, correct? The Gangs of New York, correct, where you have the
Mm, mm.
Leonardo. In the Gangs of New York, correct, it shows it was like as the way the movie is portrayed, the slums are as bad as what we see in Dharavi,
It would be
the
much worse.
slum life.
It would have been much
Ah, yeah,
worse.
much worse.
But because it's a movie, Western movie, they have to keep it not make it too disgusting. Because they don't like to see gross stuff. You have to understand Westerners, even when they see reality, they want to see like only 10-15%. Right? Like for example, when they watch Indian movies, and this is, I think I was watching Salvatore Babona's criticism of Dhurandhar. He's like, I don't want to see broken jaws and bones of human beings. I'm like, that's the what happens when a body hits against a sign. Like, I'm sorry, that's what you have to see. We literally accept this phrase. I appreciate it. He doesn't want to see it, but we want to see it.
But
Indians want to see it.
but Anand, here I don't think so. It's not like the Westerners don't watch movies with a lot of gore and graphic
No,
violence.
no, but they put it
I
in one
mean,
separate category where only really like die-hard fans of that can go see it. They don't common
like
people to see that
if
shit.
you watch some of the movies by Quentin Tarantino or Martin Scorsese, they had shown graphic violence in stylized, very massy, mainstream manner.
The
Uh,
key, this key is stylized. It's not gritty. It's not realistic. They don't want to see
so it
realism.
was not. So it was not even realistic like Durandar. I think
That's
Durandar.
that's
I
my
didn't.
point. That's my point. My
Uh,
point is my point is that we are burdened with so much of our own what do you call it the Indianisms, right? Technically, that for example all the South Indian movies, right? They're overly gravity defying nonsense, right? The point is
yeah.
even Westerners have overly ridiculous, like okay, give you an example. You take Die Hard, right? Have you seen Die Hard?
Yes.
No.
In Die
Yeah,
No,
Hard,
yeah,
I,
of course. Why
the
not?
main character should die like 20 times in everything he does. Literally, there's
Yeah.
literally every single action he takes, he will die. Okay, there's a high chance of him being dead. But he's still standing and powerful, strong at the end of the movie. But because Americans, at least, like you said, they like to see 10% realism. The 10% realism is so well done, it doesn't look cartoonish. Like, they don't go into the cartoon gravity defying stuff. But all of their stuff is fantasy. Like everything, even the realistic movies are fantasy, right? And this is the problem. We make this mistake. We have gone into cartoonish and action in such a way that they're able to criticize us when their movies are also unrealistic. Like, you look at any of the action movies, none of their stars should be able to survive. They all will be dead, right? So they are just as realistic as our star, and then their action is just as realistic as ours. It's just much better produced, and they understand like gravity and physics much better. That's the only thing.
So, from this conversation, are you saying that uh, जैसे मुझे यदि धुरंधर की बात पूछे तो मैं बहुत सुना था कि बहुत ज्यादा वायलेंस है, ग्राफिक वायलेंस है,
नहीं था
पर मैं जब देखा तो आई डिडंट इवन फील इट. मतलब
कुछ
एक दो
नहीं.
सीन इधर उधर
even
दिखा.
the even the bloody scenes, that is just, you can literally make out their props being thrown against surfaces and being filmed.
ये
I can make out
धुरंधर
their
में ना.
props. Yes, in Durandar. Actually, my biggest criticism of Durandar was the props didn't look very well. They were not well done. I think they were too properly. Like for example, there's the scene with his father, right? There's one scene when the auto flips over. I can literally
या
see
या
the prop flying. I can see the board, this stiff prop flying through the air. That didn't look like a human body. So my criticism was whoever did the prop work did a bad job. Right? Same thing with the part
हाँ, but
where the driver of the car at the end with the final death scene, he flies out the window. Again, that looked like a clear prop, but a not well done prop. Like, so my criticism was that the prop
so
master was not very good at it. his
so
job.
माय पॉइंट इज जो ये लोग इतना वायलेंस वायलेंस चिल्ला रहे हैं, मुझे
कुछ
तो
नहीं था.
धुरंधर में उतना कुछ ग्राफिक वायलेंस लगा भी नहीं. इससे
कुछ
भयानक
नहीं होता.
भयानक ग्राफिक वायलेंस की मूवीज आई है,
I have
स्पेशली
seen
कोरिया एंड
one.
जापान में. तो
Oh my
कोरिया और
god,
जापान
Korean.
में तो ग्राफिक
Yes.
वायलेंस अलग लेवल का होता है. तो
Absolutely. Then no one criticizes them. No one criticizes them for being like, oh, that what the old boy.
मुझे
What movies? What movie is that? They copied. John Abraham copied it, right? He made that copied movie. He made. He just copied the movie, the whole premise. Like he couldn't even create his own bloody movie. That could have you
और
could have literally taken the character's motivations and placed him in
और
a proper Indian setting. Just copy the whole shit movie. Like seriously. And
और
these people
मुझे
give
लगता
lecture
है
to others about good filmmaking. Like seriously.
और मुझे लगता है ना आनंद कि जो दूसरे लोग हैं, जो गोरे लोग हैं और जो विदेशी लोग हैं, वो भारत को या हिंदुओं को हिंसा करते हुए नहीं देख सकते। उनको थोड़ा चुल मचता है कि हिंदू लोग हिंसा क्यों कर, या
नहीं भाई,
हिंदू लोग
it's not
अपने
about हिंदू लोगों को
नैरेटिव
हिंसा
के
करते
हिसाब
हैं.
से
No, RRR
नहीं
did really
नहीं
well. RRR did
नहीं
really
नहीं
well.
नो नो मेरी मेरी बात समझिए पहले कि वो लोग हिंदुओं को ग्राफिक वायलेंस करते हुए नहीं देखते हैं क्योंकि उनको चाहिए कि एक शांत हिंदू हो, उग्र हिंदू ना हो, एग्रेशन ना दिखाए हिंदू। क्यों इनको
जिम्मी हिंदू चाहिए, जिम्मी
महाअवतार,
जिम्मी हिंदू चाहिए, जिम्मी
हाँ
हिंदू।
महाअवतार नरसिम्हा के एक्शन से भी इनको प्रॉब्लम था। उसमें तो
No,
उसमें क्या ही दिखाया था,
no, but I had no
वो तो
problem with
कार्टून था।
no, I had no problem with the violence there. That's fine. The problem with
तो
me was that they could have done better job with their rigging. Their rigging was not great. The rigging
नो
was
नो
very weak.
दोज आर टेक्निकलिटीज, आई एम
Yeah,
नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट टेक्निकलिटीज यार। मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो कॉन्सेप्ट कि हम लोग भी मतलब जो हिंदू साइड है या धार्मिक साइड है वो भी वायलेंस कर सकता है जब
of
जरूरत
course
पड़े
they
तो,
सकते हैं. We
वो
should
भी
not
अपना
apologize.
एग्रेशन दिखा सकता है। वो
नहीं, because
मुझे
you're
लगता है
obsessed with
उस
Gandhian nonsense, ना इसलिए there's some this
हाँ
student कैसे भेजा जाए वहाँ गया है that they think that Hindu means peaceful, saintly, all kind of nonsense shit. वो weak वाला just yoga pose में बैठ के it's very happy and gives you happyisms and truisms and then tatastu. That's what they really think Hindus are.
Yeah, they need the dal sims, right? वो Street Fighter वाला जो character है, dal sim चाहिए उन्हें. The
अरे
lanky guy, yoga position में रहता है.
Dalsim at least stands for his if you look at the Dalsim story, right, his motivations, they're very good. They represent Hinduism much better than the other shit, okay, other places I've seen it.
That's what they always do. Like the aesthetic, they want that. Dal sim वाला aesthetic चाहिए उन्हें हिंदू में हमेशा.
But Street Fighter didn't come from Westerners; it came from Eastern
Obviously.
Asia. So it is much better
Okay, by the
represented.
way, yeah, by the way, there was a comment in our comment section. Great guy. So Nike, I guess. So he mentioned in Pirates of the Caribbean there was a what should I say? There was a parody बोले क्या इसको पता नहीं.
Sambhaji.
Yeah. So Sri Sambhaji was a caricature of Kanoji Angre, which was made in that movie. So I guess our great Maratha generals still have some memory over there in the West, and they made a caricature out of him.
One thing I'll tell you with how Westerners look at anything Indian or anything Asian in general. So either they are completely involved or immersed in the culture and the lore. Okay, so Japan has been able to do that conceivably really well. Korea is doing a little bit of that right now, but Korea is mostly westernized. They don't even care about their own lore too much. Okay, and you look at Thailand. So there are some Westerners who actually get completely immersed into Asian lore. Okay, but most Westerners, what they will do, they take a smidge of the the trappings of an Asian culture. They will place westernized ideas on top of the trappings. So they take the out facing visual. They place their morality, their ideology into that person, and they will place them in the character. Right? They rarely will delve into why an Asian would do what they would do. Right? That's why you get person like you get movies like what's that? The Indiana Jones Temple of Doom. You get and promise. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I have a point on this this one thing I've seen with American movies is many times when they have to show a Chinese American character or even an Indian American character, quite often they will show them as Christians and
Yeah,
not as indigenous or Hindu. Even when they are showing Indian character, they will name the character as Alex. There was a
yeah,
show done by Priyanka Chopra. The name of her character was Alex. I
yeah.
was wondering why not a Hindu character.
Because
So
that's a
there is
point.
a
No,
reason
no, they have to go into the
behind
they have to
it.
go into the family. They have to go into the interactions. Let's see. The point is, if you just give the and also the thing is, they want Western audience to know the character very well. And I have no idea why Westerners can't pronounce Indian names. I still don't get it. But there's something in the fact that we have not forced people to learn our names properly. We basically
Yeah,
capitulate, right?
अरे हम लोग ऐसे ऐसे मतलब हीन भाव से भरे हुए लोग हैं ना आनंद, जो अवतार को एवतार अनाउंस करते हैं हम लोग में, ठीक है। अब किसी गोरे ने अवतार को एवतार बोल दिया तो हम भी एवतार बोलेंगे, अवतार नहीं बोलेंगे, जबकि
No,
वो
but
हमारा शब्द है।
the
ऐसे
reason
चमन लोग हैं हमारे यहाँ।
no, no, the
तो
reason why
हम
you
लोग
become
अपना नाम कैसे उच्चारण करवाएंगे उनसे?
no, the reason
हमारे
why you
देश में
become
ही
the
हमारे देश
reason
में ही लोग अपना नाम उच्चारण नहीं कर पाते। अब मैंने कितने लोगों को देखा है कि जैसे अपर्णा, ये एक नाम है, ड़ होता है उसमें, तो अपर्णा अपर्णा बोलते हैं। तो एक तो इंग्लिश स्पेलिंग के कारण भी वी हैव लॉस्ट अ लॉट ऑफ आवर प्रोनाउंसिएशन, क्योंकि उसको हिंदी में लिखते तो वो उच्चारण स्पष्ट होता है,
no,
तो
no,
हम अपनी
that
भाषा में भी नहीं लिखते, तो हम लोग अपने ही नाम को ढंग से उच्चारण नहीं कर पाते, कोई दूसरा क्या उच्चारण करे?
no, no,
तो ये
that's
एक है कि
that's a minor thing. That's a minor thing to worry about at
नो,
this
नॉट
stage.
रियली,
I'm
दैट
talking
इज नॉट
about
रियली
deeper.
माइनर।
No, no, I understand, but I'm saying you tackle challenges from a hierarchical level, right? Because this is like the last stage where you focus on small differences in pronunciation. Because for example, maybe in South India people can't say up that maybe they may say
नो
aparna still, right? No, in Tamil, for example,
No, no,
many
it's
characters in North
I'm
India
not
are not
talking
work.
about South India, आनंद। मैं हिंदी भाषियों की ही बात कर रहा
Oh, okay. Okay,
हूँ।
that's different
तो
then.
हिंदी भाषी ही अपना उच्चारण खो रहे हैं। मैं उस हिसाब से बात कर रहा हूँ, तो हम
Okay.
अपने ही भाषा का उच्चारण भूल जा रहे हैं। I think even you can give certain examples where Tamil people are not announcing Tamil words properly. वो जो जो शब्द होता है ZHA वाला, बोलते हैं कि बहुत सारे तमिल लोग वो उच्चारण करना ही भूल गए, अब वो
No,
ढंग से नहीं कर पाते।
because a lot of the political guys don't want to keep those things, no, it helps them to, because they also want to become, everyone wants to become Matthew and John and like Mumtaz and Muhammad. No value in that's a funny part. No, the funny part is that a lot of these people claiming to be Tamil are not technically Tamil anymore. They basically become Arab or they become European.
अरे
Their
एक
identity is
एक
that.
फेलिक्स नाम का व्यक्ति बोलता है तमिल का ये होना चाहिए, अस्मिता होना चाहिए, अस्मिता होना चाहिए। तो कोई हिंदू मुनानी का लीडर था, बोला तेरा नाम फेलिक्स है, तू नाम लिया है इजराइल से, तू क्या तमिल तमिल चिल्ला रहा है यहाँ पे बैठ के? बोला मेरा नाम तमिल है,
No,
मैं
but
हिंदू हूँ, मेरा नाम तमिल है।
no, that's वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. That lot of this Tamil people have basically abandoned their own identity to some random person, right? The fact that you are giving someone called Stalin the right to dictate Tamil culture to you, Stalin, who is basically some European, some East Asian guy following some Europeans guy's ideology, and forcing it on some Indian in place of your indigenous your own indigenous culture, which is your Burga and your what do you call it, Kartikeya, like that. Instead of that, you're focusing on this random person from some other country. Some of the like the whole challenge with India is we keep abandoning our own traditions for someone else, right? Even in our arguments, and I find a lot of like traditional Hindus, also, like very religious Hindus, also abandoning own. Like they rather would work with the framing, the Abrahamic of good and evil framing in their daily lives. Like I have to correct so many people when I tell them, don't say good and evil, say dharma and adharma. Don't use that framing in your daily vocabulary ever. right? Only when you do that, everything will change. Like I don't have to, I don't have to believe in God, but at least the philosophical framing of the indigenous tradition is more valuable than good and evil, because we
Look,
all know good and evil is impossible to determine in such a like the current world.
look,
But see,
Anand, you don't have to believe in God to believe in dharma.
I know I'm just that's my point.
Okay,
My point is that
so
only.
it's a moot point whether anyone believes in God. As
I'll
long
tell
as
you.
you have faith
Yesterday,
in dharma, it doesn't
Arey,
matter.
I will
And
tell you. Yesterday I
one
watched
more
a video.
point that I wanted to mention before you continue, Anand, that is, I see this serious problem that others have when Hindus show aggression in any form. हिंदूज रिटेलिएट करता है या एग्रेशन दिखाता है या मूवी के थ्रू कोई एग्रेशन दिखाता है, अदर पीपल बिकम वेरी अनकंफर्टेबल कि हिंदू कैसे एग्रेशन दिखा
I'll have.
रहा है। और
Please express it.
इसीलिए आप देखते हैं ना, कोई कोई मूवीज जो हिंदू नैरेटिव पर बनी है और जो रिवेंज बेसिस पे बनी है, जैसे धुरंधर एक उदाहरण हो गया, या महाअवतार नरसिम्हा, जहाँ पे आपको हिंदू नैरेटिव के बेसिस पे एग्रेशन दिखता है, वो बहुत हिट हुई है एकदम, मतलब आकाश छूने वाला हिट हुई है। या कांतारा, कांतारा में भी हिंदू एग्रेशन दिखता है,
Yes,
मतलब
exactly.
हिंदू नैरेटिव के बेसिस। तो वो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों में वो इंस्टिंक्ट छुपा है हिंदू साइड में कि वी वांट दैट एग्रेशन टू कम आउट, पर दूसरे लोग उसको दबाते हैं, उस एग्रेसिव इंस्टिंक्ट।
No, but I will
ये
give you
मैंने
one.
देखा है।
I'll do one. I'll do one counterfactual in this. Okay, just to push back a little bit. So because or else we'll only be talking about like positive thing among ourselves. Now, see, Hindu aggression is fine, but is Hindu aggression being used in the right way? So, for example, let's take the case. Okay, these all these Kannada warriors in Karnataka, right? They're going around assaulting people, saying, "Oh, speak Kannada." That's also Hindu aggression, but is that channeled in the right way? Is it channeled for dharma or adharma? Think about
No,
it.
no.
That's the problem, right?
What I am
No
saying,
one's framing
Anand,
it
is
correctly.
not that. No. What I am saying, Anand, it's. I'm not saying that Hindus who are aggressive. That's not my point. Aggression used for Hindu cause. That's a different thing.
Okay.
That is something people cannot digest. Many people.
But
या
Dhurandhar is not
एग्रेशन
explicitly
जो
Hindu cause.
हिंदू, हाँ, फॉर हिंदू कॉज या हिंदू पर्सपेक्टिव से, मतलब जो हिंदू हित में है या हिंदू नैरेटिव के अनुसार जो दिखाया जाता है एग्रेशन, उससे बहुत लोगों को प्रॉब्लम है। ऐसे तो हिंदू नाम से बहुत कम्युनिस्ट भी भरे पड़े, वो भी तो एग्रेसिव है, वो भी तो मार
वही
काट
तो
कर।
वही
मैं
तो
उसकी तो
प्रॉब्लम।
बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ,
No, but
मैं
that is
उसकी
more
बात नहीं कर
important.
रहा हूँ।
But that is more important. वही
नो नो,
the biggest problem for the Hindu so-called Shatru Bodh is there are a lot of people in the mask of Hindu or the mask of Hindu or technically a dharmic Hindu, right? So we have to be able to make out what is dharma and what is adharma in a civilizational context right now, right? So for example, let's take it. Kailash Vijayvargiya, he made a statement in Madhya Pradesh. How would you qualify the dharmic Hindu or adharmic Hindu? Be honest.
यार मुझे तो वो चमन आदमी लगता है, वैसे अधर्मी है उसने जो किया, पर है एक नंबर का चमन। वो
Correct.
बंगाल हरा के भी चला गया था 2021 में, तो
Correct. No, that's one thing. That's one thing. Let's take another example, like the difficult examples, right? Now we have Yogi Adityanath, right? He's doing the demolition of all the bad, like all the people are illegal, all the illegal buildings. Is that dharmic Hindu or adharmic Hindu?
आई थिंक दैट इज धर्म।
Correct. That is dharmic Hindu, right? Some are very easy to identify. Now let's take some more examples, right? There is this guy in again take Kannada again, DK Shivkumar. He's a bhakta. It's very obvious. He's a believer, but he basically takes advantage to make his own money, and he's willing to sacrifice Hindu interests in the larger context to make more money, to make his own money. Now, is he dharmic or dharmic? And how will you frame that in the right way to criticize him? Because he'll say, I go to temple,
दैट इज
I do good
अधर्म,
work for Hindus.
दैट इज धर्म, because whatever bhakti he is doing, he won't be able to sustain that bhakti by harming the larger Hindu society. He
But what
won't
if
be
he
able to
says,
sustain those
but what
values.
if he says, my technique is actually benefiting Hindus? How will we able to frame? That's my point. No, the fundamental problem is, our challenge is that a lot of people are sitting in that fence very smartly, and they're able to tweak left and right as required. Right? Like they'll do some things, build some temple, go to some like go and do some good works, Hindu good works. If Hindus get affected, oh, ye kar rahe hain aise. How can I deny him that the right to consider himself dharmic?
No,
Or
no.
वो problem है.
The thing is, Anand, uh, यहीं पे गड़बड़ है कि Hindus confuse tokenism with policies.
Yes, got it.
Tokenism is not policy.
Got
Tokenism
it.
is not institutionalization of a particular policy which will benefit Hindus. वो
I was
टेम्पल
getting
बना के
exactly
जैसे
that.
जैसे ममता बनर्जी करती है, ममता
Exactly.
बंदोपाध्याय करती है,
I was going to come to that
जैसे
next.
पॉलिसी सब अल्पसंख्यकों के पक्ष में बस एक मंदिर बना देगी। तो भाई मंदिर आप जितने भी बनाओ, पर पॉलिसी जब अपने अल्पसंख्यकों के पक्ष में बना दिए है और स्ट्रक्चरली अल्पसंख्यकों की सहायता होगी, तो फिर वो एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि वो मंदिर भी बेकार हो जाएगा, गौण हो जाएगा, क्योंकि हिंदू लोग तो मिट जाएंगे ना। तो at the end of the day, that mandir is a non-sustainable thing. It's just a token which will help you to win elections. That's it.
That's exactly what I was coming to. I was coming to the fact that tokenism. So another mistake, I have a big problem with the way Indian political leaders frame the word appeasement. So appeasement is a political imperative. People have to appease their constituency, right? They don't seem to understand appeasement is seen as positive for the people getting appeased. So, for example, when Shivraj Singh Chauhan gives the Mahila Yojana, it is appeasement of Mahilas, right? Same way when Yogi Adityanath demolishes illegal structures, he's appeasing those who are legally building structures. So appeasement is a required part of politics. The problem and the fundamental word that should be used is pandering. Pandering is one of doing action but not meaning it, not meaning any substantial value. So, for example, when Zoram Mamdani goes to a Hindu temple, he is pandering to the Hindu community. He's not appeasing them. Appeasing them is to give them something they could actually use. My problem with the Indian political discourse is so I don't know who gives these words to them to keep repeating it 1,000 times. It's become like in the political context, like secularism
But
and socialism. Like just they dal diya and it's become everyone is accepted, right?
I want you to clarify something. That is pandering by words, right? Because
No.
in our country, it is pandering
Even if
through
you're standing,
policies.
no. Imagine if I stand in front of an Ambedkar statue. Don't say anything. I just garland him. That's also pandering, right?
Okay. But that
Appeasement
is just
is maybe if I
symbolic.
go to a Dalit basti and I help them with education, I give them books, and those things are appeasement. Appeasement is a good thing to do. You have to appease a particular voting bloc.
So, Anand, let's say there is this minority appeasement thing. We say that is
Yes.
there is extra rights and extra schemes for minorities. Is
Yes.
it a good thing?
No, that's not saying no. The appeasing of the voting bloc is good thing for them. So when you criticize saying that you're doing minority appeasement, the minority is very happy. So it is not good for them. It's not going to affect them. You should say you're
So,
pandering to the minority because you're not actually giving them anything, but you're taking their votes. You understand what's going on?
no. It's like giving them things that they want. That is giving
But that's not
money
that's
to
not the
their
opportunity.
madrasas,
No,
masjids,
that's
giving them
different.
a free
Huh. That
food
is
or
different.
whatever.
No. So
So
the
how do
politician.
you frame
Let me
it?
explain the difference. Let me explain the difference. The politician, the leftist politician or the opposition politician appeases the mullah class. Remember, this is very important. The ashrafs and the mullah class are appeased by the politician. The common Muslim is pandered to by the politician. There's a distinction. They actually don't give anything significant to the BJP is the opposite. BJP panders appeases a lot of the poor people, but it panders to all the rich Muslims. with their sabka saath sabka vikas, that's pandering. But they actually give a lot of scholarships to poor Muslims. We must be very clear about what we are. That's the whole problem with the BJP. No, they're not very clear to what they're framing, because they're actually appeasing. They actually do appeasement. They do minority appeasement. The BJP. They give them scholarships more than they give other community scholarships. The reverse is true for the opposition. They appease the upper classes and the scholars of the Islamic community. They pander to the poor people who get nothing technically. That is the distinction. Sorry, I went off tangent, I guess.
Yeah. My last question on this would be: how would you frame an argument where you say that there is discriminatory form of appeasement, like you are appeasing Muslims by providing them special schemes, or
Don't
you are
even use,
appeasing
don't even
SC/STs
use
by
appeasement.
providing special schemes?
Don't
Okay,
even use
sorry.
appeasement. Do not even use appeasement. Just say, under the Constitution, discrimination against citizens is unacceptable, and I will not perpetuate discrimination against the majority for the minority. That's all you need to say. Appeasement is a problem. You cannot keep using the word appeasement, because if anyone picks up this across the world, they see appeasement as positive. Nowhere in the world do they use appeasement as negative. They use it as positive. Only in India they use appeasement as a negative. That's the problem. None of our messaging goes abroad, because our messaging is only for an Indian audience, and the Indian audience don't even understand words most of the time. Like secularism, you go tell a Western audience, say secularism is being propagated in India. They will not understand. They'll say, why are you so criticizing secularism? Nowhere else in the world, even Asian societies will not say, why are you criticizing secularism? You go to a Thai person who's very religious, the state is extremely religious, like the king dictates policy, and you tell them, we practice secularism in India. They'll think, so what's wrong with that? Because the most of the world understands secularism in a different way than we understand secularism. That's the whole problem. Same with socialism, right? We don't seem to understand what socialism entails in India. No one seems to
I
understand.
think it also is a problem of a country where English is not the first language, but our language of intellectual discourse is English. So we have distorted all the words
That's
after
my point.
borrowing them from the West.
That's exactly my point. My
So,
point is the political class should be clarifying it, not propagating the nonsense. That's the whole point of political class is not to propagate nonsense. The point of the political class is to guide its citizens. The problem in India is that political class does not guide its citizens.
So in our country, the meaning of every word is very distorted. So in West, secularism is something else. But I mean, originally, secularism is
West,
something else.
anywhere in
But
the
in
world.
India,
Anywhere in the world, you go to
the
Africa, you go to
meaning of
Asia, you go to Europe, you go to South America. You say secularism, they all understand the same definition of secularism. It's only in India. That's my point. No? Christopher Hitchens talks to Shaji Tharoor. Okay, he's like, your country is secular, and then Shaji Tharoor says, no, we have Indian version of secularism, and then Christopher Hitchens looks at him like he's a moron. Like literally, Shaji Tharoor with his English accent talks to another Englishman, and the guy's like, looking at him like he's a moron. Like, what the hell do you mean by Indian version of secularism?
I think many Indian
sorry, yeah.
I think many the Indian political elite has couched their bad policies in these good terms, so they can tell the West how good we are.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. You hit the nail on the head. And the problem is the Indian politician is not able to challenge the Indian elite because he bloody wants to propagate the same nonsense.
Because you see, India does not have secularism in the honest sense.
We don't have it. I agree.
When they couch this nonsense, whatever nonsense we have in the name of secularism as secularism to the West thinks, okay, India has secularism. So they don't get to see what the problems with the current Indian dispensation or Indian state structure is. I think that is the...
No. At some level, even the right-wing discourse is distorted. Because take for example, I'll give a very good example. I think
India does not have right-wing, Anand. Right-wing also does discourse on left-wing frameworks. That is
I
what
will
I
tell you
feel.
one thing. Bajrang Dal could be classified as right wing. Bajrang Dal can be classified as right wing. They are for a very strict definition of how Hindu society should work. They're very clear. That's very
Okay.
obvious. Right? The Sri Ram
But they
Sene
are
could be
also
classified as right
social.
wing.
They are also socialist, in their attitude. If
No.
you
They're
did
right
see.
wing. No. They become a collectivists, but they're right wing. Means they're very strict the definition of how society should run. Right?
नो नो,
Within
इट इज
the
नॉट लाइक
modern
दैट यार,
framework.
मतलब नहीं, मैं इसको सपोर्ट नहीं कर सकता.
I'm not saying all of them. I'm
मतलब
saying Sri Ram Sene.
no,
Few
when
organizations
I
are like
was
that.
in trouble, when my village was in trouble, no one came, only Bajrang Dal came.
So
ठीक है, तो
I'm not criticizing the fact that they're right, that they should not come to your village. I'm
अगर
saying they're right
नहीं,
wing from
द
the
पॉइंट
from
इज अगर जंग चल रहा
definition.
है, ग्राउंड लेवल पे जंग चल रहा है, तो जंग
So
लड़ने के लिए एक बजरंग दल चाहिए ना.
so why did I say you should not have it? I'm confused. I think you're not understand what I'm saying. I'm just defining the term. That's all. I'm not saying they're wrong.
अच्छा.
I'm just defining what they are. They're what you call right wing collectivists. That's fine. But you define the term very clearly. He said they're not right wing. I'm saying they are right wing. They're not far right. You can't call them far right like the Western.
I would call them धार्मिक, ठीक है, as simple as
But
that.
but from the framing of the Westerner, they're right wing because they're for a very strict definition of culture, and they're defining that culture. That's fine. It's okay. They have a right to, in a democracy, you have a right to put forward your perspective. That's why I have a big problem with the so-called liberals in this country, because they keep saying you can't say this, you can't say that. What nonsense! That's not liberalism. Liberalism means you allow for all ideas to be go to public square, and the ideas that are successful will convince the others who are not that should join my idea, and you change society. Right? Shashi Tharoor, again, my biggest criticism of Shashi Tharoor, he's like, oh, there's no one idea of Hinduism. Yes, that is true. So why are you preventing other ideas of Hinduism from speaking? Why are you saying they can't speak? Why are you saying the RSS idea of Hinduism can't be spoken? What nonsense. They have a right to speak. Same way the Bajrang Dal idea of Hinduism can be spoken. Same way the Yadav
Or,
idea can be spoken. Whatever
or,
framework you want to
or
frame it as.
Savarkarite idea of Hindutva.
Exactly.
Why do they have so much of problem with Savarkarite idea of
Because
Hindutva?
they're intellectually dishonest. See, that's the problem. The problem is fundamentally that we don't have the words to call them out. We call them out on the basis of what they are telling us to call them out on. We should say, no, you are saying there are multiple versions of Hinduism. Yes, we agree. But we have a right to speak our version of Hinduism to people and convince them to join our group. Who are you to stop us from having the conversation? That's what you should be telling. You should be saying, oh, you shut up. The problem is we go with, oh, you shut up. The thing is, like, we have a right to speak. You are literally admitting that we have a right to speak.
And
So
do
let us
you
speak.
know why this happens, Anand? Do you know why this happens? Oh, you shut up. This happens because people don't have knowledge, they don't read, they don't gain knowledge. So what happens is that they can't debate, therefore shut up. They can't explain, therefore shut up. This is what happens. You
So
cannot debate unless you have knowledge. You cannot develop a society where you don't have free discussion. You cannot develop ideas without.
that is
So
why. That's why I say.
But
basically when anyone is asking ना, if a Congress is asking कि अरे ये सावरकर वाला हिंदुत्व है, then we should ask what is your definition, what is Congressy definition of हिंदुत्व, does it exist at all? ठीक है.
गांधी
if they say अरे
गांधी
है गांधी वाला, मैं क्या कहाँ दिखाओ मुझे कहाँ पे वो
No, but
हिंदुत्व के बारे में लिखा.
even if they can show
the
also, see that even if they can show a different form of Hindutva, the point fundamentally
They
is their
don't
own
have it.
argument
That's the
says.
point. They don't
No,
have it.
even if they do, let's assume they tomorrow, because they always be ready for plan B. Remember, always be ready for plan B. They may suddenly come up with a definition, you should be ready. There's a lot of these TV show hosts, right? All this Arnab and all, they're not prepared for plan B. They
हाँ,
will
they will say
challenge
कि
and guess. The guest
Hinduism,
will
we
say
have Hinduism.
something, and then they, oh shit, oh my, I can't say anything now. Let's go, move on to the next guest. Always have plan B, always have plan C. And plan B. So if they say they have a definition of Hindutva, you say, yes, Hindutva can mean many things to many different people. This is my definition of Hindutva. We have a right to tell it to the people, and the people should vote on it. Who are you to stop democracy? That's the argument you should be making.
or we can simply say the original definition of Hindutva was given by Savarkar. This
Yeah,
is what
that's
it
what I'm
is.
Exactly.
Now you
Exactly.
can come up with whatever you want to, but
Yeah.
Right.
Savarkar, the original person, said this.
बिल्कुल
That's it.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल
End of discussion.
No,
बिल्कुल
Okay,
you
so
must not say
okay,
it is burden. The burden of proof is on you to prove that your definition of Hindutva or Hinduism is better than mine. You prove why yours is better. Define the terms very accurately. Define the framework of what it is, and then tell me why it's better and why it benefits Hindu society better. That's the question you should be asking. Every debate with such a person, you should be asking this question. Define why is what your ideas of that you're pushing forward are better. So, for example, there's this thing about KKR, right?
KKR, KKR.
So they're
Hmm.
getting rid of this Bangladeshi player, right? They are the Bangladeshi player. So Shashidhar says it's very in poor taste for us to kick out a KKR player. So our argument should be, seeming that point, say we should make an argument of why it is better to kick out the player, why it benefits Hindu society. That should be the argument, not that Shashidhar is anti-national. The mistake a lot of people make is Shashidhar is anti-national. No, you show why he is wrong on the fact that the player should stay, and you defeat him. He can never come back. He can never come back for the argument. But the anti-national argument, like, he can come back. He say, "Oh, it's ad hominem. I can't talk to you. You people are fascists." That's literally what they're banking on. The opposition is banking on the fact that you don't have a conversation. Defeat them and you see what will happen to them. They can't come back. वापस नहीं आ सकते.
हाँ सीधा बोलो बांग्लादेशी प्लेयर को हटा रहे केकेआर से हमको क्या मतलब कोई
No, no,
भी टीम में वो बांग्लादेश का
I
प्लेयर
will
होता
tell
तो
you.
हम विरोध करते
I will tell you. You know why they keep saying this? Because you want to have cordial relations. You have to ask, give me substantive metrics on what cordial relations have achieved for us. I want substantive
नो
metrics
नो
on what I've achieved with cordial relations.
what cordial relations is he talking about even during
What?
Hasina Sheikh's rule Hindus were not having a gala time in Bangladesh
No,
I
was
think
India having a gala time in Bangladesh? Forget about Hindus. Was India getting a benefit out of it? Bangladesh is benefiting from us. We were barely benefiting from Bangladesh.
yeah we sort of shackled or we put restrictions on our textile business so that
Exactly.
Bangladesh could benefit what did
Exactly.
we
That's
get
an
out of it?
argument. Yeah, that will keep him tied up in knots because he has to explain why Tirupur should be sacrificed for Bangladeshi textile exporters, and he's in trouble because he's South Indian. You always catch your enemy in a place where he hurts him the most, right? That's how you do it.
Yeah, I think it was southern part of India which was affected the most
Yes.
because of this policy. I think
Yes.
Tamil Nadu was highly affected because they had a booming textile business
So now I want to tell you
industry.
about this debate I was watching yesterday, today morning, on modern day debate between this guy claiming to be basically saying he's a theist versus an atheist, okay, a philosophy atheist. Initially I was like, what the hell is this guy? Because this guy started talking about consciousness is universal, okay. And I'm not joking. This is shocking. I was like, I was doing, and then later it comes out he's a Christian mystic. I was surprised. He's using all Advaita terms, Advaita concepts. These people are stealing Advaita, man. Now they're stealing Advaita and calling it
Yeah.
Christian mysticism
Even
now.
I was thinking about it. They are now trying to appropriate Advaita Vedanta,
Because
Christians.
they're losing to atheists. Okay, they're losing to atheists like crazy, and atheists have no problem with Advaita Vedanta. They have no problem with universal consciousness. They just have a problem with the definition of God. That's it.
अरे कैसे
So,
अप्रोप्रिएट कर लेंगे हम लोग बैठे हैं ना इधर
अरे वही
मैं
तो बोल रहा हूँ
अप्रोप्रिएट
विजीत
कर
दा.
लेंगे
My point is the problem is there's
जब
this
तक
big
मैं
wall,
जिंदा वो
ना.
50 से 100 बुक निकलेगा भाई
अरे
इनके ऊपर
वो
अकेले
बुक
आ नहीं रहूंगा
जाना
मैं
चाहिए ना यूएस में वेस्टर्न सर्कल्स में. I would suggest Bijit da, if you can get on modern day debate and kick those people's ass. Like it will be
मजा आ
phenomenal.
जाएगा नहीं प्रिपेयर करके जाऊंगा फिर मैं बुक लिख के आराम से एज के सिनेरियो सारे कवर करके फिर
आप
Because
जाऊंगा क्या
आप
you know
जाऊंगा
शायद
he did
आप
debates went on
आप
modern debate. He didn't do.
राइट
He did an okay
Bijit
job. He
da
did a good job. He could have done better job, but
Bijit
you need to
da
go.
Bijit da आप
हाँ
तो कैम्ब्रिज से पढ़े आप कैम्ब्रिज से ही तो आपने पीएचडी
नहीं नहीं
की
मैं
है ना
कार्नेगी मेलन से हूँ कार्नेगी मेलन
अ, तो
Wow,
वो
Anikiran is a
कहाँ है
great school.
वो यूके में है क्या
नहीं
नहीं
यूएस में
US
है
US.
पिट्सबर्ग यूएस में है
यूएस में, तो आपके यूएस
मैसेच्यूसेट्स
में तो कॉन्टैक्ट्स होंगे कोई ना कोई, तो
मैसेच्यूसेट्स
हाँ बट यार ये डिबेट में कहाँ से
तो
मतलब
कोई ना कोई कॉन्टैक्ट के थ्रू आप ट्राई कीजिए ना यूएस इंटेलेक्चुअल उसमें एंटर करने का,
अरे मॉडर्न
इंटेलेक्चुअल
डिबेट
सर्कल्स
वेरी
में।
इजी टू गो, you go to modern debate and set email the host,
ईमेल भेजना होता है हाँ
email the host, tell him you want
राइट
to debate
हाँ वो भी
debate
ठीक है,
this
पर
optimistic.
वो
राइट
ठीक है। मैं अब उनको कितना ईमेल आता होगा कितने लोगों से, हजारों लोगों से, तो मैं यही कह रहा हूँ कि आप जान पहचान के थ्रू जा सकते हैं, तो एक बार ट्राई कीजिए उनके डिस्कोर्स में घुसने का, मे बी
हाँ वो ये मैं ट्राई
यू
करूंगा।
कैन
अभी
हैव अ
ये वाला
मेजर
बुक
इम्पैक्ट।
निकलेगा ना, स्प्लिट वाला जो बुक है वो तो बिल्कुल ही मैं अटैक कर रहा हूँ अब्राहमिज्म पे, सो इट विल होलसेल अटैक है ना ये।
Array,
सो
I'm telling you, the nonsense they're doing there, like seriously, they don't understand Advaita at all, but they keep quoting it like as if they think they have a right to quote it, like
ये
अरे
लोग
it's
जो सोल करते हैं, सोल का तो इसने ही काट दिया था, नीचे ने काट दिया था कि देयर इज नॉट वन सोल, देयर आर मेनी सोल्स, बिकॉज सोल्स आर बेसिकली रिस्पॉन्स टू एक्सटर्नलिटी, राइट? एक्सटर्नलिटी चेंज होता है, सोल भी चेंज हो सकता है, एंड
अरे
इस तरह सो
हाँ बोलिए
डुअलिज्म
बोलिए
वहां पे
बीजी।
दिखा दिया है, वहां पे दिखा दिया है नीचे ने कि
Hey,
इट इज बेसिकली
Vijita, what is your opinion on panpsychism?
आई डोंट नो मैन ये सब क्या है
Huh?
इसीलिए नहीं जाता मैं।
I don't like pancakes, so
No, panpsychism is a westernized idea of Advaita. It is
अच्छा
saying that
अच्छा
all of the universe is consciousness.
ओके 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 फाइन
अरे
देन आई
जो किताब पढ़ो, ये लोग कॉपी कर रहे हैं अद्वैत वेदांत को,
बात ये है ना,
कुछ
ये
दूसरा नाम
कॉन्शियसनेस
दे
को
रहे हैं,
भी ये लोग फिजिकल लेवल पे रखते हैं, दैट्स द
दूसरा
प्रॉब्लम
नाम
विद
दे रहे हैं सब
वेस्टर्न
कुछ को,
फिलोसफी। हाँ हाँ
दूसरा
बेसिकली
नाम दे रहे हैं सब
अरे
कुछ को।
हाँ
अरे
माइंडफुलनेस,
वो
मेडिटेशन इज माइंडफुलनेस।
वो सब है, पर आप देखिए आनंद, ये जो डिस्कशन चल रही थी जिसकी मैं बात करता रहता हूँ, वो एलेक्स और कॉनर और डॉक्टर के और ये लोग का, आप देखिए डॉक्टर के भी कितना बच रहे थे ये हिंदू शब्द कहने से।
या
आपने
एकदम
नोटिस
से
किया
नो,
क्या?
अब बहुत
वो
नोटिस किया भाई।
वो नॉस्टिज्म वो नॉस्टिज्म कह रहा है, वो नॉस्टिज्म कह रहा है, वो सब कुछ बोल रहा है, पर हिंदू कहने से वो बच रहा है।
अरे आई एम टेलिंग यू डूड, the NRI is the most scaredy cat of all scaredy cats. They're freaking terrified of saying Hindu. They're terrified. You know why? Because the minute you say Hindu, no, in the Western psyche, it is cows, caste, and curry. Do you understand? People turn off there. I'm not joking. Westerners turn off when they hear Hindu. They like, oh, Hindu aa gaya. He can't make a serious debate because people. You know what Hinduism comes to compared in the West? Deepak Chopra. And you know how useless Deepak Chopra is. He's a fucking moron.
अरे यार अरे यार
Right? He had a debate. He had a
Robin,
debate with some atheist, and I was like, "Can you shut up about Hinduism? You are embarrassing all of Hindu thought.
राइट
Debating
एग्जैक्टली यार
atheists, that nonsense he's talking. Like it's so frustrating. It's like because even though I don't know anything about everything about Advaita, I know some things about Advaita. Okay, and this guy just
राइट
what nonsense mumbo jumbo just comes out of his mouth.
कुछ भी
Deepak Chopra.
बोलता है यार वो इंसान, मतलब उसको इसको
okay,
इसको पागल कर दिया था यार, अपना जो एथिस्ट बंदा था उसके साथ जो डिबेट चला था एक, अपना
Yeah.
द सेल्फिश जीन वाला, रिचर्ड
Yeah. Exactly.
डॉकिंस। वो बंदा घबरा गया, वो पागल हो गया, वो बिल्कुल ही मतलब बाल वाल खींचने लगा वो बंदा कि भाई
Yeah. कुछ भी बोलते ही ये
छोड़ दे
बंदा कुछ
मुझे
भी बोलता है, कुछ
या तो
मम्बो जम्बो बड़े बड़े हाई
वो
हाई फुलटिन वर्ड्स, या ये कुछ
वो बोला था
कुछ
या
भी
तो
आता
तुझे
है मुंह
मारूंगा
से।
या खुद मरूंगा आज मैं।
और कितने कितने साल से वो कर रहा था, you have to understand, many decades of this nonsense he was doing, okay? And Westerners have been experienced. Oprah and all had them on a TV show. Like this, is literally what how the Westerners learn about Hinduism through morons like this. Okay,
बंदा पगला गया वो उसके बाद डिबेट करना बंद कर दिया रिचर्ड डॉकिंस ने।
ये बोल रहे हैं ना डॉक्टर के बारे में, हाँ वो बोलते हैं कि वो हिमालय गए थे, तपस्या किए थे, हिंदू लोगों से प्रेरणा लिए थे, पर वो वो स्पष्ट नहीं बोलते कि वो मैं हिंदू हूँ, या आप यदि मेडिटेशन करेंगे तो आप हिंदू हो जाएंगे,
अरे यूएस में
उसमें
हिंदुइज्म
उनका
को
वो
बुद्धिस्ट नाम से
क्लैरिटी नहीं
चलता है।
रहता है
हिंदू सारे
उनका।
प्रैक्टिसेस करते हैं, खुद को बुद्धिस्ट बोलते हैं। ठीक है,
हाँ
कि आई
ये
एम
भी
जेन
है।
बुद्धिस्ट। जेन
हाँ
बुद्धिज्म चलता है
हाँ वो
उधर।
अरे हाँ वो डॉक्टर के जेन जेन बहुत बोलता है, जेन
हाँ,
बुद्धिज्म, जेन
जेन बुद्धिज्म
फिलोसफी।
चलता है उधर।
वहां
अरे
पे हिंदू बोलने से बहुत बचता है
Array,
डॉक्टर
because
के, मैंने देखा है ये नोटिस।
people don't even know what Buddhism is. I'm telling you, most Westerners do not know what Buddhism is. They think Buddhism is sitting in a corner, being in calm state, and looking very peaceful. That's it. That's Buddhism. Okay. Not hating the world, loving everyone. That is Buddhism. They don't know shit about Buddhism. Like literally, they don't know about any of the Vajrayana Buddhism. They don't know what Mahayana Buddhism is. They know what Theravada Buddhism is. They don't know any of this stuff. They just know Buddhism means, oh, mindfulness. Let us put some chakras around and let's have some flowers and put some fragrance and oh my god, this is so great. That's Buddhism for them. Okay. Like you'll ask even the most atheists, right, in the West, they're so used to debating Christians, Muslims, even Jews sometimes. But you ask them one line about Hinduism, they will think, oh, 1,000 gods, what do you call it, caste, what, that's all they know. Even the atheists, okay, well-read atheists. There's one channel called Rationality Rules, and one more guy called Amazing Atheist. This is what I followed a long time ago when I was younger. I don't follow him anymore. He did a review about Hinduism, and everything in his Hindu review was just the same nonsense. Okay, I expected him to do a proper deep dive on theology, on philosophy, breaking down Astika, Nastika, breaking down what are the six forms of Astika, what are the distinction between each of them. कुछ नहीं किया, कुछ नहीं किया. You ask him to do research on Christianity, he would have done it. Islam, he did. He did all that they did. Okay. But इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं किया. There's enough documentation on this. Okay. There's enough documentation on it. करते नहीं, उनका इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. They don't want to discuss Hinduism because उनका ये sorry.
Their small brains can't take all these things. They
No,
are
it's not
they
about
are
it's not the small. No, they actually, a lot of the atheists in the West are actually very good. If we can get them onto the Hindu track, we can literally make Nyaya, we can make Vaisheshika, we can make Samkhya worldwide. And that's our in. That's our in. We should get it done as soon as possible.
But that's for the Hindus to make the effort. I mean,
Yes, that's my point.
that is where
That's why I want
we lack
Bijita.
the effort.
That's why I want Bijita to go on this modern debate and destroy a few of them. The problem is what happens again. Like I have no shade on heated debates, but the way he frames his debates is based on what do you call it, theology, right? He goes from the perspective of theology, not on the perspective of defeating.
I can give you some channels to refer, Anand, here. Okay, don't watch heated debates. Try
No, but
watching
he's only one who
Vigyan
debated
Darshan.
on. But I think he's only one who debated on modern day debate. Daniel Hakikachu. I watched the debate. He did a really good job of challenging Daniel Hakikachu. But the problem is, again, he fell into the same tropes because you're going on theology, right? When you go on theology, it's difficult to talk to other theists because what they'll do is they'll pick and choose books, right? And he spent a lot of time because he's not even fluent in English, and it was very visible the way he was challenging him. But doesn't matter. He did a good job. In terms of, I was very happy with what he did. But he could have done a better job. But we need actually someone who's proficient in debating their style of conversation. And I can't debate. I can't debate because I'm not a scholar. If I was a scholar, I would have gone. I'm not a scholar.
There is this new budding philosopher kind of a guy, and he's very good with his philosophical ideas, and he can give it from the Hindu perspective. That is Bhargav Joshi. He has recently opened his YouTube channel. He also came on this Hindi channel called Chal Baat Kar, and they do some great discussions on Indian philosophy and various philosophy. You should check it out. This Bhargav Joshi guy is quite talented.
Sure.
Quite good.
Okay, hold on. Boshalidi, yeah.
So I am here
namaskar.
to namaskar. I'm here to tell you a funny story. Okay, एक बार long back. Okay, I'm much older than you guys. So long back when I was doing my PhD, I was sitting in at the university commons room chewing on my chicken sandwich. Okay, suddenly two people came. Okay, and they just started asking, "Hello, do you have a few minutes? We are students of some subject. I don't even remember." Okay, they asked me, "Do you believe in God?" अभी मुंह में chicken sandwich है, अभी मैं आंसर क्या करूँ यार? "You believe in God?" You know, or ये ना, I'm telling you, since my teenage, I have had this significant irritation for this Abrahamic idea of God. कि तुम हो, God है, वो किधर बैठा हुआ है, something like that. So anyway, they said, "Do you believe in God?" I said, "Define God." So I said, they said, "No, you can't really define God. God is God." I said, "Yeah, but God is like what? Like is a person, is an animal, is a thing?" "No, no, no. God doesn't have any form." I said, "Oh, acha, you're sure, right? God doesn't have any form." তখন মাথাটা চটকে গেছে, খিদে পাচ্ছে. There's like a lot of work pressure. I mean, you've not like gone home practically for like 3 days, and so they're like, "No,
आपको
God doesn't."
त्रिशूल लेके जाना चाहिए।
God doesn't have মুখের মধ্যে chicken sandwich. Imagine, like, it's not like I'm eating vegetarian. Okay, so I'm like, define God. So they said, then, "Oh, God is God. God is an animal. God is a human. God is a material. God is a thing." So I said, "No, no, no. God, it doesn't have a form." I said, "Oh, interesting." So I said, "Where does this formless God live?" "He." I said, "Oh, he is not a she. It's a he. It can't be a she. No, no, it's a he." I said, "Okay, okay. So God doesn't have a form, but he has gender. Interesting. Go on." Then they're like, I said, "Where does this he live?" They said, "Heaven." I said, "Heaven is where? Downstairs?" "No, this is upset." Wait, hold on, hold on, hold. This person, this whatever thing called God doesn't have form, but it has gender and has a specific gravity that is lower than air. Otherwise, how would it have diffused upstairs, right? So then they went on and on. So then they said, "Do you believe in rebirth?" I said, "Yeah, of course I believe in rebirth." It's like, "But you're a student of science." I said, "See, when you die, your body is going to go in a grave or wherever, you're going to be cremated. What are you? You're just made out of molecules, right? Those molecules are going where? They're not going into space. They're not going to ether. They're going to be repurposed by nature into some other form. So maybe the molecule that is inside your body right now is going to become a flower tomorrow, and that flower is going to become fruit, and that fruit is going to go into somebody's stomach." So then like, that's an interesting way of looking at rebirth. I said, not only that, I said, you're being reborn over and over again every 15 years. All your cellular existence, pretty much, except your immune cells and some of your neural cells, pretty much all your cellular existence gets superseded by new molecules. So if you were to tag you with radioactive elements, so you will see that the entirety of your cellular existence at the molecular level has like gone puss, has like is gone, has been replaced by new molecules. So then they gave up after some time. Okay, then they are like, "Do you believe in love?" Same question. I said, "Define love." Then they said that, what, you enjoy your sandwich.
Jesus, what Jesus does,
Like, you enjoy your
what
sandwich.
Jesus does to you.
Yeah. So they say, "Define love. Love define karo." You define love. Then they realize that they are going to get into one more, chicken sandwiching of their brains. So they're like, "No, we'll let you enjoy your sandwich. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your time." And they ran away from there. They literally ran away from there.
No, if they ask you, have you heard the good news? You should be like, I am the good
Yeah, I
news.
am the good news.
Like
Exactly.
that Walter White.
ये क्या कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ भगवान है, लाइक इसका स्पेसिफिक ग्रेविटी है, इसका जेंडर है, लेकिन इसका फॉर्म नहीं, एंड यू आर सो श्योर कि ये भगवान है, इतना श्योरिटी ना, अमेजिंग. नो वंडर द एज आई कीप टेलिंग दैट you have a culture that is predicated on being so sure about such an abstract idea. That's the reason why you see dogma in science. That is the main reason
Exactly.
why you see dogma in science.
Right. And
और
that
एक
way you can
आर्ग्यूमेंट
see
Very
death as
true.
well, na? Death as well. कि अगर पूछते हैं कि what is अच्छा, are you afraid of death? I mean, come on. In 15 years, as you said, कि अगर सेल्यूलर लेवल पे देखे कि अगर यही बॉडी ही मरेगा अगर, तो 10-15 साल में तो सब कुछ रिप्लेस हो जाता है. आई एम एंटायरली न्यू ह्यूमन बीइंग इन 10-15 years. सो अगर वो डेथ है कि ये बॉडी खत्म हो गया, तो फिर वो तो हर मतलब हर टाइम मर रहे हैं. वी आर डाइंग एवरी फ्रिकिंग सेकेंड, वी आर डाइंग. ठीक है. तो ऑब्वियसली अगर ये लोग अगर कुछ डेथ के बात कर रहे हैं, वो शायद ये बॉडीली जो लेवल है, फिजिकल जो लेवल है, इससे ऊपर होना चाहिए जब तक उस लेवल पे। लेकिन नहीं, उनको फिर वो ग्रेव पे गाड़ना है ताकि वो लास्ट डे ऑफ जजमेंट में वो स्पिरिट वो बॉडी के अंदर आ सके, ताकि वो बॉडी फिर खड़ा हो सके, है ना, जिसका जजमेंट। सो बेसिकली दैट्स द थिंग ना, हमारे यहाँ जलाया जाता है क्योंकि हम बिलीव करते हैं यार बॉडी का माया जो है आत्मा को त्यागना होगा, ताकि वो आत्मा को माया वो ना आए, इसलिए बॉडी को जला दो कि वो
अभी यार
आत्मा बस
जब तक इन
मुक्त हो
लोगों
जाए।
का बॉडी खड़ा होगा तब तक इन लोगों का बॉडी पेट्रोलियम हो जाएगा।
नहीं नहीं,
मतलब जब
बात वो
तक इन
नहीं
लोगों
है,
का
दे डोंट बिलीव
वो
इन दैट
बॉडी
ना,
खड़ा होने से पहले लिक्विड हो जाएगा, तो खड़ा होगा
इसलिए तो
कैसे?
दे
वरी
डोंट
करते
बिलीव इन
हैं।
दैट।
They think it's permanently there. They think the body is there
दे
forever.
अच्छा, मुस्लिम्स थिंक कि ये जो इन जो रसूल अल्लाह है उनको वहाँ टॉम में वो उधर जो
Yeah.
समाधि दिया गया है, हाँ,
कौन से
तो वो
समाधि
उधर ही
दिया
है।
गया है? एक
कहीं
सेकेंड, इफ यू रेड लेस्ली हेजल्टन्स बुक यू विल रियलाइज दैट उनको समाधि 36 आवर्स तक किसी ने नहीं दिया था।
हाँ
Yeah.
एग्जैक्टली,
उनका जो
छोड़ के रखा गया था।
कौन था उसका नाम जो
लगभग एक सिविल वॉर चालू
अली,
हो गया, वो
हाँ
जो
अली,
अली और इसके
अली
बीच,
ने
हाँ
उसका डेड बॉडी को बाथ दिया और जो उसको जो फाइनल जो रेस्ट वहां पे किया, और उसके
राइट,
ऊपर एक पहला मकबरा था लेकिन अभी वो भी नहीं है, कुछ कमेमोरेट
एग्जैक्टली,
नहीं,
हाँ,
वो तो
फ्लैट
अहले
फ्लैट कर
बैत को
दिया
बिल्कुल खत्म कर दिया उन लोगों को।
गया, राइट।
और और एक इनकंसिस्टेंसी है इनका गॉड के कॉन्सेप्ट में। एक तो ये बोलते गॉड ओमनी
और
प्रेजेंट है।
एक
मैं
like a thousand
एक मतलब
inconsistencies there, God.
नहीं, मैं एक आर्ग्यूमेंट दे रहा हूँ, 1000 आर्ग्यूमेंट्स मुझे याद नहीं है, तो 1000 आप लोग दीजिए, मैं एक दूंगा, ठीक है। तो एक और आर्ग्यूमेंट जो बहुत अच्छा लगा मुझे वो था कि ये लोग बोलते हैं गॉड ओमनी प्रेजेंट है, ऊपर से जो क्रिएटर है सेपरेट फ्रॉम द क्रिएशन। तो ओमनी प्रेजेंट मतलब क्या? सर्वव्यापी, यत्र तत्र सर्वत्र। तो यदि गॉड अलग है क्रिएशन से और वो यत्र तत्र सर्वत्र है, तो हम लोग कैसे? हम लोग को होना ही नहीं चाहिए था, उसके जगह गॉड होना चाहिए था।
अरे इसीलिए
हम लोग के लिए
क्रिश्चियन मिस्टिक
स्पेस
आ
कहाँ
गया
से
ना।
बचा?
अरे इसीलिए वो अद्वैता अडेप्ट कर रहे हैं, क्रिश्चियन मिस्टिक आ गया है, नॉनसेंस। ये
नहीं,
तो प्रॉब्लम
तो
है।
अद्वैत अद्वैत क्या बोलता है? अद्वैत बोलता है कि वी आर मैनिफेस्टेशन,
वही
इसीलिए
तो
वो
वो भी बोल
ओमनी
रहा था।
प्रेजेंस को
दैट इज द शॉकिंग
इसीलिए वो
पार्ट।
ओमनी प्रेजेंस को
अरे
जस्टिफाई
अरे
कर
I'm
सकता
telling
है।
you, go watch yesterday's modern day debate between this Christian mystic and the atheist. वो exactly वो बोल रहा था। He said, you know, क्या बोला उसने? क्या बोला? God is not deliberate. Okay, God is not deliberate, but God is omnibenevolent. अबे भोसड़ी के,
मतलब
sorry, I apologize. How can someone who's not deliberate be
नहीं,
omnibenevolent?
इनके लिए गाली बनती है, इनके लिए गाली
No,
बनती
no,
है।
how can something
आई
that is
कैन
not
अंडरस्टैंड योर
deliberate?
इमोशन।
एक मिनट, how do you take something is not deliberate, okay, and is omnibenevolent? You have to be benevolent. You have to be deliberate.
देखो
Because if
मैं
you're not deliberate, if you're not
मैं
deliberate, you can be bad as well.
नहीं, मैं
ये
एग्जैक्टली, ये आनंद, यूर एग्जैक्टली राइट। एक्चुअली मैं थोड़ा एक बहुत सिंपल एंड वेरी बैड लैंग्वेज में थोड़ा कुछ बोलना चाहती हूँ। देखो, नहीं हंसो मत, नहीं, यू नो द विजुअलाइजेशन विल बी वेरी डिस्गस्टिंग, बट आई विल टेल यू समथिंग। सी, हर सोसाइटी में इंटेलिजेंट लोग रहते हैं, हर सोसाइटी में, और मुझे लगता है कि सेम परसेंटेज में ही शायद वो पोटेंशियल रहता है हर सोसाइटी में, वेदर यू आर ए मुस्लिम सोसाइटी ये हो। अभी हमारा सोचो, हमारा जो फिलॉसफी है, इंडिक फिलॉसफी मैं जनरली बोल रही हूँ, उसके वेरियस पंथास जो हैं वो हम अग्री करें ना करें एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा, किसी के साथ अग्री कर सकते हैं, बुद्धिज्म के साथ डिसएग्री कर सकते हैं, सिखिज्म के साथ अग्री करते हैं, लेकिन क्या है ना, एक ट्रांसेंडेंटल आइडिया है, एक उसका जो सीक्रेट है वो हमारे पास 100% शायद कभी नहीं आएगा। इस एसिम्प्टोटिकली वे मूविंग टुवर्ड्स दैट सीक्रेट। तो जो योगी पुरुष होते हैं, जो सिद्ध जो होते हैं, उन लोगों में पहले तो एक बहुत ज्ञान हो, व्हाटएवर हो, कर्म हो, उसकी संपूर्णता का जो लेवल होता है वो हमसे काफी ऊंचे कदर का होता है, बहुत ज्यादा होता है, और वो संपूर्णता होती है, इसीलिए वो सिद्धि के पास जाते हैं। सिमिलरली इसको हम सेक्युलर लैंग्वेज में बोल सकते हैं कि जब तक मुकम्मलियत ना हो तब तक मुक़द्दसियत नहीं आ सकती, जब तक कंप्लीशन ना हो तब तक कॉन्सेक्रेशन नहीं आ सकती, क्योंकि बहुत लोगों को एलर्जी होता है बॉडी में ये संस्कृत वर्ड सुनने से, इसलिए फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ योर ऑडियंस. Okay, so what happens is you're ever reaching towards an idea कि कुछ तो transcendental है, there is something transcendental, जहां तक what asymptotic, अरे asymptotic नहीं, ये क्या लिखा है तुमने, asymptotic, अरे धत तरीका, इसको स्पेलिंग बताओ, asymptote, मैथमेटिकल जो asymptote है. तो anyway, so we are going towards so we are going towards the transcendental perfection. So ये हमारा जो philosophy है ये आपको वहाँ वो transcendental perfection की खोज देता है. अभी देखो, इसको हम डिफाइन कर सकते हैं कि एक फ्लावर है, उसका जो ब्यूटी है आप उसको एग्जैक्टली डिफाइन नहीं कर सकते, उसको आप हमेशा डिफाइन करेंगे वीजा वी एज अ कंपैरिजन टू समथिंग दैट इज आल्सो अर्थली, which is so उसका जो ट्रांसेंडेंटल ब्यूटी और कॉन्सेप्शन ऑफ ब्यूटी है उसको एग्जैक्टली आप डिफाइन नहीं कर सकते. अभी कोई लोग उस फ्लावर को देख के उसका ट्रांसेंडेंटल ब्यूटी रियलाइज कर सकते हैं, कोई जो है उसको फ्लावर को देख के उसको ऐसे व्यतीत होता है कि ये फ्लावर बहुत खूबसूरत है, इसको पिक करके हम माला बना सकते हैं और भगवान को दे सकते हैं, या अपने हेयर में यू कैन पुट इट इन योर हेयर. कोई उस फ्लावर को देख के बोलता है कि अरे ये फ्लावर जब ये कुमड़ो बन जाएगा तो वो कुमड़ो बहुत टेस्टी होगा. कोई वो फ्लावर को देखता ही नहीं है, दे ओनली सी द कुमड़ो, दे वांट टू प्लक इट एंड दे वांट टू मेक अ तरकारी आउट ऑफ इट. देयर आर सम पीपल हु ओनली वांट टू ईट द तरकारी बिकॉज दे डोंट हैव एनीथिंग, नो इंटेलिजेंस अबव देयर टॉर्सो. And then there are some people who are equivalent of that kumro's tarkari in your stomach becoming poop. Okay, so in a Hindu society, you have everything. You have people who realize the transcendental beauty of a flower, all the way to who look at the flower and see only kumros, only fruits. Those people who see the kumro and they think of only food. Those people who are only there to consume the food. And then there are people who are absolute shit. This is the truth. This is the Hindu society. प्रॉब्लम इज कि ये जो एब्राहमिक रिलीजन का फिलॉसफी है ये शिट पे स्टार्ट होता है. अभी सोचो, ये खेत ऑफ SHIT है, इसमें जो बीज है जिसका पोटेंशियल है ट्रांसेंडेंटल ब्यूटी को रियलाइज करने का, तो हम लोग बोलते हैं ना पाक्यो पद्म फोटे, लाइक ऑफ कोर्स वहां से भी पद्म फूल निकलता है, लेकिन फॉर दैट टू हैपन दैट सीड हैज टू बी वेरी स्ट्रांग इन ऑर्डर टू स्प्राउट आउट ऑफ दैट ग्राउंड ऑफ शिट, राइट? नाउ मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम
sprout out of that anus.
yeah, अभी नहीं होता है. There are many people in those societies जिनसे बात करके लगता है कि वो लोग बहुत इंटेलिजेंट हैं, उनमें एक पोटेंशियल ऑफ हाई लेवल फिलोसॉफिकल इंटेलिजेंस है, लेकिन क्या करे, इतना एनारोबिक एनवायरनमेंट provided by that ground of like that खेत of SHIT है कि वो एनारोबिक एनवायरनमेंट में ना वो जो पोटेंशियल है वो मर जाता है. तो उसके बावजूद भी अगर उसमें से कोई निकलता है, जैसे कोई निकलता है शायद, तो फिर वो सचमुच में उसका जो बीज है वो बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग हुआ होगा. तो this is the comparison between an open-ended highly philosophical society versus a society which has mistaken commandments as philosophy and is trying to sajawify arguments around it to present it to you as though this is philosophy. There is no philosophy. कोई philosophy है ही नहीं.
Yeah, that's true. There's another
doctor philosophy.
उनका अल्टीमेट नहीं, उनका जो अल्टीमेट गोल है उनका रिलीजन्स का या जो भी, वही जो अभी दीदी बोल रही थी ना SHIT, वही उनका अल्टीमेट गोल ही वही है. तो आप उसके नीचे वाले को कहाँ जाएंगे फिर? प्रॉब्लम नहीं है.
That's why the culture, the religious culture requires either not questioning or not thinking. Because see, if you the minute you question or think, you have to you'll realize your culture is shit. Like the philosophy is like there's no philosophy, it's just dogma, shit dogma, right? That's why when you ask them, you tell them, tell me why should I believe you? They're like, oh no, Jesus is the truth. Like, but why is Jesus the truth? No, Jesus is the truth. No, but why is he the truth? No, Jesus is the truth. Like that's literally what they will repeat. Like it's like, "वो broken record है ना."
Because it is written in the Bible. That's the
Huh.
rationale.
Like, then why is the Bible true? No, because
Because Jesus said
it's
it.
the because he said like whatever, kuch bhi. It just they go again and again on the same road. Like
Look,
you cannot go beyond that
look,
point.
look. No, they say Jesus is the truth because Bible said it. Bible is the truth because Jesus said it. And that is the circular argument they go
Arey,
go around and
I
round.
will tell you what happened. Okay, I was talking to this. I think I told you what this. I was in Candid Lubna some time back, and I was talking to this Christian pastor, yeah, Arabic Christian. Okay, he comes on the show. He says, I'm a Christian." He wants to convert people. Okay, he's like, I'm open to questions, and you only allowed one question. So I went on and I asked him a question about Jesus. Okay, and I said, so why is Jesus why is Jesus, his father form, such a horrible genocidal maniac? He said, no. The genocidal stuff is not in the Gospels. I'm like, so are you rejecting God the Father? He said, no. We can't reject God the Father. Are you rejecting Adam and Eve? Are you rejecting the snake? Are you rejecting Satan? Are you rejecting the fact that the angels were created by God the Father? The problem is they cannot sustain their theology using just the Gospels. Because if they just take this Gospel, then everything pre-Gospels is out in the dustbin, including anything about Noah's Ark, anything about Moses, everything has to go to the dustbin. Literally. The problem is the problem is no one challenges them directly on this. Like when you debate a Christian, you debate them on the fact that debate them only on God the Father. Ignore Jesus completely. Don't even talk about Jesus. Trust me on this. Just take God the Father and just go to town with God the Father. Because that guy is the worst God divinity anyone could have. He's even worse than Zeus. Because Zeus at least did it for selfish interest. Okay, all his nonsense shit he did it for selfish interest. This God the Father is one psycho who does things for random ridiculous shit. Like there's one story about him, taking Job and killing all his children, just demanding Job sacrifice his children as a test, and they call it benevolent. No benevolent
ये
deity
तो
will ever let you sacrifice a
साइकोपैथ हुआ
child
भाई.
as a test.
ये तो साइकोपैथ ही हुआ.
Now, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ. You do not debate any Christian on Jesus. Debate on God the Father. I'm telling you. Study all you can about God the Father, and if they say they reject God the Father, then you basically have created a new kind of Christian. The one that rejects the entire concept of heaven and hell, rejects Satan. The minute you reject Satan, basically the doctrine of Jesus also goes to shit. Because for Jesus to work, he must have saved you from your sins, original sin. And original sin, who created? God the Father.
Anand, we are going to we are going to invite you to do a master class on how to debate Christians. We will ask you. So tomorrow around 12:30 to 1 p.m. we are going to talk about, me and Bijeet are going to talk about the MAGA invading Venezuela.
Oh, okay. That's another political debate. Oh my God, I have so many views
Yeah,
on that, but that's a different
yeah.
topic.
So 12:30 to 1 p.m. tomorrow we are going to start that program. So
But
we
why
have
do
to
you want to put
sleep
yourself in
and
the crosshairs of the US? I don't understand.
why not?
So why now? Like grow a little bit, become like influential, then put yourself in the crosshairs of the country.
No. If they want to bomb me, I am happy. I have done enough. Okay, no issues. If they want to waste their missiles on me, I'll. I'm happy to do that. No issues. I have no problem with that. Okay, so we have to end today. My battery is almost going to dead. So
Sure.
tomorrow around 12:30 to 1 p.m. we're going to start the Donald Trump as the king of MAGA. We're going to again.
No, don't put King of Maga. You need
Maga
to put,
parle bhaga.
no. He's a new head of the British East India Company. New Queen Victoria. He's
Okay,
the Queen Victoria of
I
US.
will I
Na
will
maga
call you
parle
around.
bhaga. Maga parle bhaga.
नहीं
No,
नहीं मागा ने हागा.
even better. I'll give you an even better title. How many states in the US? 50 odd states, is it? How many states in the US?
50, 50, 50,
50
51.
states.
Oh, yeah,
They,
No, 51. 52
So
is 51.
so I'm telling you, make the title of the thing 52nd state of US, Canada, Venezuela. 52nd state of US
না
is
দেখি
Venezuela.
এবার এবার মাগা পারলে বাগা নাকি
Okay, see you all tomorrow at
मागा
1
ने
p.m.
तेल निकाला.
তেল নিকালা আর হাগা
Okay, so see you tomorrow around 1 p.m. Anand, I will call you for the right kind of title. Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Namaste. Jai Shri Ram.
গুড নাইট জয় শ্রীরাম
जय श्री राम.